On Google, you can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Spring has sprung, and you probably got a lot to get done before Memorial Day. Tim Hughes here again with my friends Greg and Mike from Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Of course, you hear us talk about Replenish compost being so much different than anything else that's out there on the market. Greg, why is that?
Well, it's a great balanced material that's been around for 31 years. It's dark, it's rich, it feeds the plants, it works as a great mulch to suppress weeds and retain water.
The other thing is, it just looks great when you put it down. A lot of people use it just as a top dressing. You can, of course, come by here in Murray and pick it up yourself, or you can have it delivered, right, Mike?
Yeah, we can deliver it in a super big bag or in bulk or in the small bags.
They've been beautifying Utah 1 yard at a time, and yours is next. Give them a call today at 801-262-5142. You'll find them at 4660 South 200 West in Murray or online at replenishcompost.com. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Don't miss the best of the West, July 9th through 12th at the Utes Stampede Rodeo with extreme bulls, car shows, carnivals, flying cowboys, food, live music, and plenty of excitement. Special pricing available at utestampederodeo.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK.
Accessing.
Hashtag NBA. This is Hans Olsen and hashtag NBA.
Friday night is D-Day. Friday night is D-Day. That's their season.
Yeah.
If they get down 3-1, they're not going to win this series. Now, if they get it to 2-2, they go back to being the favorite. But Friday night, it's their game. And, you know, a lot of people, you don't get to go to the finals and they'll say, we're going to get back the next year. Look at the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
They probably going to break that team up. Think about it. Remember they had KD, Russ, and James. They never got back to the finals again.
Charles Barkley says Game 4 is everything to Oklahoma City. He knows about not getting back because he had a great team and got to the finals and got beat and didn't get back.
He doesn't know anything. He tries to be so profound. He's entertaining, but he tries to be so deep with the, you know, he said, what was it, in the New York-Indiana series, that this team's dead, that team's dead, and he cracks me up. They have him on Phoenix a lot, and he tries to be so deep as he's some philosopher. It just isn't there.
I think he's right about this. There's no guarantee you're getting back. And
if he's right about it, it's because it just happens.
You throw enough stuff against the wall, you get something right. Yeah.
He reminds me of a better Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis, everything he tried to say was tried to be so deep. I remember one time he had Barkley had Dwight Howard on the set, and he was going to give him this sage advice. He says things like 20 times over. I find him very entertaining, but I don't find him that deep.
Tip-off tonight, 6:30, ABC, Game 4. Pacers up 2-1, trying to take control of the series. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Our first priority, which was consistently communicated, was, hey, let's work something out with Matthew, and we were very fortunate that it worked out that way. If that wasn't able to occur, then that was definitely conversations and a possibility for us. I have a ton of respect for the body of work, and I've gotten to know Aaron and really enjoy the conversations and just the approach, the way that he thinks about the game and in life. And so that was a possibility, but our first priority was always to be able to get Matthew back.
That's Sean McVay right there talking about the Rams and Plan B. But they got Plan A, and they got Matthew Stafford.
Sean McVay sound like that all the time? Jeez.
It sounded like he was on Zoom and he was shouting. You're a long way away, and you have to be heard. Police in Miami-Dade County are seeking to arrest former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown on a charge of attempted murder. The charge stems from a shooting Brown was allegedly involved in during a celebrity boxing event in Miami last month. The warrant wants to put him on house arrest until a trial occurs.
I thought he's already been on that about 20 times.
New England Patriots will unveil a 12-foot-tall statue of Tom Brady outside Gillette Stadium before their preseason game August 8th. 12 feet tall. Bigger than life.
Yeah.
Double the size. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Wisconsin was placed on 1 year's probation and fined $25,000 yesterday after an NCAA investigation showed 9 coaches and staffers made impermissible phone calls to recruits in 2023. Badgers head coach Luke Fickell was determined to have violated head coaching responsibility rules in the investigation.
I mean, impermissible phone calls.
$25,000. Pocket change.
What's the probation? Don't do it again. Or
Yes.
we're really going to be mad.
I think that's exactly what it is. An Oklahoma man expressed interest in carrying out a terrorist attack at the University of Oklahoma's Gaylord Family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium in 2023. Kyle Swinford claimed allegiance to ISIS. Wanted to attack a stadium.
What is ISIS?
A group normally thought of as existing in the Middle East.
It took over parts of Syria and Iraq for a time and claimed to establish their own country until
What's
they
it
were
stand for?
Islamic State and something.
Yeah. You're right. Islamic State. I don't know the rest of it.
Yeah, it's too long. You can't have an acronym that long.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
There's a swing, and there's a long drive to right field. This one's on its way, and that's a Jimmy Jack for Sam Haggerty. A 3-run homer for Haggerty, make it 16-3.
Second and third, 2 out. The 0-1 hit in the air to deep right field. This one down the line. It might go, and it is gone. A home run for Jeff McNeil. He tucked it just inside the foul pole in the right field corner. A 3-run homer. The Mets are leading by a score of 3-0.
Rodriguez ready. The 3-2. Line drive, left field, base hit. Here comes McMahon. He'll score. Ball game.
Highlights from Major League Baseball. The Colorado Rockies snap a 5-game losing streak. They beat the Giants 8-7. They are tied with the 1932 Boston Red Sox for the worst start in Major League Baseball history. 13-55 through 68 games. The struggle continues.
It's real.
Pablo Reyes scores a lone run for the Yankees. They shut out the Royals 1-0. Jacob Misiorowski had a no-hitter, then had to leave injured.
Oh, yeah, covering first base, no less, Jacob Misiorowski.
And the Brewers beat the Cardinals 6-0. Numerical symmetry, PK. I know you love this stuff. Texas, 16 runs on 16 hits. They blow out the Twins 16-3.
Can there only be numerical symmetry? Is there another form of symmetry that doesn't involve numericals?
I'm sure there could be.
Okay, well then let me know.
Okay.
If you're sure, you're guaranteeing it.
Yes.
I love the guy who answers, I'm sure it's probably the case. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably sure, yeah. Salt Lake Bees lose to the Aviators 8-1. Same two teams tonight, 8 o'clock on the Zone. Grudge match, Major League Baseball rivalry weekend. Yankees, Red Sox, and Dodgers, Giants. Ready for a little baseball around your hoops tonight? That'll be 6 hours on the I think it's Major League Baseball Network has those tonight.
Yeah, I can't watch the Diamondbacks or on Apple TV. I don't have that. Against the Padres.
Padres, Diamondbacks tonight on Apple, yes. DJ PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake after a week off, is back in action tonight against DC United. DC United coming in off a great win over Cincinnati, followed by a 7-1 blowout loss. They've kind of been all over the map here.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe it.
Blown out by Chicago.
Unbelievable.
Pablo Mastroni will join us at 7:30. RSL will be shorthanded tonight. No Diego Luna.
What's wrong with him?
He's with the U.S. men's national team playing in the Gold Cup.
Thought he might have been at the tattoo shop or something.
Not that I know of.
He did do that special.
He did do one, yeah. He was interviewed while he was getting a tat.
Yeah, he did that special. I know what I'm talking about. I follow the Moon Man.
Pablo Mastroni will join us coming up at 8:30 to look forward to tomorrow night's game. Royals in Gotham tonight, so back-to-back nights of soccer action at America First Field.
You doing the game?
Yes.
All right. Dude, we got a camera.
Yeah, I know. All right. DJ and PK.
I don't think you remembered that.
I did.
Hashtag golf.
Round one in the books. Bogey-free 66 for JJ Spahn.
Oh, I thought it was going to be something about Bojan Bogdanovic.
No.
He said bogey.
You impressed with JJ? No 3 putts on the greens that were supposed to be so difficult. No bogeys. Don't know that he can sustain that, but it's a good opening round.
Oh, sure.
And you know anything about Thriston Lawrence, who's sitting in second place?
I heard all these guys being interviewed.
Yeah.
What they had to say. I watched, what would you call it, post-round stuff, I guess, not post-game. I'm just interested to see what Bryson and those guys had to say about this. Jordan Spieth was okay. Yeah. So, yeah. They were all kind of like, man, we're not really going to be able to conquer this thing the way we normally do. So let's just, make our shots, try to stay in the moment. And that's so crucial for golfers is to be right there on that shot and nothing else. And just have that,
the only thing that matters is where that ball is lying right now and the swing I put on it this time.
And we reference other sports, a guy who's just hot from the field in basketball, in the zone, that type of thing. Oh, in baseball, it's as big as a beach ball, and we've seen offenses just click, and it's like nothing can go wrong and all. And that's what they're trying to achieve here, and you're playing yourself against the course, and it seems easier, but the mental acuity that you need to have is so difficult to be able to just have that shot after shot after shot is what you need, and they're all striving for that. That's what makes golf fascinating in that way, because sometimes, when you're hot in basketball, even when we play church ball or the Y or down at the park, some of us, we've had those moments, and you just feel unstoppable, invincible. Golf, it's just hard to do that because, when you're in the flow, that's just it. Well, in golf, you hit it, and then you got to wait a few minutes, and you got to walk, and you got millions of things to think about. It just really can mess you from the neck up. And these guys, that's the impression I got listening to so many of them being interviewed after the first round, is to being able to get to that point and be in that situation and knowing, hey, this is either I wasn't good today, or I was okay, I was really good, but now none of that matters. And they got to do it over and over. And Sunday seems like it might as well be 5 weeks away sometimes.
This seems like the kind of course where if they're not in the moment and they lose focus, you take 2 double bogeys.
That's what I'm talking about. This particular course right now.
This whole thing blows up so fast, and they don't get the positive reinforcement they get on the other courses.
Yeah, this isn't the Sony Open or any of that stuff.
Yeah, we see winners 20 under, and there's always a birdie that gets you feeling good again, and there isn't here.
Yeah.
And you can't worry about it because there isn't for most of the other guys either.
Right.
Brooks Koepka in a group at 2 under. Ben Griffin and Victor Hovland in a group at 1 under. John Rahm and Colin Morikawa in a group at even par. And a lot of these guys now back out on the course. Koepka's already played 6 holes today. He started on 10, but he's even par through 6. So keeping it going, staying 2 shots off the lead. And even par is a plenty good score the way things were going. There were only, I think, 10 guys under par yesterday. We'll talk with Bob Casper coming up at 9 o'clock about the second round of the U.S. Open and where he sees it going from here. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
And now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man. Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman! And Edmonton has its first lead of the game. 4-3.
In close. Reinhart in front. Kachuk. Reinhart shot. And he scores! And Sam Reinhart ties the game with 19.5 seconds to go.
Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
As that game unfolded, I kept thinking about what you said yesterday.
What?
There is no way to know who's going to win this. It is absolutely impossible.
3-0 after one, you're thinking, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's over.
This game's over. This series is over. And they chip away, get the lead, and then 19 seconds left, and then Draisaitl, the only guy in the league, I believe, named Leon. I don't think there's two guys named Leon.
It's a shortage of Leons in the NHL.
Yeah. And he, I think he set the record for most OT goals in the postseason and all that. They were talking about that. Yeah.
Fourth time he's done it.
It's crazy. And it's great. And you got momentum until the puck drops next game in Game 5. You know,
exactly.
No idea. Whatever's going to happen, and you just knew the game was going to end on some ricochet, something that the goalkeeper was going to get a glove on it or a sleeve on it, but it was going to bounce this way or that way, and sure enough.
Series tied 2-2 now. Winnipeg Jets star goalkeeper Connor Hellebuyck became the first goalie since 2015 to collect the Hart and Vezina trophies. The Hart is the NHL's MVP. The Vezina goes to the top goalkeeper award. It's like a pitcher winning the Cy Young and collecting the MVP at the same time. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, Pablo Mastroeni coming up at 8:30. Bob Casper at 9 o'clock. We get the question of the day next. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on the eastbound 201 freeway to 80th West. 3 left lanes are closed in the area, starting to cause pretty big delays if you're out on the west side this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today, or once again, visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $15.19 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year. And fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, say these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Put me in a special school, cause I am such a fool. And I don't need a single book to teach me how to read. Who needs stupid books? They are for petty crooks. And I will learn by studying the lessons in my dreams. So turn off the TV, cause that's what others see. And movies are as bad as eating chocolate ice cream. They only sicken me, don't let me play football.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK, question of the morning. With the draft looming now less than 2 weeks away, Should the Jazz trade or keep the draft picks? What would you do?
Keep those picks.
What would you expect them to do, want them to do, hope they would do? Jason, throwing his hands up. Do you really think it's going to make a difference?
Yes, it has to. Yeah. One way or the other.
Right. If they miss, the misery continues.
Yeah.
If they hit, let the games begin.
Was he at the Olympics?
Sure.
Yes. Yes, it's going to make a difference. How does it not make a difference? That's the dumbest question posed this week.
Jason just sounds like he's frustrated and he thinks it's never going to get better.
Oh, Jason. It's all about you all the time. I'm so sick of Jason. Jason.
Vernon, make a deal with Charlotte or Brooklyn. Brooklyn has too many picks, and I'm sure they want to do a deal. He's sure. And he says I really like Brandon Miller from Charlotte. He's going to be like SGA. He's going to be a superstar in the NBA. Could we possibly trade our picks and get Brandon Miller?
You talking to me, or you?
That's what he writes. That's his deal.
You just think about the last time they had picks that were high as this high, right? I think you have to go back. What was the 11 draft? Probably forget that. I think you went on a month-long vacation or something that year, and you don't have to call up the draft. I've got it.
Okay.
We're okay. It's all right.
Well, you phrased it as a question.
Not to you, though.
Ah.
So they had the third pick, and then what was Burks? 12th? And so you look at that draft, right? And Kyrie Irving went 1. And you remember that Derek Williams, he had the hot NCAA tournament.
Coming out of Arizona.
Right. Minnesota, not so much. Cantor didn't even play because he had some NCAA thing. And back in the days when the NCAA had some teeth. And so he couldn't
sat
play.
out the year. It was all about one All-Star, one All-Star type
now
game in
guys
Portland.
Like play for 7 years in the pros overseas. Sure, come on over. What grade do you want to be? And so they go with him, right? And you had guys like Klay Thompson. Certainly Kawhi Leonard was available. And suppose they draft those guys. That changes everything. You could have drafted Klay Thompson and Leonard.
Yes.
With the 12th pick. That changes everything, man. Are you kidding me?
Klay Thompson went 11th. He could have taken him with the third pick if he wanted.
Right.
And they took Alec Burks at 12 when Kawhi was going to go 15.
Right.
So.
And so you take him. I don't remember jack about Alec Burks in 2011. But I know a lot about Kawhi Leonard.
Jimmy Butler was also on the board, went 30th in that draft. So they were talented players out there.
Yeah, you got to take some of his baggage, too. He hasn't been baggage-free. And obviously you can say Kawhi has. But Kawhi has gotten you to the mountaintop, even with the baggage. Jimmy Butler hasn't. But it's still a very nice pick, no doubt about it, obviously. So you got those things going on there. And can you imagine if you took those guys? It changes what would be the same if you had those guys. Nothing. So to say that this couldn't change is absolutely untrue. 100%. I have no idea. So that's 14 years ago. So in think about it. 2039. Look back on this draft and say that, wow, if they would have done this, or man, thank goodness they did this. Maybe it works the other way, right? This is, in retrospect, big time. 14 years is a long time in pro sports.
You can play it the other way if you just go back to the Gobert and Mitchell drafts, and if they do something different.
Yeah, you can just go any way you want to. But they didn't have 2 picks like this.
Nope.
Here they do. And so what's it going to be? And I don't say how. I think Bojan Bogdanovic was a second-round pick in that draft too. And he turned out to be, he's not a big-time difference maker, but he was a nice player, or is, and see if he can come back. He certainly was here. So to say this doesn't matter, no. this is essentially how these guys, the management folks, will be judged. This is their test. This is like the bar exam or the thesis and for your master's degree or whatever it might be. This is literally how you'll be judged 1,000 times over. And you can go back to just a couple years ago. They had, 9 and 16? The reason why I went back to the other draft, because that's so long ago that it's conclusive. Okay, this guy's a player, this guy's not a player, blah, blah, blah.
It's played out. They've had their careers.
2 years ago is too soon.
You still don't know.
Right, we're talking about Brandon Miller. He was one of those guys that was drafted 2 years ago. Can he be a superstar in this league? Maybe. He had some injuries this year, so he hasn't played 2 full seasons. And we're seeing the Thompson kid for Houston. All right. Yeah. Looks like there's something there.
Right. 4th pick in the draft.
Right. What's he going to do? What level? It's just that 2 years isn't enough to make extensive evaluations. I think 2 years ago, the Warriors picked up the kid who I think he went to Illinois and transferred to Santa Clara, Podziemski.
Yep.
Looks like, and he's not a star by any stretch, but it looks like he's a player, right? Jaime Jaquez down in Miami. Looks like he's a player.
They were 18th and 19th, so they were on the board for a long time.
Yeah.
If you want to equate it to this year, if you're 21, you can probably find a way to move up. If that's your guy, you think your guy's going at 18 or 19, find a way to move up to 16 or 17 or whatever it takes.
But outside of Wembayama, none of these guys have really just dominated
I think,
to the level. But
Thompson,
you need some more time.
I think Thompson in Houston is the next guy that people have
maybe
the most
Scoot
confidence
Henderson?
in.
We don't know yet.
We don't
Whereas
know
in
yet.
2011,
We
all the
know.
evaluations are in. The grades are in. They're recorded. That's why I went back to there, because I realized they had 2 picks just a couple years ago, but it's just too soon, particularly with Hendricks having the injury and not even playing virtually the entire season. So it's impossible. Who's to say in 2039, which just seems outrageous that we'd be talking about that the Jazz fans don't look back. Man, that Hendricks pick, that was pretty sweet. Man, he really blossomed. All the stuff the DA saw in him with the athleticism and just the work ethic. Man, he really turned out that was so awesome. Blah blah blah. That really, once he came back and got his legs under him and all, wow, that was a trigger that led to a pretty impressive rebuild. And I hope that I'll be long dead, but I hope the folks can say that.
Could be long dead.
I will be. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay.
You'll see. I'll come back and tell you.
Okay.
So that could very well be, right? That's not shocking to think that. Well, remains to be seen. I think with Hendricks, you'll probably at least have a decent player. To what level of decent remains to be seen. So the point being, man, to reiterate for the 15th time, that this draft, this is huge. This is potentially course-altering, path-defining.
If you pick one of those guys that you talk about, I mean, Denver with a 2nd-round pick changed their history. Milwaukee with a mid-first-round pick changed the course of that franchise. So, yeah, those guys are there, but good luck figuring out who they are.
That's their task.
That's why they're getting paid the big money.
So
and getting the expense accounts to fly all over the world and watch these guys and talk to them and talk to people who know them and figure out, because it isn't just the talent. It's the burning desire to win after you seemingly have conquered most
burn.
After you have conquered most of life's trials and tribulations and the finances are all set and you got a ton of money and a long-term contract, how hard do you want to work? How badly do you want it?
Yeah. How much do you want to win? How much do you want to be? Whatever you are, how much do you want to be the very best of that one? Because all of us are different on the ladder. Some are at the top, some are at the middle. We're talking about TJ McConnell yesterday. You know, he's NBA-wise, not just YMCA-wise, but NBA-wise, he's middle, maybe lower middle, but yet, man, he just busts it. He's out there. You want 15 minutes of solid play? I'm your guy. And all that stuff is important.
Yeah, he's probably thinking I could give you 20 minutes, but you're only going to give me 15, so I'm going to make the most of it. I could do this for 20.
Oh, he probably thinks he can do it for 40.
Yeah.
That's what you want. Yeah, so I can't underestimate or understate, better word, how important this thing is, this very draft.
Should the Jazz trade or keep the draft picks? Mark's good with either. Depends on the offers.
Well, I don't think the offer is going to be such a killer that, wow, that could change it. I think it's going to come through the draft. So I get what he's saying because everything is relative to what you're offered and what you can actually do, but I don't think they can do that much to where they can really make a difference. I don't think they have anybody on their roster that possibly outside of Markkanen, but even him, I would say no, because you're not going to just trade a draft pick for a player. It's not the way the system works. So you're going to attach some players or player, and what could you get in return? You know, maybe you can certainly get somebody from some help. I don't think there's any question about that, but I don't know if you can get some big time. And this is your shot. This is the highest pick that this group of folks, this group of management folks has had, and they've got to connect. And we've got to see some development this year too. It can't be a situation where, well, let's wait and see. Basically, they can't draft a Cody Williams. Now, I'm not ready to seal the fate on Cody Williams, but I'm going to make that abundantly clear.
No, but when they drafted Cody Williams,
way more progress than we saw to him.
You could look at him and say, look at the body. He's got to gain weight and strength.
But it was still disappointing.
It was.
Anyway, I don't care what his body looked like. It was still a disappointing
But the second
season.
they drafted him, you were thinking, all right, well, let's see where he is in 3 years.
But I still expected more. I got to have more than that.
You expected him to start down the path, and that didn't happen.
I got to see way more than he showed in 2024-25 out of the fifth pick. Obviously it's a higher pick. I have higher standards. It just goes along with it.
Well, it's the best pick they've had since they had the fifth pick in 2014. It's been a long time. So they get a good swing here. We'll see who they can land and what they can figure out.
It's a must. It's an absolute must.
Chad says if they can make a trade and still keep the 2 picks in the top 5 and still keep 2 picks in the top 5, do it. Otherwise, just keep the picks at 5 and 21.
That would be my dream scenario for them.
To find a way to get the second pick in the top 5?
Anyway, whatever combination you want to have. You could have 1-5, 2-5, 3-5, 4-5.
Any of them is good enough.
I'd be ecstatic for the Jazz if they could do that, yeah.
Teams don't usually trade out of those spots.
Understood.
But make the phone calls and see what they're thinking.
I'd probably land on 6, too. So if I went, say, wow, they got the 5th and 6th pick, I'd say, yeah, that's really good. Because I believe they can get players at that level that can really help them.
How many players do you see in that next group? Is it?
Everything is 3 to 4.
Everything is 3 to 4.
Yeah. At 5, I see they can draft 3 to 4. At 6, I can see they can draft 3 to 4.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. You don't have a firm like, okay, now it really falls off there.
I haven't thought beyond 6. Or 7, because the players that I would have at 6, 3 to 4, they'd be there at 7 and 8. Right? So I guess 2 spots after that. And that's just for what it's worth. That's not like, wow, I'd take that to the bank, man. That's just, man, if they draft 9th, forget it. They're hosed. Because who knows? They don't even know.
But you like Edgecombe.
Yeah.
You like Knipple.
Yeah. And people that I
Trey
respect.
Johnson.
Oh, I've liked him all along.
Yeah. Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma.
That has been an introduction from what I've heard from conversations. And so.
Because if that group takes you out to 7.
Yeah. Right. That's what I said.
Do you want to put Malou?
So I would go at 8.
Yeah.
Yes. And so the 2 people that I've come around to after having conversations with people that I respect is Malwatch and Fierce. Everybody above them.
You're already in on.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I'm starting to see some mock drafts where Ace Bailey really falls.
That's true. I think the word is circulating. It seems like, and it seems like this happens a fair amount. You have some guys that get hot. Like we just spoke about Derek Williams. That was the NCAA tournament, man. It really kicked butt. And so people jumped up there. He didn't do anything in the pros. And then on the flip side, there's something that somebody who falls a little bit. And in the end, what does it mean? Okay, you made your decision to not take this guy and take that guy. So now we got him on board, and what do you see? So you don't really know. And then you get out there, and I'm not a big believer, and I know this is going to irritate a lot of BYU fans, that, you hear the cliche, it's got to be the right situation. I don't buy that in basketball. I can buy it more in football, so I'll give you slack on Zach Wilson. But I don't really buy it in basketball.
In the positionless game, you'll figure something out.
Well, even when they had positions that were more clearly defined. I think if you're good enough, you're good enough, and they'll play you. I mean, you're a history major in the sports sense. Name me someone who was drafted and, that's a bad situation. But then he went somewhere else and really, really kicked butt. SGA? No. I don't think he would have been this good no matter where he was.
Chauncey Billups is a guy who probably bounced around a lot and then figured it out. But was that the situation, or was that him figuring it out?
Well, that's his teams trading him.
Yeah, that's a lot of guys to go through or a lot of teams to go through at a young age to end up having the career he had.
He was solid. I think he's overrated, actually. He was just because he was sage and he was steady and people liked him.
And he ended up in a good situation with Detroit with a lot of good teammates around him. So you can make big plays because they were in big games.
Yeah, I think
it's like 6 straight Eastern Conference Finals.
He lived up to what he was capable of doing. And that's up to, you need to allow some folks, but I don't think that I don't see Jimmer Fredette. Oh man, he went through that crappy situation in Sacramento. I get it, you're a BYU fan and you love the guy. We all love the guy. The guy has no enemies.
It was a tough situation, but it didn't work
anywhere.
He got multiple chances other places and it didn't pan out.
It's still a dream come true, so I'm not knocking what he accomplished. And he's a little white dude from nowhere in New York, upstate, and he made the NBA. That alone is worth the Kurt Warner movie. In my mind, it is. Yeah, and he's just a gem of a person. Jimmer Fredette is a winner in life. and that's what matters the most. Right?
Good dude, and he doesn't have to come anywhere near 9 to 5 in it.
Yes, so Jimmer has succeeded in the things that matter the most. So what that he wasn't an all-star?
He didn't score 20,000 points in the NBA. Yeah,
that's like...
Well, there you go.
That is so meaningless in the game of life. So let's make that abundantly clear.
If you go to China or Italy or Spain or wherever and make your millions, it's not that bad.
This is about winning the game of life. So some of these guys who didn't pan out, as long as they've won the game of life, who really cares?
Yeah.
I don't. Are you happy? Do you have it going on? Do you have a good family? Do you have a good spouse? Those types of things.
When Travis Hansen comes on the air, does he sound miserable?
No.
He doesn't to me.
No. So make sure everybody says that. And whether so-called quote-unquote failure in the NBA, oh my gosh. Most of them. What's the average length in the NBA? In pro sports, it's just everybody wants to get there till they get to the pension. And
you do hear that a lot when you talk to players on the side.
Right.
You don't hear it for the guys who end up playing the 10, 12 years.
Right.
They get past it. And,
yeah.
Right.
Because they don't need it at that point, probably, as long as they manage their money correctly.
Right.
But so let's make sure that we underscore that. But I don't, particularly in basketball, the situation doesn't really concern me because If you're that good, you help make the situation better.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Now where's that guy? That's what you were talking about earlier.
Well,
with Klay Thompson at 11 and Kawhi Leonard.
Right.
And Giannis and the Joker. And you just look around the NBA and look at we're going through this stretch where we have 6 different champs in 6 years. We're about to have 7 and 7. And those guys each got one for those teams. Now, Toronto didn't draft Kawhi Leonard, but they got their hands on him, and they got one.
Because I could argue when Steph Curry goes to the Warriors and they hadn't made the playoffs in a decade, is that a good situation? No. Did he make it a good situation? Yes, he helped make it a great situation. A generational situation. The greatest times in the history of that franchise.
It's interesting because they had an ownership change there, and that stuff matters. And they had a popular, high-scoring guard there, but it wasn't. He was getting stats, but they weren't really leading to winning. They traded him, and the new owner got booed like he didn't know what he was doing. Yeah, the new owner, and he won 4 titles. The previous owner didn't go to playoffs in 17 years. It was Monta Ellis who they traded, and the place went nuts. In the history of basketball, Steph Curry, Monta Ellis, Jerry West is up there whispering in the owner's ear, trade Monta Ellis. Make time for Steph Curry. Put the ball in his hands. Why
wouldn't he be shouting it?
He might have, behind closed doors.
Well, because he was a whack job. I saw that HBO thing.
Yeah, I knew you were going to bring that up.
He was like dropping people at the putting green at LA Country Club or something. Riviera.
Yeah. He might have been older and mellower by the time he got to the Warriors. He did contest that picture of him.
Of course, no one was like that, man.
Dropping
just
people.
Breathing fire every moment of your life.
Dropping people at the club.
Yes. Throwing stuff through door windows.
But he'd been on to Memphis and All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Pablo Mastroni, RSL head coach, coming up at 8:30. Bob Casper, Real Golf Radio co-host at 9. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in the cleanup stages on the 201 freeway at 80th West. We also see some delays from that behind it. Also, a crash in Lehigh has been moved over to the right shoulder, but it's causing you to tap your brakes. Southbound I-15 near Main Street if you're down in Utah County. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
So now Phil Steele's doing the, I've got 3 people tied at first place. Don't you love these? And he's got BYU and TCU tied for 7th.
Oh, BYU fan just drove off the freeway.
Very middle of the conference. Tied for first at the very top of the conference. Iowa State, Baylor, also tied at first. The University of Utah. I can't totally knock this list. The place where you're going to get the biggest flip, I think, is that TCU, Texas Tech, BYU middle of the conference.
I think that's exactly right. I think Texas Tech, TCU, BYU could finish 1, 2, 3.
Sure. Do you have a problem with him putting Utah at number 1?
Okay, what was the problem last year for the Utes? Was it their defense?
Nope, it was the offense.
No, their defense was amazing. Their offense, they had 7 rushing touchdowns total. Can Devin Dampier, with the same offensive coordinator he had success last year with, they were the 4th best offense in the country. At New Mexico.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text Kettle to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KETTLE to 321-321. That's Kettle to 321-321.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Weezer. Lead singer Rivers Cuomo celebrating his 55th birthday, and it's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Yak, you put a note here in the notes for what is trending. BYU taking over the golf world.
Well, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and BYU taking over the golf world. So Scott Rollap, actually not Scott Rollap, Brian Rollap, I screwed up the two names, is the executive vice president of the NFL. He is being hired by the PGA Tour to be their CEO. He's been considered to kind of be the heir apparent to Roger Goodell if and when Roger decides to step aside in the NFL. There's a thought that he's going to the PGA Tour to do something different until that time comes. And then the opposite CEO of Live Golf is Scott O'Neill, who obviously worked in pro sports with the 76ers and the like. He is also a member of the faith. So the two rival CEOs now are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
We're going to get more golf tournaments out of that?
I hope.
We got Black Desert.
Golf tournaments?
Black Desert, PGA and LPGA.
Second PGA?
Yeah, absolutely.
You were just gonna...
It's a dumb question. No.
We got him here. We're good. Like, it took 60 years to get him back here. Let's keep him here.
Double down. I'm greedy.
But where?
This is not a possibility, so why discuss
Yeah.
it? We're just wasting time now.
Fine. Let's go back to the Jazz draft.
That's stupid.
I just think it was unique that you have two guys who've got connections to this state, because Rolap's a BYU grad. O'Neal is a convert to the faith, but they're now both power players in the world of professional golf.
How's O'Neal have a connection to the state?
He has a house in Park City.
That's good.
Joined the church headquartered here, you know.
So the two guys on the block in Venezuela who are Mormons, they have a connection to Utah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Via the faith.
A little bit of a reach. So the two Catholics on my street, they have a connection to the Vatican.
To Rome. Yes, they do. They're dialed in.
Come on, Yock. If you're going to think you're worldwide, we got to get away from the Utah thing, man.
I'm not sure what you're getting at here, but unique note.
All right. Well, maybe they can move the PG event from the fall to the spring then. It's a unique note. What do we get for it?
If they have the money to move it.
There it is. Yeah, money might be a factor. A decent chance. Could be.
Yes. That'll be the big thing that'll determine that. And I think eventually that'll happen.
Yeah. And how much money does everybody else have? Where's the date in the calendar? And
unless they come up and they're working on something that they're trying to do, which I think would be extremely innovative, and I don't know that they're ready to announce it, so I'm not going to announce it. And that might keep it in April, May. The plan that was laid out to me sounded really cool.
Do something different. Mm-hmm. Cutting edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll see if they
embrace that.
And they were
and the money might have something to do with that.
Oh, for sure. In fact, when was that? First week of May, right? That was the LPGA.
May 1st to the 4th.
Yeah. And that Monday, they were going to make a pitch.
Well, we'll see where that goes.
On that. But I think the important point, irregardless of these guys' faith, is this golf, I think, is here to stay in the state.
Good.
And they're going to grow it. And to what level it can become remains to be seen. They started out with the highest aspirations.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about that. Now, and that's great, because if there's 10 rungs, and you start out, I want to get to 2, because you're not going to replace the majors. But if you only get to 4 or 5, and you started out at 24, well, you
covered a lot of ground.
Yeah. And so let's see. I think the PGA, I think they had a 4-year deal, and let's see where they're at. And the LPGA, I think they can. There's no doubt in my mind in both that they could grow, but especially the LPGA. What they need now, the number one thing I think, is getting the bigger names.
Get Nelly Korda to show up.
She's gigantic.
Yep, there's a huge name, and she didn't play this year.
She did not. No, and if she can roll into town, golfers will watch her play golf. There's no doubt about it. You'll see, and the stuff that they're trying to accomplish here with the men, I think they can get that done. The Tony Finau name obviously is huge in this area for obvious reasons. And, talk to people, and he wasn't there. And, there was this reason with his son's tournament, or there's that. So many people.
You got to get him to play, though.
That's the bottom line, Yock, is 100%. And I don't think that they're going to settle. Oh, we got Tony Finau, man. Our work's done.
No. No.
Yeah.
Patrick Manning will dream up something big, and then he will start chasing that.
Well, again, my conversations with those guys, I don't want to jump the gun, but the name/name.
Yeah, you talk to him, and he's got a lot of ideas about a lot of things.
And I've talked to others that are above him. You saw me.
I did.
I was a little bit of the Pope. I was up on a big platform, and the little people were down. I saw you.
I literally said that.
Oh, you did?
I did. And some people heard me because they were laughing.
So yeah, and I was gleaning information from those guys.
I believe it was something along the lines of, "There you go, crime poverty, but who's up there with the billionaires in the luxury suite?
Yeah.
Who's down here with the little people in the tripod?"
The funny thing
is,
is,
a woman, 2 people to your left, who found that very entertaining.
There was
a guy to your left who found that pretty entertaining too. Maybe because they've heard a lot of your nonsense over the years.
The LPGA, I got more information about golf that one than I did the PGA.
Well, it's because who you got to sit by.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But I hobnobbed at the PGA.
Sure.
But there was just, I don't know what it was, but there was just more, it was a little more relaxed.
Well, the PGA, I mean, they were just opening. There was a lot happening all at once.
Yeah.
And so the pace was, I don't know if frantic's the right word, but it wasn't, there was a level of confidence when they put on the LPGA that didn't exist when they put on the PGA.
Yeah, they had 6 months of history.
They had one under the belt. They had 6 more months to get the property ready. I mean, it's just
and they made some
logic,
changes.
right? And logic just tells you, the second go round is gonna. You felt like you had everything under control. I think the first one they felt like they had to stay on the bull for 8 seconds till the buzzer sounded, and they did.
Just in terms of knowledge,
yeah,
I gained a lot more knowledge about golf going forward in the state. I'm glad I went to the LPGA. Just aside from the golf, the LPGA golf was awesome. I saw a gal make a drop in a 2 on a par 5.
Yeah,
but just the knowledge that I got was good, and it's good to have knowledge and that I can share with the folks who want to listen and who care about it, because I think there's a fair amount of people who care about it.
U.S. Open continues. Brooks Koepka, man, he is entertaining people. You got to follow this guy. You don't know what's going to happen next. He's got 3 birdies, he's got 3 pars, and he's got 3 bogeys. He is even par through 9. He's making the turn now. He's actually started on the back 9.
Mm-hmm.
So Brooks Koepka is still 2 under. We're going to talk with Bob Casper coming up in 1 hour. He's at Oakmont for the U.S. Open, and he'll join us at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, coming up at 8:30 right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wow, what do you know, man? Father's Day is already here. Can you believe it? Father's Day weekend? We're just a couple of days away now. What are you going to get dear old dad? Man, how about you get him think about this. Get him a consultation with Trajan Wealth. Yeah, that'll be a gift that keeps giving, won't it? Yeah, absolutely. Because when you meet with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, here's what they're going to do. They're going to sit down and listen to you, hear what your story is, hear what you've got to say, hear what your aspirations and goals are. And obviously, when you have goals and aspirations for down the line, particularly in retirement, what are you going to need? You're going to need the finances to be in order. That's what they're going to help you do. And they're going to help you improve your finances. The key here is to get your money working for you, right? Everybody wants a wealth management plan that will protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio, right? That's the whole point. Well, that's what the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can do for you. Give them a call. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. That phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. And I talked about how they'll meet with you. Well, the offices are in Draper and Farmington, and you can get all the, maybe not all, but you can get tons of information available right now at their website, TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth. The website is TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's with these homies dissing my girl? Why do they gotta front? What did we ever do to these guys that made them so violent?
Join hands with Scotty G, Monday, noon to 3. They're at John Watson Chevrolet, 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. Question up on our Facebook page, who deserves the choke sign in your world? You've got a collage of historic Indiana basketball stars given the choke sign. There's one from Reggie Miller. That's got to be 30 years or 30-plus years old now. And then Tyrese Halliburton.
Both in the garden, I might add.
In the garden, looking at Reggie. And then Caitlin Clark sitting courtside, smiling. Must be looking at Tyrese. Well, maybe Reggie. Who knows? One of them. And giving the choke sign.
She plays for the Fever. I heard ratings down 50% in the games that she's been out. Kind of settles that controversy.
People want to watch her.
She's a feisty player and a great player. No doubt about it. So cool, man. I saw her as a sophomore. I thought, wow, this lady is sensational. And now she's blown up massively. And she was messing around. She went to the game, obviously game 3 there, and gave the choke sign. And I'm sure you can go individuals, but I think it extends beyond. I got a big-time choke.
What would that be?
That led to drastic overhauls that did not need to be.
Drastic.
And you could say for some,
who blew it and broke everything up,
that it, at least so far, has ended up better. But that doesn't take away from it didn't need to be. And you'll agree 100%.
Okay.
You will. There's no doubt in my mind. And you will too, Yuck. You'll both say, yep, I agree. That was a choke. We don't think of it as, but I think it fits under the category of you people, you guys, you choked. You could have done way better. This did not need to happen. And I'm talking about sports.
Pro sports. Not a college breakup?
It is college.
Oh, it's the Pac-12.
You guys agree?
There it is.
Yeah,
that did not need to happen.
Yeah,
Right.
George,
Didn't need to happen.
George Kliavkoff fumbled the bag big
And
time.
then Larry Scott before him.
Yeah. Or he was told
Or
to
the
fumble it.
presidents.
Well, yeah, I got to lean more to the presidents.
That's
They
fine.
hired the commissioner.
Well, yeah, it's
but it
a
was
good point.
nonetheless. It didn't have to happen. The offer was there from ESPN. Don't start thinking you're worth $50 million because you're not.
No, they could have. They
and
could
if
have
you
put the
sign the deal, then the league's still there.
Yeah.
They could have put the Big 12 where they're at.
Right.
Essentially.
That was a massive, colossal choke. You guys had it, and you choked it away, and it did not need to happen.
Absolutely did not need to happen.
You told
It's
the
so funny. I
networks.
saw it, and people, everybody's still into this now because the baseball, they've gotten the 64-team tournaments down to 8 who go to Omaha for the College World Series. And I'm reading the summary, and they're talking about how last year was 4 ACC and 4 SEC, and it was dominated. And this year, it's multiple
All over the
leagues,
place,
right? There's one league that's got 2 teams in.
Murray
And,
State.
and then at the end, Coastal Carolina is in, right? So. So some of the quote-unquote little guys, you don't have to be the football power to be in. You don't have to be in a power league.
Right.
And they said the 2, and then the person writing the story is like, well, actually, there's one league that has 3 teams in. It's the Pac-12, who ironically hadn't put 3 teams in the College World Series in whatever. They had the number, whatever it was. It was sometime 30 years ago, something like that. 98 maybe, which would be not quite 30 years. And that was amazing. There's people are still tracking it. Well, here's what the Pac-12 did.
Yeah. That's as big a choke in our generation.
Yeah, it really dwarfs any one game, right?
Yeah.
Because it's going to impact everything we don't know how long, but certainly for 5 years. Maybe something would have come along in the next TV deal and blown it up. Just
maybe
a
so.
massive reorganization. But it didn't have to happen right now.
No. I mean, they easily, the LA schools were going to go. See you later. Goodbye.
But the other 10 could have had their deal and still been playing.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of being spread out.
Right. And the majority of the integrity of the conference could have been maintained. I mean, and if you wanted to, San Jose State and SMU, come on in.
Yep.
Boom. Settled. We're done.
Well, they could have taken schools from the Big 12.
They could have, but you got the California presence, Southern Cal, close enough, and SMU throwing around money like it's going out of style, and that gives you the Dallas market. I realize you had it with TCU, but it gives you a stronger stronghold in that area. I mean, you're always going to be fighting Texas and the Cowboys, in
It's
that
just
state.
the way it is.
Yeah.
But at least you have a foothold.
Yeah.
And you have a foothold that has a ton of money and is interested in spending it.
Right?
Yeah.
What a freaking no-brainer.
And yet.
Yes. I would have taken Long Beach, start a football program if you want it closer.
Hey, dirtbags, we need some help here.
Yeah. Right? You're pretty good in volleyball and got some other sports going for you.
Yeah.
Start a football program. Go play at, there's a community little football stadium they got there that the city owns, that some of the LA schools that used to play high schools and big games. And we could have gone on. And it's not like, oh, well, Oregon and Washington, they went for the money. They ain't getting the money.
No, they went just to go.
Yeah.
We'll take less.
Right.
Give us a half share. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah. And that half share, that's the same thing. And then you don't have all these people flying all over the place.
Well, then Cal and Stanford joined the ACC.
And then, and Cal and the ACC.
That really.
And that's a place, those two institutions, they're always fighting an uphill battle for attention. Well, at least you had Oregon coming to town. You had SC coming down. And now you got you got Pittsburgh coming to town? That's going to do it for you?
No, Cal and UCLA had a good thing going. USC and Stanford had a good thing going. And now suddenly you got Pitt and Vatech coming to town, and it doesn't make any sense. BC's going to be here. Yawn.
Right.
You know?
Hey, Wake Forest, baby.
And you got to go there.
You got the 49ers sitting right there just gobbling up all the oxygen in the room, and now you got to market the Syracuse game.
Yeah.
Doesn't resonate at all.
Right. I mean, I get why they did it. It was desperation time. But it just didn't have to happen. So for me, that's one of the biggest chokes that I have seen in a good while.
Don't tell the networks we're worth $50 million when the networks are like, no.
Not even close.
Yeah. Now, you can argue for BYU, this is awesome.
Oh, sure.
And to have Utah in there, and then you beat them the first year, and it goes down as a legendary thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so you wanted the collapse of the Pac-12 on multiple levels. And I know BYU and Utah, they're fans. Get them out of there. Utah's not grateful. We don't want to be in BYU's conference. But yet, did you ever see their athletic director walk out on the field during a play against Oregon State?
Anybody else? Literally, whoever you said next, the answer is no.
Yeah.
It's happened one time.
Right. And in the post game, Kyle smacking a chair. Did that ever happen against Cal? Arizona? What am I missing here?
I can remember a painful loss against Cal, and there's a lot of frustration, but it wasn't anything like that.
No.
The running back running the wrong way at the goal line or at the 1 yard line right at the end of the game, ready to win it.
I was at the goal line at that
time. Right. And you would think if anything was going to prompt that kind of response, it'd be that. Yeah. And it didn't prompt that. I mean, there's frustration.
Oh, yeah. And
but
Kyle.
Not to that level.
I heard Kyle say, blah, blah, we'll take a timeout, blah, 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 blah. I mean, he was like 10 yards away. I could hear him because I could see his face. And then they call a timeout right there. I didn't hear what the referee thought he heard or what he said because his back was to me. But I was on the sideline then, and I heard Kyle give the instruction of when he wanted the time. The referee mangled the timeout, so they called time. He didn't want the timeout then, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, there was not near the frustration. And that, this is a rivalry for the ages, people. And I've been on the outside looking in. I'm on the inside looking in now. But I've been on the outside, I worked in two other markets in sports that had, in Arizona and Los Angeles, that had those rivals. And this puppy is right there. And so you could say there's some argument. And I had, what was it, that year? Well, it all came together real quick. Did they have they played a year knowing they were going to go in a conference? I know BYU had two, but the Colorado and the two schools in state, they had a year knowing they were going, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, they had the full season.
So it would have been, they're still members of the Pac-12. I had someone from Arizona State that I've known for a good long time tell me, this is going to be awesome for us. And this is when they sucked.
Mm-hmm.
right? They're going through the literal worst stretch ever in the history of the program. And he said that we have a real good chance to take off in football in this conference, unlike any time we did in the 5 years in the Pac-10/12.
Because in the Pac-10/12, they saw USC and Oregon as major roadblocks, and there was nobody
and
with
Washington.
And there's nobody with that powerful a brand,
right,
and that decades-long success,
yeah,
and all that cash
Yeah.
standing in their way.
Right.
Now, that could be changing. Maybe Texas Tech does have all that cash, but they don't have the brand power that comes with the 10, 20, 30, 40 years of winning.
Right. Yes. And he said that to me. He said, we are ecstatic. And then sure as crap, they win the thing their first year. And they have a remarkable season that goes down as one of the top 10, top whatever seasons. But I still wonder, and I didn't ask him, maybe next time I see him because he's still employed there, he'll probably say, no, we're grateful to be here. And they've hit Texas in recruiting hard, and I think they have the most commitments for kids that are going into their senior year in football. And I think they have like 14, 16, 15, somewhere in there, commitments already. And half of them are from Texas. Yeah. So maybe for them.
The league's got a huge presence there.
Yeah.
They got the 4 schools there. You're playing there.
And it's not that far away.
Right. And you're already recruiting there, and then you just accelerate it, which we heard the same thing from the local schools here.
And obviously you are 8-10 hours closer to that state from Arizona than you are to Utah. And maybe we'll look back in 10, 15 years. We don't even know what will exist then.
No.
We might look back and say, wow, this was a bonanza for this school and this school. And, well, man, this hurt this school and that school. Who knows?
Well, so many things come together. I mean, partly it's the realignment, but partly it's getting the right coach and local guy, alum. Never underestimate the power of hiring the right people. But maybe circumstances did conspire to tee it up for him a little bit.
I'd say all of the above type of thing, too. You have to, you got to hire the right folks, but they've got to take advantage of whatever that situation presents. So they've benefited from that.
So who deserves the choke sign in your world? I was actually going to go to Halliburton. He got off the hook, but he did that choke sign, which is what's prompted all of this, and he thought he'd won the game. And he tied it. If they lose that in overtime, that hits.
Well, that's
that lands
even better.
Really, that lands really
anybody can do
differently.
the choke when the little roller goes through your legs and the winning run scores. No, he called his choke.
That's not what was happening. He thought he'd won the game. Although
Watch me do this.
Isn't that a little bit like the overrated chant? Because the Knicks aren't the only team they've done that to. They've done that now to 4 teams in 4 different series. So put on the other guy. That's your greatness. It's not them gagging.
No, but that's part of the deal, too. That's salt in the wound type thing.
Well, there's no doubt about that. There's that. But it's like...
That's sweeter.
Yeah. The fact they've done it 4 times...
I think we should see it more. I want the choke sign more. That's like the ultimate disrespect.
It is.
You are questioning the other person's man or womanhood in the case of Caitlin Clark. Yeah. No, when you have a big lead like that, sure, that's your greatness, but you had to have choked too. I think you can have both.
They've done it 4 times. It says something about them.
Yeah, but the other team wilting. And it remains to be seen. Maybe they choke. And
they get up 3-1, and then Barkley's wrong, and he's been wrong in a few thousand predictions.
And then
Oklahoma City does
and we have
come
Lou
back.
Dort just slapping the choke sign on those guys.
Lou Dort, you're devil, baby.
Alex Caruso. It doesn't seem like that's in SGA's personality. That's why
No, it doesn't.
That's why I didn't go with him.
No, but Caruso's feisty. I could see him doing
Yeah.
it. I don't know about Lou Dort though.
I don't know. He just came to mind.
Yeah, because he's your
Not
son.
really. I don't get caught up in that.
Maybe Holmgren.
Chet?
Yeah.
Chet's a wannabe OG, isn't he?
Yeah, see.
Dude, you're from Minnesota. Knock it off.
DJ PK, Pablo Mastrani, RSL head coach, joins us next. Bob Casper from the US Open at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got reports of a grass fire in Centerville this morning near Parish Lane, causing slowdowns from Farmington on into Centerville on southbound I-15. I-15 throughout the Salt Lake Valley is moving great into downtown if you're beyond that. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With the KSL Traffic Update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Siakam absolutely is the key to this finals. If Indiana stands a chance, Siakam's going to have to dominate.
We have talked about the Jazz's all-in trade for Mike Conley and it being the wrong player. The Pacers made an all-in trade for Pascal Siakam, and it was the exact right player. Good for them. That's great general manager work. That's great front office work. When it's your time to push your chips in, are you playing the right hand? And the Pacers are showing they played exactly the right hand.
They turned an expiring Paul George contract into Tyrese Halliburton.
It's what we've talked about. You have to keep asset value alive.
Yeah.
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You get Lauri Markkanen. That doesn't mean Lauri Markkanen has to be the payoff. Maybe the guy you trade Lauri Markkanen for is the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the asset value you have to keep alive, though, and you can't let it drop too much, which is why I think there's absolutely a good chance that Lauri gets traded this summer.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oregon Steel. Friday, June 13th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined now by Pablo Mastroni, RSL head coach. Pablo, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Pablo, it was a long month of May, but the calendar's turned to June, and I could not help but notice as the winless streak stretched out how resolutely positive you have become. And I'm wondering how much of that is just your nature and how much of that is you think you really have to concentrate on it, because in a game where one bounce of the ball off a round post can impact everybody's mood a lot, if you don't stay upbeat, like golf, the bad stuff can pile up really quickly. And so how much of this is really you thinking, I've got to be this guy in this minute?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, DJ. I think a good way, and what I've learned over the years is looking at things objectively. And, oftentimes, results are definitely emotional. Obviously, everyone feels, wins and losses. And that's why we play this game, is to win. And the joy that comes from winning and all the sacrifice you put into it to get the results. But then you look at it objectively, and it's like, are we putting ourselves in positions to win games? And for me, the answer is yes. We're creating a lot of great chances. And like you said, against LA, we had 4 big chances, 2 off the post. And some of those are fortune. Some of that is just execution in that final third. But at the end of the day, the metric that I use for any team is commitment. It's belief. And I see that in the way the guys are working. And so, that's what keeps me positive, is that we're right there. And it's really the last piece that we got to put together. And oftentimes when you're in a bad run of form from a results perspective, it starts to creep into the group. But I've been so blessed to be working with guys that believe that we can turn this around, that show up every day and give 100%. And I know that, in trying times like I was when I was a young player, I look towards the older players and see how they're feeling, right, to get my cue as to how I should behave and feel and train. But guys like, Jay Glad and Rafa have been steadfast in what we're doing and have exemplified that on the training field every day. So that's what keeps me optimistic. That's what keeps me positive. And at the end of the day, there's only one way, and that's forward.
Isn't that the trick of every coach in every sport, virtually at every level, in terms of when to pat him on the back and when to kick him in the butt?
Yeah, no, you're right, PK. What I learned early on as well, and I had a lot of conversations with Bruce Arena, just observed him as a coach over the years when I played under him. And, it's when times are tough and you're not getting the results, it's not the right time to get hard on the guys, right? It's about instilling belief, a vision, and working every day. I think when you start getting results, the tendency is to kind of let your foot off the gas a little bit, and that's the time to really double down and be hard on the guys. And so it's more art than science, and obviously the makeup of the group has a lot to do with that. I think older, experienced guys understand what you're talking about and can take a little bit more heat, whereas a younger group, you have to tread cautiously because, again, emotionally, I think they're a little bit more fragile than the older guys.
Diogo Gonzalez wasn't on the last trip, and he had an injury, and there was rehab from injury, but then the last trip seemed like a different thing, and you were explaining that earlier this week at training. And was that a case of coming back from an injury, which is a factor? He's a designated player making more money. That's a factor. The results aren't good in May. That's a factor. And so everybody is just a little too fired up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's absolutely right. I think it's all those variables that kind of led to that one moment, right? I think as a team, what we kept talking about is urgency, and urgency in the way we train, urgency in the discipline that we show off the field, on the field, all these little things, and that reality collided with a player who'd been out for 8 days, and we're getting ready to go to this trip, and obviously, we're not looking at it from his perspective. We're looking at it from our perspective, right? And I don't think that was fair. And so the great thing is in the last 2 weeks, Diogo has been really bright, fantastic attitude, has been back to his and I think it was preseason form where I thought, man, he is firing on all cylinders. And there's a feeling of that same type of form where he's really sharp in training, scoring goals, vocal, just really clean with his technique and making good plays with his teammates. And so I feel really optimistic. And, sometimes in life you have to go backwards to go forwards again. And I think that I hope that this moment for not only Diogo, but for the rest of the group it follows that type of ideology where, we've been walking, we had to go back for quite some time. But now it's really about putting it all together, taking the experiences that we've gone through in the first part of the season, and both with spirit and work, manifesting some greatness up ahead.
Yeah, and I think three guys take off for various other obligations. What happens when they come back individually? Is it seamless?
That's a great question, PK. We have these conversations as well. Obviously Diego Luna's out, and he's been a huge part of our thing. I think teams morph, in these moments, and the important thing is it depends on where we're at as a team, both results and emotionally, right? So if this group of guys really gets clicking, the onus is on me to make sure that I keep the continuity whilst integrating the other guys in. It's not black and white. I think you got to drip the guys in, depending on how the results are going. So, again, another more art than science piece. But, again, the players like Ojeda, Dom, Diego, these guys are really important players for our group. And then also you have Emeka, who's our captain. And so how we bring those guys in, well, I think the run of form will kind of dictate as to how quickly they get back integrated in the group. But again, these four players are really important for us.
So Gozo's really interesting over there on the right wing. I mean, he's an 18-year-old, and I thought when I first saw him play, well, I see why they like him, and I've heard people talk about him, but man, he's 18, and this is going to take a while. So then you don't play him for a while, and it turns out for a while was thinking we'll check back in 2 years, when really it was check back in 2 months. Mm-hmm. And so there have been a lot of opportunities. The ball's off the post. It's right at the keeper. And watching him on some of these breakaways, I think it's something I've heard you say, and other coaches have said it too. The veteran is settled and is quiet and picks out a side and scores. But, man, when you're a teenager, the heart is pumping. And in that moment, the adrenaline's really kicking in. And at that moment, the adrenaline isn't your friend.
Right.
We've seen young guys and the way you bring them along, and it's partly the way they're coached and partly it's just them. Mm-hmm. How quickly do you think he'll blossom? Because I think everybody sees there's something there, and everybody knows, well, he's 18, and the question is when. Yeah, no, that's a great question, DJ. And like your point earlier as to how much he played, right? Like, I didn't know it was going to be a couple months later he was going to get another crack and then go on a run of games where he started. Like, I had no idea. The universe knew all along. I had no idea. So, it's the same thing with his ability to finish. And one thing I do know about attacking players is
confidence is a huge role. So in other words, when you're flying and you're scoring goals, that goal is like 10 yards wider and like 15 feet higher. You can't miss, and that's the eyes getting big when you're a young player and the ball's coming and you're getting chased from behind. But when you start scoring goals, you start to experience the game at a slower level. Everything comes more instinctively. And so, I think with Gozo, the one thing that I always say, and it's the same thing that the conversation I had with Luna is, okay, so if on the day you're not scoring goals and assisting, how are you helping the team win? And his industry is world class. The amount of high speed running, I think he had over 1,000 meters of high speed running against Galaxy. And so those are kind of the things that I'm talking about as a team is we want Gozo to score goals. We want Luna and all these guys, but on the day when it's not happening, how are you contributing? And so that's why, for me, it's what keeps younger players in the team longer, because they're actually contributing. And as to when he's going to, finally hit the back of the net consistently, well, nobody knows, right? Nobody knows. But one thing that we've been focusing on diligently as a staff and as a team is really working that final third, because, and I've said this before, where, when you get to that last 20 yards of field, right, the spaces are smaller, there's more players. So if that's the case, that means there's less time. And so when you're trying to make a play in that area of the field, time is your greatest, it's the greatest impediment, right? So you have to almost behave from instinct. You have to know all these things. And players with experience have the ability to operate from instinct. And these younger players are now developing their instinct in their second nature. So, I think it's going to take some time, but I'm really optimistic about what, Gozo can bring to our team in the near future and for the long run, because he's been fantastic.
In preparation of having you on, I always try to think of questions like a day or two before, because you always give some great answers, and you just took my steam away from my next question. It was instinct or technique? So I think you already answered that. So I'll move on to my next question, and stay with me on this. I think you'll see the point. You may not see it at the start. I think one of the frustrations, you're in the entertainment field, right? It's sports is the hook, but it's about entertainment from the fans. And I think one of the frustrations with the fan base this year is guys that we were starting to get accustomed to leave the team and the program, right? Now, where I'm going with this is tomorrow night they're doing an honor for the Ring of Honor for Nick Raimondo, right? Legendary guy in the league, national team, blah, blah, blah. But also the fans really had an identity with the guy, right? And so he's going to be honored, and longtime fans, they want to see, we had it so many years with the Jazz, right? The guys, Jerry Sloan and the players and Stockton Malone, blah, blah, blah. And there was this great identity. And now you got the ownership who had the team at the time. I'm wondering how much they will understand that and maybe be able to implement that, because I think from the fan perspective, we want our guys, and Raimondo is one of our guys. And so how much do you think this ownership will be able to understand that, to have that continuity that can maybe stay, and there can be that identity that the fans can relate to and just help everybody be better?
Yeah, what a great question, PK. First, Raimondo and I started together in Miami, so I'm so fortunate to have cross paths with him. He's a fantastic person, unbelievable goalkeeper, and I agree with your sentiments. And I know that the Miller family agrees with those same sentiments. Obviously, the proof is in the pudding when they own the Jazz, and how remarkable that team was, and perennial playoff contenders. And I think the one thing that that they've made really clear is that they want to build a team similar to what you just spoke about, something the fans can hang on to, because the stars will be here. The stars want to stay here, and that's really important for them. They want to build, again, a team that everyone in the community can really hang on for years, and it's not just switching players out because because we want to sell them. So I think every player situation is going to be different, but the philosophy, I think, moving forward is going to be like, we want consistency, and I think you made that point. And I think to be successful year after year, you have to have a core of players that are reliable, that can grow together, that understand their different their different cliques, and I think that's how you build a successful team. So I'm so grateful that the Miller family has joined. I think this is just a bit of change, and it's different, I think, when you have local ownership, right? So they come to the games, they want the same thing. They're fans. They want the same thing that we all want, which is to win. And, I think they're going to go about it a little differently and build some continuity within the group. Hopefully keep a lot of these young players that are developing under our watch, that are doing a great job. And just imagine what a guy like Diego Luna could be, if he was at the club for 10 years, and how good he could be, and how exciting it would be for the fans to have somebody that they saw, when they started their career, and 10 years later, he's still here and leading the club and is one of the perennial MLS All-Stars. And so I think there's a lot of great things ahead. I think this is a bit of a transition year with not only the player change from last year, but also ownership. And so I think, we're navigating these waters, and whilst it's difficult, I'm really optimistic about what lies ahead.
I believe the Millers will implement the philosophy that you and PK are talking about. I think that they are looking to get some really good players that fans really identify with and try to keep them here over a long period of time. And maybe Diego Luna will be one of those guys. But I think if we go back a year, Pablo, and you can confirm as many parts of this story as you want, Andres Gomez was becoming one of those guys. Mm-hmm. But I think he really wanted to go to Europe. And when the offers started coming in, when he started blowing up, he didn't play as well because he knew he'd made it. He'd reached his individual goal. And I heard that the previous ownership thought differently than the conversation we're just having, but even they thought, wow, this is a little too much. We probably shouldn't be selling him. But I heard when that was expressed to you, you were like, no, selling him is the right thing for this individual case because it's what he wants. And now he's achieved it. He's not going to play the same way for the club. That industry you were talking about earlier, that the work ethic, just the relentless 60, 70, 80-yard sprints, it's not going to be the same.
Right.
So, yes, I think the management, to PK's point, is going to have the ownership is going to have a different attitude, but it's still not going to apply to every guy. Some young guys are going to have to come through and move because that's what's in their head and that's what's in their heart. And they're only on 3-year deals, man. The players have a lot of power. People move very quickly in soccer. It's not the best thing for the club, but it's the way the business works.
Right. No, I think that's a great point, DJ. That's actually a really sophisticated perspective. I think, and that's why it's not all one basket or the other. Every case is going to be individual. But I think like when we as a coaching staff and front office staff, we talk about who are the guys that you want to build around for from the current group, and the way I kind of look at it is if you have 7 guys that are consistent, RSL players year after year after year, and then you have 4 guys that are kind of like this development, they have some potential, but as long as you keep the consistency in the core of the group and, 7 players that you're relying on year in and year out that are very, very talented, that have decided this is my home. I want to grow this brand alongside the fans and alongside the club. Like that's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And then you have four players, maybe 4 different positions, where you have this, like, I might want to go to Europe. But as long as you have that consistency of the core players, I feel like that's okay. And every one of those cases is going to be different. And so, it's part player, but it's part, the club offering them a situation where they can feel comfortable about being here over the long term and in an environment that we create as coaches that is rich, that allows for growth. So a lot of things have to, be aligned. But I think if we identify 6-7 players that we feel like, man, this is a great base to really leap forward with, and then you have the 2, 3, 4 players that can come in and they're young and they may have aspirations of going to Europe. I think you can achieve all these things. You can build a consistent perennial playoff team. I think you can create an environment for these young guys to go to Europe without dismantling the team, right? And without so much change. And so, like I said, it's been a tough process, but I think we've learned a lot in the last, year and a half. Selling, a couple players and a couple players leaving the team. And so, we use those experiences to continue to create best practices moving forward.
Pablo, we appreciate it as always. Good luck out there Saturday. And remember that even if it's hot, it's not 110. And Phoenix is going to be 110 Sunday. So,
all right, guys.
All
Great
right.
talking to you.
We'll talk to you.
Sure, thank you.
Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, joining us right here on The Zone.
I think that is so important. Seeing Reggie Miller in a Pacers jersey.
Yes.
And then sure enough, Raimondo doing what they're doing here. I mean, everybody can. You can be a casual fan. Oh, Beckerman, Raimondo. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. And we had these guys, and where'd they go? I'm looking around. Where are they? And the team's not doing it well.
Yeah.
And the Millers come in, and it's like, you got to get back to that and grow that. And plus, he just gives the greatest answers when you ask him a real question.
He does, but what you say, he believes.
Right.
And I know from a side conversation when a comment was made by somebody, and later on he was talking, he said, "Did you hear that?" I'm like, "I did." And he's like, because a fan was expressing that very sentiment,
right.
And basically, and you'll love this part, man, because you like to hold people accountable and let's set the highest bar. Being a playoff team, yes, RSL wants/needs to be a playoff team. I mean, because if you're not, you're in the bottom 40% of the league. But that alone is not enough. And the nature of the sport, nobody wins all the time. So to say you have to win the MLS Cup every year, look at the league. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. So what's the sweet spot? And I think it's like soccer has a lot in common with college sports. They change the competitions and all that, and they're just like the way they change conferences. But the way it's set up right now, the top 7 to 10 teams qualify for the Champions Cup. That's where the bar needs to be, because that puts you in the top quarter to third of the league. And that's something you can control year in and year out. We're seeing Seattle and LAFC. They can meet that bar 2 years out of 3, 3 years out of 4, more often than not. I think that's where the new ownership needs to set the bar for the club. And live with that. And then, the MLS Cups will come, the time you'll win on penalties instead of losing on penalties. It happens. I know people are frustrated the last 2 years, but when they won the MLS Cup, they won in the conference final and in the final on penalties. Stuff happens. But stay in the top quarter to third and keep qualifying for the Champions Cup. Because if you do that, you probably have a core of players. You don't just have one Justin Glad. You have your Javier Morales and Chris Wingard and Nat Borchers and names that still resonate with, Hamilton Olave, who stayed in the organization. Those names resonate. And you're right. People want to go out and they want to see their guys. And now you see the jerseys out there and people are going to the store and they're buying them, but like that player's gone, that player's gone. And where I sit, you look down and you see all the jerseys, you see the names on the back. Moved on. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy.
Yeah, you sit above the people. I get it. It's sort of metaphoric there.
Top level. Yeah. 4th floor.
Right, yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Bob Casper, Real Golf Radio co-host at the US Open. Birdies and eagles are falling. Bogeys are also being collected. And the leaderboard is starting to change. We'll talk with Bob about that coming up in 10 minutes right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Things are free and clear on I-15 coming in northbound or southbound as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City. 215's east and west side belts are also looking at good speeds, no delays or crashes. There is some slowing on southbound Legacy Parkway in Centerville, however. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz.
Woo!
Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Hey Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Say
That's your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you can win tickets to the Monster Jam World Finals, July 4th and 5th at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Don't miss the biggest Monster Jam event of the year with the finals coming to Utah for the first time. Tickets are on sale now. Ticketmaster.com. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. NBA playoffs continue tonight. Game 4. You got a question up here on Facebook. And I guess we can update this again next week. We'll have a couple more games from these series in the books then. NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. Which has entertained you more? Which finals have been better? Does this just come down to somebody's fandom? They played high school hockey, so they say Stanley Cup.
I think I don't know that it exclusively comes down to that. I think it comes down to it to a degree, certainly, and degree is depending on the individual. But if you can step back, which one has been more thrilling?
The NBA Finals have been interesting, and Game 1 was scream at the TV entertaining. But I think the Stanley Cups had 3 games. They had one game that was bizarro. The phrase lost the plot never applied better than it did to that game. But the other 3 have just been incredibly, these two teams going back to back in the finals now, you can really feel they do have respect for each other. They also loathe each other, and they want the same thing, and they are just scrapping. It's just been such a fine margin.
So you're going
games.
hockey?
I'd go hockey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you go over to the arena one time and saw, hey, this is really a big deal. I need to get on board. Is that what you're doing?
Well, I did.
Does Fulton know you want his job?
But already, I don't want his job. Mike can have his job.
Because I'll tell him.
I tried to get him on the show. He was out of town, though. But
this is his time.
I know. Yep.
Get him on when it's done. Reflect upon it at that point.
Yeah.
If you want to go hockey, fine. Yeah, and because you can have, but the opportunity there for overtime statistically is much greater.
It does. Yeah, it is. But the fact that they get there with a goal with 19 and a half seconds to go and all that.
Okay, yeah.
And this has been a good finals. And I know the viewership's way down. Well, that's because nobody hates these teams. Yes, the big market can drive the ratings, but the star who creates a visceral reaction, positive or negative, the Cowboys, people hate the Cowboys, so they're on all the time. People hate the Lakers, so they're on all the time.
But I don't think that hockey allows for that, though.
No, I'm talking about that's what basketball's missing, why the ratings are down. Not because I think the quality of the basketball is good. I think they've got young, but because they're young emerging stars.
Flying, you know what the ratings are.
I know, but I think a lot of people go
nuts.
to that, it sucked and nobody watched. Nobody watched because people don't hate these teams yet. Now, if these teams get on a roll and make multiple appearances, people will hate them and the ratings.
If I like a song, do I have to worry about, it didn't crack Casey Kasem's top 40?
No, it works the other way in music, because in music, it's like, well, I like everything.
I'm cool?
You like the indie stuff, so I know stuff nobody knows, so it's cool. Yeah, exactly.
You like what you like. You watch what you watch. Who cares if your neighbor's watching it? It never made any sense to me.
If you want to watch highlight, you watch highlight.
Whatever it might be.
Highlight getting the second shout out of the week.
Yes, I'm telling you, man. I loved watching Love American Style growing up.
Love American Style, yeah.
Yeah. No, what I watch, these days now, I flick on particularly this week, I'm finding other forms of entertainment. I like watching the fights.
What are you talking about?
Come on, we had it as recently as last night.
Game 3, Stanley Cup.
That has nothing to do with sports, my friend.
Oh, got it. Okay,
you knew it was coming. It happened over there. We got to do it here. Sure enough. Yeah, I find that entertaining. That's what I've been watching.
Okay. Tony says this year they've both been entertaining. Well, that's true. That's why it's a good question. Which one's been better? They have both been good.
We got to have a winner and loser in all things, man.
There you go. DJ and PK, it's not. I'll put a poll question up. We'll have a winner and loser by the end of the show. When we come back, US Open, round 2 underway. Bob Casper is there. The leaderboard is changing. Guess who's making the charge? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Echo Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Register for Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics, brought to you by PB Fit. Whether you're a beginner interested in learning basketball basics or an advanced player wanting to hone your skills and techniques, there's a camp for you. Let's go! All kids ages 4 to 17 are welcome. You'll get the chance to learn directly from Utah Jazz Camps and Clinics coaches and jazz personalities at select camps at various locations throughout Utah, even the Jazz practice facility. If you love the Jazz and the game of basketball, this is an opportunity you can't miss out on. Register for your spot now at jazzyouth.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
And what kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore. And I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
If your roof needs repair or replacement, do it now during SNS Roofing's huge spring sale. 12 months interest-free financing. Get the best value on the highest quality roofing job in Utah. Dial pound 250, then say SNS Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This U.S. Open update is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Siegfried and Jensen. And now, Real Golf Radio's Bob Casper.
DJ PK, and here comes Bob Casper from Oakmont, Pittsburgh, PA, hosting the U.S. Open. Bob, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well. This course is yielding more birdies than I would have expected or was led to believe. I'm finding this entertaining. Guys are making moves. They're making eagles. They're following up with double bogeys. We've seen a couple players go through that here in the first couple days. Makes for exciting golf. Are we going to keep seeing more of it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of it because this golf course just chews them up and spits them out. You know, you get guys that start playing extremely well, and then all of a sudden, you know, they start backing up. Case in point, Brooks Koepka, who was 1 under par and clipping along pretty good, only one back, and now he's even for the day. So it just happens on this golf course. It's a razor's edge. It's a fine edge, and the greens are extremely difficult. And yeah, it's just tough. You just see these guys struggling, and it's cool to watch. I like it.
Listening to Jordan Spieth talk about it after his round, and he's saying, hey, you know, if you're off kilter a little bit and hit in the rough, it's essentially a penalty stroke, and you've got to deal with it. Do you think in this situation going forward now, as even if the fairway doesn't get literally tighter, as the pressure mounts, it gets figuratively tighter, that may cause guys to be cautious then?
Yeah, you know, PK, that's a good observation because, you know, I sit here and think about it on myself as to what and how I would play it. And it becomes really, really tough to go ahead and swing at it and let it go. You know, guys are frustrated. I know Scotty Scheffler's frustrated because he's missing a lot of drives left and he's having to pitch out and lay up short. And, you know, he's currently at 5 over par. And I think that will make the cut. I think it's going to be 6 or 7 probably, but he's got to get it in the house and to be able to make the cut. Tony Finau's 1 under for the day through his first 9 holes. And he's currently at 5 over par, so he's got to play that front nine pretty strong. Whether it's even par from here in or not, he's got to play it pretty strong. So, yes, it does narrow it down. The only thing that's going to help them is moisture tomorrow, maybe later in the day today, moisture tomorrow and Sunday that will allow them to keep the ball in the fairway. And then when they keep the ball in the fairway, the greens will be receptive enough that guys can score a little bit better.
You know, we all draw on our own experiences, and there's a lot of people listening to this who, shoot 85 or 90 or whatever, and they're thinking, well, why don't these guys just hit irons? But this course is too long, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 7,400 yards approximately, and there's a lot of uphill and a lot of downhill to it. So the holes that are playing uphill are very, very tough, like the third hole. It's got the church pew bunkers down the left-hand side, and it narrows down pretty good. And if you wanna try and take those on and fit it up into that narrow section, you're gonna have a shorter club in 8, 9 iron. But if you decide you're gonna lay it back and keep it right of those 2 or 3 bunkers down the right-hand side, then you're gonna have 190 yards in, and it's a different type of a shot. So you got to pick your poison, and that's what this place is all about.
With this place being all about that, as you say, is this the epitome of let it go and don't worry about what you just did? All your focus needs to be on what you're going to do next?
Well, I think that's also part of what the USGA tries to do with their statement is to get all your clubs dirty in a round. And the other statement is get that 15th club, that space between your ears. They want to tax that. They want to see how you're going to accept, stuff that goes wrong in a round or accept stuff that goes good in a round and see see how you're able to focus on the task at hand or the shot at hand or the putt at hand. And so, yes, I think that's very much a huge part of what is happening this week just through the first couple of rounds.
I think Victor Hovland is going through what a lot of people are going through. He started off great, couple of birdies. He eagled 17. He started on the backside. So he's 400 for the day, and he man, you got to feel like you're dominating at that, but you got the course by the tail. So after that eagle, the very next hole he bogeys. He goes to 1, he birdies. He goes to 2, it's double bogey. I mean, such a roller coaster. Can you really flush when you step onto the third tee? Can you really flush out the last 4 holes and think that didn't happen? I mean, if he'd made 4 straight pars, it'd be the same thing, same score, same number.
Yeah, and so it's kind of interesting that you say that because Colin Morikawa, okay, he's playing with Victor Hovland and with Scotty Scheffler. Colin Morikawa through 9 holes or 10 holes had 10 straight pars. Okay, just playing consistent golf all the way through. Then on the 11th hole, which is number 2, he ends up 3-putting for bogey. Now he hits it in the fairway on 3, hits it in the middle of the green, or hits it just over the back of the green, chips it down, and now he chips it across over the green and down off the front of the green. So it's looking like he's going to make another bogey. So, you know, you try and play conservative, and you try and keep the ball in play, and you try and wear out making a bunch of pars, and then all of a sudden you've got these couple little things that happen, and pretty soon you're 2 over par, 3 over par, and it's going the wrong direction. It's pretty crazy.
How about on Sunday, then? You'll see more guys that will just simply have to go for it if they want to make a run, so they'll have to leave the conservatism off to the side because of the situation?
Yeah, and I think it probably might be a little bit easier for them to do it because of the moisture that we're looking at getting on Saturday and Sunday. So, the greens are going to be a little bit more receptive. Guys are going to be able to hit it a little bit closer to the hole. They're still going to have to deal with how fast the greens run and everything like that. But it makes the golf course definitely easier when you've got the moisture in the golf course that allows guys to do some scoring.
How close to the front do you have to be to win? Because we know guys are going to back up. There's going to be a bunch of bogeys out there. So you mentioned like Scheffler if he makes the cut, but at 5 over, I mean, how close does he have to be?
Well, Johnny Miller, I think, was
not even in the top 10.
No, he was like 6 back.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 6 back and shot 63, and that's what you're going to have to do if you get that far back. You're going to have to shoot a career round, 63, 64, something like that, and see what the guys in front of you do. And you know, the guys in Johnny's year in 73, they kind of came back towards him a little bit. So, too far back, maybe 5 or 6 shots, but the guy that wants to make up a lot of ground is going to have to do it with a phenomenal score on a Sunday.
You know what always amazes me, Bob, is these guys, their bags always look totally clean. I mean, by the 3rd time I play, my bag is all scuffed up. How do their bags always look so shiny?
Well, they don't hit their bags all the time with their golf clubs after they've hit a bad shot or anything like that. These guys have a caddy to keep it nice and clean and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's just the other thing is each one of the manufacturers, they make a golf bag for each major championship.
Oh.
So everything's brand new. Everything's brand new when they play that week. And they're themed for the US Open, the British Open, the Open Championship, Augusta.
Jeez.
They're all themed bags. Then at the end of the week, what they do is they get the player to sign it and they use it for charity work, or a player can keep the bag, sign it, and use it for his type of charity work too. So these guys are carrying brand new bags at major championships.
So can you get me a bag and then have Hi PK, Love Tiger?
I could maybe do something like that, but I think you might have to have about $100,000 if you want to get it.
Okay, DJ, here's where you come in.
You laughed way too hard, Bob. You know, I'm very disappointed in you, Bob.
But my thing is always the spur of the moment. It's never planned out.
I know.
Well,
it's still predictable.
He's throwing it on you now.
Yeah.
He wants the
Paycheck
bag,
is why I
but
live in
he's
Utah.
throwing it on you.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, throw it on you, throw it on me. We're just a couple of guys. This guy over here, oh, man. You've been around him.
Oh, no.
And he tries to hide it, but he can't.
You more than me.
The school $600,000. $600,000.
There you go.
Whoop-de-doo.
All tax deductible.
All right, Bob. Anybody you believe in anymore, having watched one day out there? Is anything you're like, oh, I wish I'd known this on Wednesday when I did the draft?
No.
Nope, apparently not. Bob's gone. He's off to save somebody $600,000.
Well, maybe Big Vic. And
I was going to say Sam Burns.
Oh, Sam Burns, you are there. We thought we lost you.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
But, there's a lot of guys. Chris Kirk is playing well. He's playing with Tony today. He's 3 under par for the day through 9 holes. There's a lot of guys in that -1 and -2 area. But, again, they're on that knife's edge of having some difficulty. So this is just going to be a really, really interesting finish and to see how it all works out.
The U.S. Open, survival of the fittest. That's what we're going to see here.
This one's going to be, yeah. You were talking about Jordan Spieth. He shot even par yesterday. He's 5 over for the day today through 11 holes. So that's how close you can be to having some difficulty here.
Yep. All right, Bob, go on, get back out on the course, enjoy some golf, and we will hear you later today here on The Zone.
Gotcha.
All right.
Take care.
Bob Casper, Brian Taylor all day long with updates from the U.S. Open and, of course, their show tomorrow morning right here on The Zone. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show, the baseball, the basketball, the hockey, and the golf. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Austin Ainge announces the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. They've got a lot of work, obviously. There's not just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of years to have to figure some things out. This is not a business-like position. This is a personnel position within the organization, and that is to say, hey, look, we have got to get the right personnel in the building. We've got to figure this thing out. We've got to find exactly where it is that we want to put ourselves.
This is a big loss for the Celtics. He played a big role in helping assemble the roster that they currently have. Brad Stevens runs the day-to-day operations of the Boston Celtics, and it says a lot that Brad could have sent Danny's son packing a long time ago if he didn't have value. Instead, he made him the assistant general manager. He helped build that roster that won an NBA championship last year. He has earned the place where he's at in the NBA today.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The moon was shining on the lake at night. Let's lay a t-shirt, fit the scene just
90 Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Talked a lot of basketball earlier today. Jazz fans, what do you want to do with the pick? Keep it or trade it? Obviously, going to be people falling in most camps, but I think most people want them to keep it. Don't get a top 5 pick that often. Just had a handful of them in club history.
That's a fact. Nor do you want a top 5 pick unless you rip somebody off in a trade.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
You don't have to have the bad season to suffer through it.
Right. Yeah, I think this one is imperative. This is the most important draft pick they've had in a long time.
Got to cash in. Got to find something.
I got to score. They got to score on this, yeah.
Brought up the 2011 draft because that's long enough now. You know, you had 14 years of evidence of how good the guys are or aren't. Kyrie Irving went 1, Derek Williams 2, Enes Kanter 3. Oops. And honestly, none of the top 8. I mean, Tristan Thompson, Jonas Valanciunas, John Vesley, Bismack Biyombo, Brandon Knight. Not really row of all-stars there, right?
Nothing.
More
nothing.
Kemba Walker was a nice player. He went 9.
Decent.
Jimmer 10, and Klay Thompson was on the board at 11.
And Klay Thompson should have gone second.
Yep. Kawhi Leonard went 15 after
he should have gone third, if not higher.
Alec
Maybe
Burks,
second.
Markieff Morris, and Marcus Morris.
Morris brothers weren't bad.
And especially if you draft them at 13, 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the best players in that draft, Kyrie Irving, Kemba Walker, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard. Nikola Vucevic was in that draft. He was okay. Oh, and Jimmy Butler. So there's a half dozen.
Bojan was on that.
He was the first pick in the second round.
He's a nice player.
Yeah, Reggie Jackson stayed in the league a long time. He was the 24th pick.
Mr. October, yeah.
Not that Reggie, but yeah.
That's funny. I was going through some pictures last night, and I just saw myself. I think I was 13 years old in a parking lot at Oakland after the A's played a doubleheader, getting my picture.
Oh, that picture from that story?
And you see Reggie, who was kind of snarling.
It's because he didn't want to sign any autographs, and then your mom dropped the name of his, I think someone he was dating then.
She was friends with his girlfriend's mother.
Oh, okay.
Back in her.
So she drops that name.
Yes, my mother worked in Harlem at City College of New York, and so she, at that time, a coworker's daughter was dating Reggie.
Dropped that name. He signs for you, but then he had to sign for everybody.
Yep. And he got. And so it took about an extra 20 to 30 minutes. And then I literally remember, by that time, though, the parking lot had cleared out, and he got in his sports car and squealed at about 100 miles an hour.
I got places to be.
I know.
Isaiah Thomas was also in that draft.
Okay.
So that's
Literally
7.
The last pick.
Yeah, that's 7 players there who made an all-star game or were all NBA or something.
So, and you got to get one of those, man,
Right.
if not 2.
Yeah, and there's 7 of those guys, and you're drafting 5 and 12.
And you're in the depths of a long, painful rebuild. And that's what makes it even more crucial.
Yeah.
It makes it literally imperative that you score on this one. Yeah, and the 5 pick is, I don't know if it's a reward, but it's a consequence of literally the worst season in
Club
organization history.
First 60 loss season ever, and they dropped 65.
Right, so if you add all those things in, this is, of all the picks you've ever had, this is the most important pick to get right. You've got to have something significant to show for all the crap that you ask the fans to go through. And you have new ownership who bought into the rebuild as soon as you had the ownership and has known nothing but losing.
And he grew up a fan, and he would like to win in his hometown now.
When have you had all those things, the confluence of each and every one of these aspects?
Way to drop an each and every there. You getting yourself ready for a football season?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought so. We go to enough of these press conferences, everybody has go-to lines.
Yeah.
And Kyle loves an each and every. Each and every.
Yeah. So does Bryson Barnes. Listen to him.
I wonder where he picked it up.
I
learned it from watching you, all right?
Like Retzlaff. The main thing. Well, if he ever talks again, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they've never had a situation like this. And I'm going to make it bigger than life.
So when do we think they're out of the drought? Is it getting back to the playoffs? Is it winning and advancing? Is it getting to a conference final?
I think that we will do like we saw with Quinn Snyder's group, that they make significant progress and then they bring in vets that can add to that. And at that point, we knew at the end of, I can't even remember, you're better with the years. We knew at the end of that season, it was go time the next year. And at media day, somehow I got a loan with Quinn Snyder and we're talking. And he had heard some stuff about me, so he was asking me some questions about what I had in personal life. And he looks at me and says, "Oh, man, this is going to be great for you guys this year." I look at him, what? What are you talking about? He says, "Well, if we do well, of course, but if we don't, then that's also
a story.
Because it's now, we're accountable now." And he was spot on.
No.
He was dead right.
It was 2016. They went 40-42. Had a good finish, but they missed Rudy for a big chunk of the first half of the year. But they finished strong.
Yeah.
And so that's and they turned out they won 51 games and they beat the Clippers in game 7.
Right.
Yeah.
And he told me that in September, and at that point we knew. So we've got to get to that point first. We're not going to when we come in here on Friday or Thursday, the 26th or whatever day that is, we're not going to know. We're just going to be speculating.
If we get Jay-Z on the show at some point, it'd be interesting to ask him because he had a media availability last year. I think it was at the All-Star break. And I was sitting there, and it was fairly, predictable. It was about what you'd expect, the questions, the answers, and all that. And then he brought up, unprompted, and it makes me think, well, this is the level that he wants to hold himself accountable to. Kind of like the soccer discussion I was having with you about getting to the playoffs isn't good enough. 60% of the league gets there. I mean, you want to get there because you want to be in the other 40. But winning it all, there's I don't want to say flukish, but there's some elements you can't really control. And you can stay in the top quarter to third.
Well, that's where they always throw the word contending in there.
Right. And what Jay-Z brought up, like the fact, right? 11, something you can hold on. And I just don't think he's the kind of guy who's just randomly bringing this kind of stuff up. I think he's thought about it, and I think he says it because it means something to him. And he said, hey, we haven't been to the conference finals. At that point, I think it was 17 years. But in 18 years. It was 2007. And that is a level, I think, where it's like, okay, you're near the top of the league, and everything's got to break your way. Maybe somebody else puts a super team together. They have a player who's so awesome that you've never had a chance to acquire.
But you're a heck of a team at that point.
Right.
You've had a good season.
Built something. You have stacked good decisions, as Austin Ainge said, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's a level Jay-Z, and he didn't. Then he went on and continued to answer the question. But the fact that he veered over and said that, hey, we haven't been to the conference finals since 07. And so that, I think, is when you know if they've had a good rebuild and done it right. Getting back to the playoffs, I'm sure they can get back to the playoffs. I'm sure they can make enough good decisions to do that. And that's not contending. So, and it's already been a while, though, to your point. And that's what you brought up. It's been a while here. It's 3 years. There's only 4 teams who've been in the lottery for a longer period of time.
And there's no light right now. No light at the end of the tunnel.
No.
I can't see it yet.
They're still
I'm still in the tunnel and it's still pitch dark.
Yeah. They're a step away from being a step away.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, they can get there. And this week, 2 weeks from now, goes a long way. And then maybe some other potential moves. And now, too, the young guys... George, what are you? Kessler, what are you? It's really, really go time for those guys. And I think that this year, too, I would say for Collier, because you've received such significant playing time, I'm not going to write your
no, I think
final
I like,
evaluation.
I like more what you said about the other guys. Now you're third and fourth year in the league, fourth year for Kessler, third year for Keontae George. And because Ainge is going to take Austin Ainge, Double A, is going to take the handcuffs off and let him win, you have to go provide some wins. There are going to have to be games where you play well and we come in the next morning and are like, Walker really got it done here. Keontae really contributed to a W.
Filipowski also.
Right. And
because those guys got a lot of playing time last year.
And Markkanen needs to get back to 2022-23 Markkanen.
When he's to play.
Yeah.
47 games.
Is not enough.
It's not, yeah.
But it doesn't sound like they're going to sit him. So now how much he plays is up to his
if he's on the team.
Health. Right.
I'm not
if
sure.
If they don't make a move. I'm with you. I don't think it's a guarantee.
I'm sort of in the 50-50 range.
But as we sit here right now, he's on the team, so you're accountable until you're traded.
Absolutely, yeah. And then you'll be accountable for the other team that you're playing for at that point, yeah. But the intrigue of the draft has got me excited, and then Double A saying we're not going to tank has got me way excited because that's obviously more fun. And if the losses come, okay, so be it. But this guy's just sitting over there, especially, and I know Locke doesn't like to talk about this, but it's a fact because the rest of us do. The affluent don't like to talk about money. The rest of us do. And they're getting paid millions to sit there. Something's wrong.
Not a good system.
No.
But it's the system we have. But not getting paid to sit there now. Get out there and win. How much can you contribute to winning? We talked a little hockey. Not much difference between the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. Another overtime game, third time in 4 games. Stanley Cup Finals tied 2-2 after the Oilers win 5-4. Roller coaster of a game. Down 3 goals after 1 period. Score 3 in the second. Tied the thing up. Chaos.
Yeah, it's funny watching that game. Once they got it to 3-1, then you got a shot. Then they get 3-2. It's like, oh, yeah, it's going to be tied.
They're going to do it.
It's
you can feel the
weird.
momentum, yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird.
But at 4-3, did you think they're going to win it, or did you think Tampa Bay was going to get one and get to overtime?
Well, no, not when they're down to 2-3, 1 minute to go. No, I thought it was going to be over. I thought they'll just, kill time, and then it didn't happen. And then once you get to overtime, it's like, okay, I got no idea.
Yeah.
Just, I'm going to watch it. And what was it, 10, 11 minutes go by and see what the heck happens.
There isn't much difference. The last Game 7 last year went double OT, and now 3 of these 4 have gone OT. There's just not much difference between these teams. Game 3 was an outlier. Who knows? Maybe they'll end up being the difference. Tom Brady's getting a 12-foot tall statue. How tall should Kyle Whittingham's statue be?
I don't think it should be that tall. It should just be buff.
Calves the size of Texas.
Accentuate the calves.
Yeah.
Accentuate the calves.
And that torso of his. Yeah, it's got to be solid.
Let's not forget that Tom Brady is 12 feet tall because he wore
number 12.
Yeah, well, Kyle was a linebacker. I don't know what he wore. 55. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what number.
59, I think. Actually.
59. Oh, I figured 50s is a linebacker, but he wasn't a linebacker for Utah. So you think they'll build a stat? They have no statues.
Yeah, I don't know what they'll do. They'll have to do something. I don't know. You can't name the field after every coach. Put a name up or something. Got to do something.
Well, they got 2 names. You can't have 3.
Yeah, I know.
He
I don't know
wore
what they're going to do.
59. That was his number.
It was 59? Yeah. Figure out something.
Kyle Whittingham Field at Rice Eccles Stadium.
That's too long. He'll get the Ring of Honor spiel.
Yeah.
I think the Ring of Honor is good enough. But the statues,
rank it. Jersey retirement, and then Ring of Honor, is that higher? And then the statue, that's the ultimate?
Jersey retirement, I think works better for basketball.
Got to be careful with football. You need 11 numbers.
Yeah, and it's a bigger stadium. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to Randy Johnson, and this is classic Randy Johnson, who had time for nobody. Don't talk back to me in New York.
Yeah.
And now he's every third game, he's on the 4th and 5th inning.
Oh, really? so awkward on the streets of New York.
But it's so typical. You're not a player anymore. You've grown up.
Yeah.
And I remember Mike Schmidt. They did a documentary on the Baseball Network that just aired over the last year. He said, "Why do I have to make things so difficult?"
Yeah.
But I get it. And so he's going to get his number retired by Seattle next year, and he's already got the 51 retired. And they kind of asked, put him on the spot. Well, which one means more? See that number out there? They've already done that, so I got to be a little. And he lives there and all. He's a photographer. He's gone into photography too. Big Theo. But talking about the number retired. But they don't hang the jersey in baseball. So I think in basketball it means something. I like the Ring of Honor, where you can put guys up there, and then it's there. I realize that jersey's there permanently, but there's something about the football and the Ring of Honor that I really
it resonates
appreciate.
with you.
Yeah. So I assume they will do that. I mean, he's the winningest coach, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, honor your past. I remember that it took a while for BYU to do it, but now they've jumped aboard. And they've got
when they put
of
Danny Ainge's jersey up there, that was like cutting edge, groundbreaking. Chosich was the only jersey that was up there.
And obviously Jimmer should go up there. Probably about it for now. I don't know that you'll ever have going forward here. You're not going to have one-year dudes. So you're not going to have AJ. You're not going to have Demon. That doesn't make any sense. One season, you can't really do that.
Unless they came in and won the title.
I was going to say that'd be
then you
the
put
thing.
the team.
I still think DeBonsa would get something like that, wouldn't he?
No, not after one season. No.
Carmelo at Syracuse, what'd they give him? Because he was a one and done who won a title.
3
There aren't that
tats.
many.
No. And then why would they do that? No.
Did AD do it at Kentucky? Was he one and done and won the title?
I don't know. But I wouldn't. Because I've got a guy who stayed all 4 years, and I realize the system is different.
Yeah. You kind of got caught up in that.
Carmelo Anthony's jersey was retired by Syracuse in 2013.
I wouldn't. Not one season. Or if you stayed in the community and you still not literally, but stayed attached to the Syracuse community, and you were big on that. Yeah, I think the U missed the boat on Doliak. I've been saying that for years.
His leadership on that team,
Yeah.
I mean, don't underestimate the stats. The points and rebounds matter too, but the leadership was outstanding.
Yeah.
Especially with a coach who was difficult. And so to go in and represent the guys and have hard conversations and take the inevitable repercussions and just and to call the shot before the season. Keith's gone. How good are you going to be? One more round in the tournament than last year. That's
But he
what we
didn't
do every
make
year.
first team All-American and wasn't a 4-year, but they broke the mold for Bogut. They changed the rules for Bogut, changed it for Mike, but it doesn't seem like anybody has any momentum to do that.
No. It doesn't. And if you were there, it's weird. Because he was such an important part.
I was there.
I know. He was such an important part of a team that went so deep.
Talk about leadership with Mike Doliak. Sitting at an airport, he comes up to me and he said, I don't really like what you wrote there. You're a little too critical on one player in particular. And I wasn't threatened.
Yeah.
He was being accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing anonymous. He said it right to my face. And I looked at him and, okay, we're having a conversation here.
Yeah.
And I respect what you're saying. So back off the criticism individually. Don't criticize the team. Okay. But let's not go too hard on individuals.
But he came up with the right tone and the right attitude.
Yeah.
And looked right at you and
Absolutely.
said what he had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I respected him. And one other time he called me and chewed me out.
Oh, really?
When he was in the NBA. Yes. Somebody called me, I forget who it was, and said, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of Doliak. And it's somebody in the NBA. You got a number? And I did. And he said, and he told me that he knew him, blah, 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 blah. And so I gave him the number. And then Doliak called me.
Yeah.
And don't do that, blah, blah, blah. And he was really mad at me. And I said, okay, he duped me.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd have a problem with it. But I'll tell you what, Mike, to make sure it never happens, when we get off this phone, I will delete your number. So I'll never make that mistake. That's my sort of like makeup to you. And I did.
Yeah.
And I didn't have his number anymore. So I said, then nobody can ever call me and ask me for your number. Because the guy led me to believe that Mike wouldn't have a problem with it. And he did have a problem with it, which was his right to have a problem with it. And again, he calls me rather than...
No roundabout stuff.
Yeah. Get right to the source.
Yeah.
And so I had respect for that. And I told him, I said, here's what I'll do. And I did it.
If you're baseball fans, you like your rivalries, Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, Giants, Major League Baseball Network, MLB Network with a doubleheader tonight. Those two clubs will square off for 3-game series this weekend.
I'll have my popcorn.
That a kid. Diamondbacks, Padres, put it right up there. It's our grudge match series.
Well, I mean, it's important in the race.
It is.
You got 5 games separating them.
When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What really was accomplished by playing Cody Williams this year?
Truthfully, Cody Williams is a better player today than he was at the beginning of last year.
But because you used him as a piece to lose games, one, you diminished his value greatly.
Yeah.
And two, what did you do to him? You're going to try and win 17 games next year and do it with integrity? Well, how many players are you going to ruin in the process? How many young players are you going to go, well, oh, he kind of got better because he played, but yet he was on a team that actually tried and could only win 17 games?
I don't think they're going to win 17 games next year. I would be surprised if they're not in the lower 20s. I don't think they're going to threaten 30 because 30 is going to make them lose their draft pick. And then they're going to hope that they get a little bit of draft luck and move up into that top 1, 2, 3, or 4 with a 15, 16% chance of doing that versus the 48% chance they had of staying in the top 4 that they didn't even get anyways.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join DJ and PK Monday at the Hope and Motion Invitational at Thanksgiving Point. This isn't just a golf tournament. It's a chance to drive real change for children with developmental disabilities in your community. It is time for your feedback. Everything you have to say about today's show. Wild Turkey. Kyle's statue should be realistic, and it should be 5 feet 5 inches tall.
He's not that short.
He is not.
He's a solid 5'10".
Should be standing up? Or should he have his hands on his knees, leaning in, looking at a play?
What it's going to look like?
Because that would make it shorter, obviously.
I think there's one, like in Notre Dame, they've got several. I think there might be one of Holtz or somebody kneeling with a ball cap on and a whistle, whatever it might be. Yeah, I think it would just be him just standing there. The coolest statue I've ever seen is the Pete Rose one because he's doing that headfirst slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's literally off the ground, in the air, hair back. Yeah.
That's the best of the best?
As far as I've seen. And then they're at St. Louis Cardinals. They've got some statues over, like, down third base outside the stadium.
Yeah.
But in the property. And then off a little ways down, it's mutual. Like, okay, here's your statues over there. Here's mine.
Lesser statues?
Yeah.
Here's the main statue.
Yeah.
Here's the big dog.
Right. And they have it at whatever the Giants, San Francisco Giants ballpark. They've got statues like Orlando Cepeda, Juan Marichal had that big high kick, and they're down each line.
But who's behind home plate, baby?
Yeah, there's only one.
I walked past it. Yeah. You walked past it. You're like, yeah, he ought to be there.
Right. Right. And it's up.
Yeah, the Red Sox have a bunch outside of Fenway.
Yeah.
I think Yaz is out there. Ted Williams. Feels like I'm forgetting somebody. There's another one. I can't remember, though. Which finals have been better? NHL, 73% of the vote. NBA, 27%. Matt, where's the option for don't know, don't care?
Why would you respond if that's your opinion?
I don't know. Drake, do you guys ever acknowledge on air that you get like 3 people to answer your poll questions?
I don't know. I don't do them. You do them.
Well, when we have one that has 3 people, I guess. Usually I tell you how many votes we have, 100, 200, 500, whatever it is.
You know, all that stuff doesn't matter now. We're in our 24th year. We kind of made it.
This is from somebody who's about that old, it looks like, judging by the photo. At least the photo they use of themselves.
So you're...
It's this guy right here.
Oh, wow. Surfer dude.
Yeah. Drake. He's in a relationship with Jake Hatch. Drake, host of Locked On Big 12.
Oh.
That's a parody account.
That's why it says parody. Party animal. Drake C. Toll House Cookie. Nice. That's good.
Parity or Parody?
Parody. He's got a few good takes, but they aren't fit for the radio.
Oh, no. It's a parody account and nobody knows who he is. That's known as a loser.
Who deserves the choke sign in your world? And Jimmy says, our Seattle Mariners. No one else is on their level.
Well, they win the most games in a season or something that didn't go to the World Series?
116 wins and checked right out.
Yeah, it's tough in baseball, man.
So frustrating.
Yeah.
All of that, and then it's just over in a heartbeat.
But yet the Yankees did win. Then they had like 115 or something. They dominated the Padres in a series. Was it a sweep?
Swept them in 98. Yep.
A sweep?
Yep.
Yeah. So there
have been some teams that have dominated like that. Actually, the only other time the Padres went to the World Series, the Tigers had that kind of season. Started like some ridiculous 35-5 or something.
Yeah, and Dodgers got it done last year.
So once in a while, that regular season does translate.
And then the Mets in 86, and then Strawberry saying nobody believes in us, or nobody thought we could do this. Got the best record. You won by the largest margin, like 20-some games. We shocked the world.
Yeah, really. People talk about the Mets every year, and then most of the time they disappoint. And then when the one time they do it, is, no one believed in us. Talk about you every year.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why I don't like the Knicks?
The Knicks?
I was thinking about that. You're like, you were saying earlier that I just don't give the Knicks enough respect, and now they've, fired their coach after their awesome season. So maybe that's the issue.
What about them?
It's New York. Everybody talks about them all the time. They so rarely deliver on the hype.
New York is the biggest of the big.
Yeah.
So
well, the networks are there, so the network people tend to be local people, and
well, yeah, but it's like what we get that same thing here, though.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about the rugby team? Why don't you talk about Weber State? I mean, you got to play the hits, man. That's what most people are interested in.
But nonetheless, I end up not interested in the Knicks.
Drive in and I turn on NBA radio, and the first time I hear the Knicks, click. And it's like within a minute.
They have the same impact. At least they were in the conference final.
And this year was worthy of being talked about.
Yeah. I just looked it up. 23 years in the Mariners since the Mariners won the division. It's a bit of a streak.
Yeah, I think in that division right now, there's only one team above 500, and it's Houston.
DJ PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben coming up next right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right. When it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors, it's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben Anderson, Steve Bartle filling in for Jake Scott today. Got Steve for 2 hours.
What's up, Ben?
Have we ever hung out for 2 hours?
I don't think so.
We've done like lunch and stuff together.
Yeah, we have. Yeah,
Like
that was like 90 minutes, and we both sort of got the itch.
Yeah.
Time to get out.
We've been around.
Yeah.
Dating back to my last stop as well. So you and I have known each other for a while. Excited to talk a lot of Utah with Steve today, but of course we're going to cover Game 4 of the playoffs tonight. What happened last night between the Oilers and Panthers. You and I both were discussing how over the last year, you and I have watched more hockey independently.
Yep.
We're not getting together and watching it, but those games are long. That'd be 2 hours. Than we had probably previously in our entire life put together.
Yeah, it's been great to get into NHL, obviously with the Utah Hockey Club and all
Mammoth,
that. But
Steve. That's the Mammoth Club. Utah Mammoth Club.
It still hasn't sunk in yet.
I'm with you.
The Mammoth. But it's been great, like having that and then having, getting into the NHL playoffs. It's been a lot of fun, and it lives up to the hype. Like everybody talks about it being great, and it is.
I'm never going to be able to catch up strategy-wise, et cetera,
No.
On all the nuances that the real deal hockey people can talk about and
Yes.
played, and Cole Bagley just kills it. But I'm amazed at how quickly it made sense. And now I'm watching the game, and I'm like, Edmonton,
Yeah.
what are you doing? You can't do that. You can never do that. Everybody knows.
Yep, I'm all in on hating Florida. They're the worst. It's been great.
So it's a good sport. I get it. I get why people get the hook in them, and I certainly have it. So excited to talk about that game last night. And then we'll talk a little Summer League as well for the Jazz because those dates came out yesterday. But it's been a monumental week for college athletics, not just football or basketball, but both and certainly elsewhere with the House settlement that was not finalized because they're just going to face so much litigation over the next forever, trying to figure out exactly what this money's going to look like. But it changed college football forever. I mean, you've got true revenue sharing now, and players are essentially getting paid by schools. It's pretty amazing that we've gotten here so quickly, considering it's going to talk like, will this ever happen? Would this ever happen? Would this ever happen? And then, like everything that's happened in college sports, the transfer portal, NIL, and now revenue sharing, the Band-Aid just gets ripped off so quick, and it seems like everyone's trying to figure out, hey, the wound hasn't healed. They're still bleeding here.
Right.
How do you think Utah is going to approach it? Like, is this better today for Utah than where Utah athletics was 6 years ago?
That's a great question. Because Utah's, I think, with Kyle Whittingham and that football staff, like that's obviously the bell cow, right? That's the program that brings it all in for Utah, all the revenue, all the money that takes care of all the other sports. And with revenue sharing, it is interesting. I think it is more beneficial than what we were in the past 2 years. Like it certainly helps Utah, in that time frame. But I think, if you could go back to pre-NIL and all of that stuff, like I think that's the world that University of Utah, Kyle Whittingham football program, that's where they thrive. Like, having where it's centered on football and on the sport and player development, all that stuff. Like, I think that's where Utah was very comfortable and obviously, climb the ranks up the Pac-12 and that power conference and establish themselves, without that NIL and without, revenue sharing. So it'll be interesting to see how Utah handles it. They're ready to go and ready to get after it with, the full allotment of $20.5 million and ready to go. But we'll see, what the next 5-10 years look like in this new world.
That's the hard part, is that truly I don't think anybody can really predict what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Whether it's going to be collective bargaining from the players or who it's going to truly benefit or who it's going to not. But I agree with you that you look back at Witt and that staff being able to elevate the Utes to the top of the Pac-12. Like clearly that's going to be the golden era of the Kyle Whittingham run at Utah. And so I'm wondering if the fact that it feels like they've maybe dropped a little bit below that has to do with, yes, the NIL changes, and Witt was able to both literally and figuratively have his fences up at Utah. They just they were insulated and they were solid, and it really felt like a machine, and talent came in and it didn't leave a whole lot. It did a little bit, but they brought more talent in than they lost. And now it feels like maybe that's crumbled a little bit around the edges. I am still surprised, and we'll talk more about a big recruiting week for Utah. It's just there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to me of did you play poorly last year and then you have a really good recruiting class, or Utah was going to the Rose Bowl and they weren't always getting good recruits. And sometimes it's because the young guys are probably that team's stacked. I'm never going to play there.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go.
Yeah. Recruiting is there's so many different dynamics. It's it's hard to, I was talking with friends last night, and just with recruiting, it's fascinating because there are so many different reasons that kids will commit to a school that it's hard to pin down. But still Utah is, very much a substance-based program.
Yeah.
That's what they sell. And right now the substance isn't all that great coming off a 5-7 season and a pretty ugly 5-7 season at that. And so, it's tough. And yet I think with what they've accomplished so far in these first few weeks of June, which has become the official visit month of the calendar, they've come out fairly well, and maybe surprisingly well, given what they're coming off of last season. But still, I think when you compare it to what they were able to do on the recruiting trail coming off of those Rose Bowl games, it's definitely dipped a little bit. And I think, getting back to, a successful season, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins, that'll do a lot to help Utah recruiting get back to where it was.
I do have to laugh. And it's because of the level that Witt has taken this team that we look at that 5-7 season, and they're a defensive stop away from beating their rival and going being 6-6 and going to a bowl game. And people are like, this is maybe the worst college football season that's ever existed. It was it was okay.
Yeah.
It was bad, and it was the Cam Rising stuff was painful.
Awful.
It was truly just painful.
Yeah.
And they've mishandled some of the PR stuff. And I'm not saying the PR person's not doing their job well. I just think they've mishandled some of the messaging and how it's coming out. And maybe they just didn't know. Truthfully, maybe they just didn't know, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that. But it is funny when we're looking at this team's in the dumps. It's they're a stop away in a couple of different spots from having a very okay season at 6-6. And if that's your basement, a lot of teams across college football would certainly appreciate that. So getting back to the house settlement and the money that comes out, and football being the bell cow, how much do you have an idea of the percentage of how much money is going to go to the Red Rocks and how much is going to go to men's basketball? Because these schools don't want to. I don't think a lot of these schools want to lose their identity, and I suspect some schools really will. I suspect some schools that have strengths in programs that don't generate revenue, I don't want to say turn their back on them, but won't invest in them the way they did attention-wise, with the percentage of attention they had for some of those other programs within their athletic department that were successful. And you will see, a women's basketball team that historically has been very good at a Tennessee or something like that, that maybe they just turn their back on the basketball program entirely and say, well, it's football. And the men's basketball is pretty good too. and the women just slowly take a step back and a step back and a step back. Do you think Utah's going to try to avoid that with the Red Rocks specifically, or maybe even the women's basketball team?
Yeah, with the Red Rocks, there's definitely a motivation to provide them with the funds that they need. I think, with that program and the history behind it, it would be a big mistake not to continue to support, the Red Rocks and what they're doing. But, with how they're going to split it up, Mark Harlan shared in the letter that he wrote to Utah athletic supporters, and that they haven't finalized how they're going to split up that $20.5 million. But what you're seeing across college football and across the country, and with this $20.5 million, is you're typically seeing, it's split up. Obviously, the majority is going to go to football because that's what's bringing in all the revenue. Where you'll see a lot of programs getting 14, 15, 16 million of that $20.5 million, and then splitting up the rest. Obviously, men's basketball is probably going to get a good chunk of that as well. I shouldn't say a good chunk of the remaining amount, whether it be 6, 5, 4 million, whatever that looks like. And then you're going to split up the rest between all those other programs. And, that's going to be tough for some programs. And it will be interesting when you talk about some of these, women's basketball programs that have a very storied tradition, that have had a lot of support, and with revenue sharing, now that money has entered the equation, NIL being what it is, that's going to be a way for, programs to circumvent the $20.5 million perhaps. And there's been a lot of talk about the return of the bag man and all that. And I think, there is going to be a lot of that with college sports still. And so it'll be interesting with what the Deloitte clearinghouse and the NIL go, and what sort of impact that will actually have in terms of, third party NIL deals. I don't know how much teeth it's going to have in terms of enforcing, proper payment amounts and all that sort of stuff.
They've certainly
value and
in the paperwork, it sounded like they were going to try to make it
right.
Like the clearinghouse was going to really try and be like, well, you're not worth $1 million.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the best workaround for women's sports, because truthfully, you can say Caitlin Clark's NIL is worth $20 million, and it would be really hard for the clearinghouse to disprove that, because it legitimately might be. The fact that Najari Kennedy, who's the softball pitcher for Texas Tech, who just signed the $1 million NIL deal. Like, I couldn't tell you a single other softball player in the country. Okay, so she's worth that money, right? Like, she has name value, where in Salt Lake City we know who she is. Okay, so you can't fight that. I don't think you can. And then you look at the top just women's college basketball players, or maybe even some of the borderline Olympians or Olympians that Utah Athletics gets to go play or go compete for the Red Rocks. It's like, yeah, I think I could argue that their NIL, whatever we want to pay them, is actually worth it. And by the time they get to the Olympics and it reflects back on Utah or my car dealership or whatever, it's worth it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's how women's sports is going to be able to stay competitive in the areas where it's already competitive without dipping into the $20 million in revenue sharing.
I think you're onto that. And I think you brought up Texas Tech, and, it is interesting now that we have the settlement approved and the $20.5, revenue sharing cap, salary cap. It's now out there that Texas Tech is going to be spending $55 million on their athletic programs in terms of what they're providing their student athletes and with in compensation. And so, that's speaks to your point that, NIL is still going to be a major factor in all of this moving forward. And if you don't have the NIL support around your program, you're going to be limited to that $20.5 million, and that's going to put you behind the 8 ball on a lot of fronts.
And I wonder if it's just going to still be the only thing that matters, right? Because once everybody has 20, all boats have risen, right? So everybody's up at 20 million, and not everyone's going to, but every P5 school is going to be at 20 million, right? I would think you'd have to be crazy to say, like, no, we're only doing 10 this year. Like, I think you're just going to fall back so quickly. So maybe just the fact that everybody is now all of a sudden at that level, it's still who can get the most NIL to make the difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing. And, there's already talk of, football rosters, getting to 30, 40, perhaps 50 million in terms of the amounts invested in those rosters. And so, the $20.5 million is great, and it sounds like a salary cap, but still NIL is going to be a thing in this moving forward until, you get student athletes to join you at a table and you collectively bargain and put in stronger restrictions in terms of, what you can be rewarded, in terms of money compensation for the student athletes, what sort of rules and teeth in terms of rule enforcement you can provide the NCAA until they start collectively bargaining. This is what it's going to be, and NIL is going to be a big deal.
Are we going to see $10 million quarterbacks and $15 million quarterbacks? And not just in NIL, but I mean, like, legitimately, is there going to be a team out there who says, quarterbacks sell, right? Quarterbacks is what everyone's going to talk about. You've got this 5-star high school prospect. Maybe he even has like the last name of his dad, who was a player, Rodgers or Brady or whatever. And I'm just throwing out hypotheticals there.
Yeah.
Vic, the names.
Manning.
A Manning specifically. And some school says, like, I get it. You've got all these other big schools, and we're Washington State or we're whatever, but we're just going to give you 15 of our $20 million to come play here.
It's only a matter of time.
Say no to that.
Yeah.
Say no to $15 million. Even if it's 1 year and you transfer,
Yep.
Come put us on the map for 1 year. Because I have to think somebody is going to get crazy. Because there's too many schools for the competition not to escalate to that level with this one-upsmanship. Because we've seen it with facilities. We've seen it with, the types of NIL deals you can. Somebody's going to go off the hinges.
Oh, I agree. And, there's been a lot of talk, in terms of when you go to these recruiting sites, right? The On3s, the 24/7 Sports. There's been talk of, trying to limit quarterback compensation to $4 million, $3 million, whatever it is. But I think it is literally only a matter of time till you see.
It only needs one person to break it. Because they're not collectively bargained.
Yep.
Yeah, you could get an agreement
you get
from
the
50 schools.
The perfect storm, right? A kid that, like you said, has the name, has a connection to the program. There's a lot of support around the program, a lot of motivation to invest money into that program. The kid's a 5-star. He's got USC, Oregon involved with him. Like, it's only a matter of time until the program just throws down a massive number beyond what we're talking about here, where quarterbacks have traditionally had, within the last 2 years, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3 million, 4 million, whatever it is. It's only a matter of time till you get well past that for the right kid.
And I hate to say this because not everyone is this way, but there are uncreative people in sports. There are uncreative coaches, right? Who they just think like, oh, we'll just spend the most money.
Yeah.
I mean, look at USC. I mean, you don't have to say it, but I don't think you cover USC that closely anymore. USC stinks, right? The program is in terrible shape. They've got like 25 4- and 5-star recruits coming in next year. They're going to win 8 games. Like, they're just pathetic. It's just a really bad program. They're getting their butts kicked at every level, whether it was in the Pac-12 or now it's the Big Ten. Like, it's a mess.
Preach, Ben. Preach.
But they're going to keep spending the money.
Yeah.
They're going to keep, and they're not going to be outspent by UCLA. They're not going to be outspent by, maybe Ohio State can outspend them, but they're going to make sure they keep raising the bar and raising the bar and raising the bar. And I think that's what's going to, some of those teams that have name value, have huge NIL deals, and can't compete, and their only idea of how do we get better is just throwing more money at the problem without actually fixing anything internally, I think they are going to be the people who throw everything out of whack.
I agree with you, and I think there are programs that have sort of emerged as those, I need a higher number in my negotiation. Let me get this program involved. You can look at Miami with Mario Cristobal. Yep. We know what he is as a coach, and yet they just continue to throw money at the problem and trying to figure that out. Texas Tech is interesting because there's a lot of motivation to throw money into that program, and Joey Aguirre, I think, is a really good coach. I think he talks about the right things. So we'll see what happens with them. But they're another program that is willing to spend, and I think those programs, it will be interesting to see what sort of impact they have when we're talking about individual player compensation in this sense, where you've got a quarterback that could potentially reach those numbers that we're talking about here.
I do want to break down Utah's recruiting over the last week.
Yeah.
It seems like it's been very successful. I want to talk about the basketball schedule that was released yesterday. Just kind of look at the Big 12 basketball in general and where Utah fits into that and if they can get better under Alex Jensen. But we do have the top 3 stories coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Shaking Band 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Steve Bartle sitting in for, what's his name? I haven't seen him in so long.
I think it's Jake.
Jake? He's the co-host? Haven't seen him.
Is it Hatch or Scott?
Yeah, who knows?
I always mix the two up.
Nobody knows.
I'm just kidding, Jake Scott.
Win big every Wednesday with the KSL Sports Zone. Win ticket Wednesday. Next Wednesday, win tickets to the Monster Jam World Finals, July 4th and 5th at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Don't forget, don't miss the biggest jam event of the year. The finals coming to Utah for the first time ever. Tickets are on sale now. Ticketmaster.com. Listen to KSL Sports all day Wednesday for your chance to win. You ever been to Monster Jam?
No, I haven't.
Monster Jam's fun.
Is it cool?
It is cool. It really is cool. I took my kids when they were way too little, and the sound scared them so bad. But they have the headphones, and you put them on, and then so it's intimidating the second you walk in the door because it just smells like you're walking in gasoline. So it's really kind of, it's like, what's going on in there? It's so loud. And then you see the trucks and all the people are into it. It's pretty cool.
I would love to get Miles to one. He's big. He's in his monster truck era right now. Or he's everything that's, wheels that spin, he's spinning them. And so I feel like that would be a great thing for him.
And then it being up at Rice-Eccles is cool because it's open air. So maybe it's just a little less fumes right in the face. Yeah. Which is still cool. It's part of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure the real racers like it, but might be good in an open air stadium if it's your first time and a little less loud, but it's cool. All right. Top 3 stories brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. 2 locations up and down the Wasatch Front. Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, man, these Stanley Cup finals continue to entertain.
Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
So that's what Monster Jam feels like when you walk in the door for an hour and a half straight. That call, just that in your face for.
If you had to guess, would you guess that's the Edmonton guy or the Florida guy?
That just might be a Florida guy on bath salts. That's just like why Florida is what Florida is. But yeah, that's
that
great.
was incredible.
And that's a radio guy. That's not even a TV guy. Well, first of all, they don't have TV rights. But yeah, that's definitely I know a radio call when I hear it, and that's a radio call. That was awesome. Do we know who it was? We should look up. I think technically we have to cite their call letters, so we should make sure we do that.
You should do that, Christian.
W. Edmonton in Edmonton. Anyways, that was awesome. Man, after the shellacking that we saw in Game 3, the fact that Edmonton had lost Game 2, and then they were down 3-0 in the first period, I thought, man, this series is way over. And it's disappointing because this series went to 7 last year and was great. It was the same teams, and I thought we were going to get another great series. And you're down 2-1 in the series, down 3-0, period. I thought, this is trash. This is over. I went out and started doing a bunch of yard work and just kind of was like looking at my phone. I had it on through my window in my TV. I was like, 1-3, okay. 2-3.
Hey,
I was like, 3-3.
Hey.
And then 4-3. And I went in and I watched the fourth and I was like, or the third period. I was like, what a game. This is what I'm here for. I've been rooting for Edmonton. Jake gave me a lot of crap last year for rooting for Edmonton over an American team, and I said Florida's not part of America. But I was really, honestly bummed with 19 seconds left when Florida tied the game up 4-4. I was like,
what are we doing?
That's it.
What is going on?
What an ultimate comeback to blow it. And then I was really thrilled to see Edmonton win it in overtime.
Jack Michaels is the name.
Who?
Jack Michaels.
Yeah.
Is their Edmonton play
for sure?
Yeah,
for sure, fake.
Yeah,
for sure. Dude, great game, great ending to that game, and I think that's like what is so fun about hockey is just like it can change so dramatically in an instant, and sometimes it can change 2 or 3 times.
Yep,
over the span of a couple minutes.
And
so
momentum's
just a great
real
game.
thing.
It is a real thing.
I mean, momentum's a real thing in sports, but you would think like, with the randomness of the puck, and there is puck luck, that is a real thing in hockey that I was not maybe as prepared for as I was, is how much that plays a role in it. But yeah, you get a momentum, you get that one goal, and everything changes really quickly, and you get why teams have that fight and why that sticks around even when you're down 3-0. And look, they were fighting for their lives. They had to. But I still think Florida's the better team. I think Florida has played better in the series, hence being up 2-1 in the series and then being up 3-0 in that game. But now we're at a 3-game series. 2 of the games are going to be in Edmonton. And they have 2 of the best players in the world in Draisaitl and McDavid, who we didn't even talk a lot about McDavid last night. He can win you a game.
Yeah.
So it's fun, and we'll see where they go in goal for Edmonton, because they got a big boost from Picard when they put him in last night. So we'll see. That's all the series dynamics I'm still trying to figure out.
And that's kind of the thing with, what we're seeing in both, the Stanley Cups and the finals, where you make plays in certain moments and you steal a game, and all of a sudden, like, this series takes on a totally different feel, right? And now Edmonton, like you were saying, like, to begin that game, felt down and out. Like, this is Florida's year for sure. They're running away with this. Skating away with this probably is the better way to put that. But, you get a couple goals, you get the win. Now you're going back to your place.
Yep.
And you're feeling really good about what you're doing. And that's the amazing thing. And Indiana's going through that right now as well, on the basketball side of things.
But we're at least going 6 in this series. Again, if you really haven't picked up hockey yet, or maybe you're just kind of casually a Mammoth fan, it's amazing. It's an amazing sport.
Yeah.
It really has been fun.
It really has been fun.
The Stanley Cup Finals. I wish they were easier to find. I wish you didn't have to have TNT. You can't casually watch the game. You can't just throw it on NBC or whatever.
How did TNT become so hard to find?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you have to have an HBO login,
dude.
or your parents have to have one.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you have to have something. But
let's go back to cable.
I think
I'm just
you're
kidding.
onto something.
I'm just
I
kidding.
think you might be onto something. All right, number 2.
Number 2, back to the NBA Finals. We got Game 4 tonight with Indiana currently up 2-1.
I'm really curious. You've only got a 48-hour turnaround now, and if I were to watch the game and kind of diagnose simply what is happening, is Indiana is just wearing teams out,
Yes.
right? All these comebacks, it's not a coincidence. As cool as it is, and like they've got this unique ability to do it, clearly they just wear you out over 3 quarters, and then you get to the 4th quarter and you're dead, and they still have a little bit of energy, and they just sprint past you. It's just a little bit the tortoise and the hare. Now you've got a 48-hour turnaround. You're still in Indiana. Clearly the Thunder were gassed in the 4th quarter of this last game. Chet was terrible. Shea was terrible. Alex Caruso was terrible. Jalen Williams was missing free throws at clutch moments. It's like, I think that team's beat, and I wonder if they just come out flat. And I would be really scared if I was a Thunder fan to come out flat, because if you fall down 3-1, you're not going to win this series. Yeah. And it seems like the only way to beat Indiana is to beat them early. You got to beat them by so many points.
Put them down big, yeah.
Because then they can't come back.
Right.
Because even if it's a 5-point game, which is what we saw going into the 4th quarter of Game 3, the Pacers are like, good. We truly
This
have
is right
you
where we want to be.
Yeah, right where we want you.
Yeah.
So I think you got to be up big and take them out of the game. And I don't know if the Thunder have the energy.
That is, and I was thinking about that too, right? Where that is sort of been the formula for Indiana. When you look at a Chet Holmgren, obviously he's not the biggest kid. He's tall, super lean. He's got chicken legs like I've never seen on anybody. And that's the majority of their team outside of Shea and maybe Jaden Williams, where they've got some size. Alex Caruso, Lou Dort, obviously he's a bowling ball. But that Indiana team just feels so much bigger, stronger, tougher, bulkier, right? When you got Pascal Siakam, and Miles Turner, who just have these.
They're men.
Yeah,
they're 30-year-old men.
Right,
Yeah.
They're grown.
Yeah,
I'm grown. And you can see it that it just wears them out, and I think that's been so fascinating. Where that's been their formula to success, and you've got guys that are completely bought into what Rick Carlisle is doing, and it's just an unrelenting 48 minutes of high-intensity effort where you've got guys like T.J. McConnell, stealing inbound passes multiple times in a game because you're just, you're tired and you're just not thinking as crisply as maybe you need to, and you're making dumb decisions with the ball. And so it'll be interesting tonight with this game where, I'm with you, where I think this is probably going to be, an ugly game coming off the 48-hour turnaround. And I think having the crowd at your back for Indiana, you got to be feeling really good about your chances tonight.
I don't want to bury the Pacers, regardless of what happens, but I kind of think whoever wins tonight wins the series.
I do too.
I think if the Thunder tie this up and put themselves in the same spot as Edmonton we were just talking about, where 2 of the next 3 are at home, they are nearly unbeatable at home. Now, the Pacers have already beat them there, so I don't want to rule it out, but the Pacers, if you remember, led for 0.3 seconds of that game.
Insane.
Tyrese Halliburton hit essentially a buzzer beater, and that was the only lead of the game. Otherwise, the Thunder are nearly unbeatable in Oklahoma City. The Pacers have to get this victory. They know they're going to have to get this victory, so I hope they don't come out flat, because the Pacers a couple of times this playoff season have come out and just played with their food a little bit too much. So I hope they have that killer mentality and come out tonight, because I would love to see the Pacers win this series. I like the Thunder. But I like putting teams in spots where they face adversity, big picture. And the Thunder would be at a crossroads this summer of saying, like, are we good enough?
Yeah.
Because 2 years in a row, we've probably been the best team going into the playoffs and couldn't figure out a way to get it done.
Yeah.
So I want to see how that happens. And I just like this Pacers team a lot.
It's been fun. Like, you're getting the best team for the season against the team that's been playing the best basketball over the last couple months, right? And that's great. Like, I love that. I hope this game, I hope the Stanley Cup, I hope both series go 7 games because they've both been just incredibly entertaining.
And I think you're right. And I think this is one of the things we really underrate in basketball and probably every sport. Just playing against tough guys stinks. You've played pickup basketball. Like, the strongest guy on the court is the most annoying guy to play against because he just pushes you out of the way. And running into a brick wall over and over stinks. So if you are Chet Holmgren and you drive into the paint, it's just like, I just bounced off Miles Turner for the 15th time. And it's just like, I'm not going in there anymore. Yeah. Or it doesn't matter. I can try. I'm going to keep bouncing off it. And we love wiggle and we love guys with crossovers. And we love to be able to go side to side. It's like, if I'm going to bounce off you when I'm going straight in a straight line, I'm going to have a bad day. I'm going to have a bad time.
Real bad time.
And this Pacers team is really tough.
And you could see that with Chet. There was that sequence. He had a 3-point shot blocked and got the loose ball, drove, blocked again by Miles Turner. You could just tell that he was in his head. Miles Turner had really done a number on him, and the Pacers, just that unrelenting effort has been a lot of fun to watch.
Something to remember, Jazz fans.
Yes.
When you watch the draft, wiggle is fine. It's like a thing. Toughness beats wiggle every day, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Anyways, Utah football's, Kyle Whittingham has made 2 Rose Bowl appearances off that alone.
Off toughness.
Yeah, off toughness. All right, let's get to number 3.
Number 3, checking out KSLSports.com. Our guy Ben Anderson has a story up. Salt Lake City Summer League schedule is out.
Which feels early, but we did have to fill out our credential requests yesterday, so that's how I saw the schedule. Generally, the schedule doesn't really get released until a little bit later. I feel like maybe I'm wrong on that, but I've looked back at when I've written this story in the past, and it's usually later in June. And sometimes I think it might depend. They kind of organize the schedule by value of the draft picks that are going to these teams. But the Jazz have a top 5 pick, and the Philadelphia 76ers have a top 5 pick. So they're going to let you see these teams early and often. And they release the schedule because I think there's some anticipation for this summer league. But we know it starts July 5th, 7th, and 8th. The Jazz always played the second game of these doubleheaders at the Salt Lake City Summer League. If you've not gone, I really recommend going. It's still one of the most intimate ways to watch really high-level basketball. Jazz will take on the 76ers the first night, so that very first night you're going to see 2 top 5 picks going head-to-head. Jazz will play the Grizzlies on the 7th, and they'll play the Thunder on the 8th.
It's great for kids. It's a great
absolutely
venue for kids to take them there where you've got them. Like, I remember going to the Rocky Mountain Review back when it was at the Salt Lake Community College all them years ago, and you're right there. I remember giving Carmelo Anthony a fist bump and asking Amari Stoudemire for an autograph while he's on the bench in a game. Like, it was just it's so unique. It's a unique experience to get out to these summer league games, especially for kids. It's just a pretty cool environment.
Using the facilities next to Dominique Wilkins. That was my story. The human highlight reel. He's tall.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't look at
tall.
Don't look at other guys. Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's cool. And you know what? I'm curious to see how. I mean, I've seen it at the Huntsman Center when Donovan Mitchell's first year. If you haven't been paying attention, obviously with the Delta Center completely under renovation, they were playing at the Huntsman Center. First of all, tip of the cap to Ryan for not moving it out to Provo because he easily could have done it. Right? He's got so many ties down there and could have just been like, AJ DeBonsa's coming in. We're going to make Provo a center of like NBA basketball. He's like, no, Huntsman Center. Like,
keep it here, Salt Lake.
It's up the road.
And regardless,
it is the Salt Lake City Summer League. It's not the Provo Summer League. So, but still credit, I think, for playing it there. Not even they could have gone to the Maverick Center. It's where the G League team plays. But going up to the Huntsman Center is certainly doable.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that
for sure should be fun. Like, this has been kind of it's not what it was, right? All them years ago where you had so many teams. You've had these 4 teams. San Antonio's been in the mix as well. And, like you were talking about, top 5 pick with Utah, top 5 pick with Philly, obviously Oklahoma City with all the draft capital that they've had over the years and will continue to have. Memphis with some of the early picks they've had should provide some pretty exciting names.
It's a fun time
there as well.
So I always like the Summer League. I know not everyone's a huge fan of it, but I like it locally, and I don't go to Vegas, so So I don't ever want to go to Vegas again in my life. So I'm happy to be able to cover it here. All right, when we come back, we'll continue to break down all the latest goings-on in college athletics, including the University of Utah. Steve Bartle sits in for Jake Scott today. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO. You know, the great thing about the Ainge family is they say stuff that takes on a life of its own. Austin, at his press conference, because he's an Ainge and he can't help himself, gets the tank question and says, you won't see that this year. Where should fans be setting their expectations beyond the word tanking?
I think the fans should be excited about the guys that we have and how they're developing and whatever pieces that are put together in this offseason with the team. It'll be more fun this year. And I really believe that, because the players are not only getting better and growing, but I think the coaches are getting to understand one another. There's some continuity with the group here, and it'd be the second year as opposed to a first year. And I do see the improvement. I'm excited for this year, regardless of what buzzwords we want to use. I'm looking forward to this upcoming year.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready to upgrade your home with stunning new doors but don't know where to start? Peach Doors and Windows is the place for you. You can experience the luxury of custom-made doors tailored for your home. And they're here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Go check them out. You can see them in person, open 6 days a week at their showroom. You can also give them a call, but they'll come to you. That's the nice thing about Peach Doors and Windows. They'll send their in-house contractors. They're not hiring a third party. Their in-house contractors will come out to your home. Their builders, their installers will come out and look at what's possible. Maybe some ideas you never had, or listen to your ideas. Maybe it's something they've never done before, but they will figure out how to get it done. They stand out from the rest with their wide selection of exotic wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, custom oversized doors. But their warehouse is right here in-state, meaning they can customize it for your house. They will match your perfect home budget and style to your wantings to make sure that you live in the home that you truly want. Like I mentioned, you can go check out their showroom in Salt Lake City. It's easy to walk in 6 days a week, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. You can also check them out online, peachbuildingproducts.com, or just Google them. You'll see the 5-star reviews from so many listeners of our show and clients they've had throughout more than 30 years here in Salt Lake City. Give them a call, 801-566-1255, 801-566-1255, or see them online, peachbuildingproducts.com. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
If your roof needs repair or replacement, do it now during S&S Roofing's huge spring sale. 12 months interest-free financing. Get the best value on the highest quality roofing job in Utah. Dial pound 250, then say S&S Roofing.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This U.S. Open update is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Siegfried and Jensen. And now, Real Golf Radio's Brian Taylor.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As always, when we have these major tournaments, we catch up with our golf friends. Let's catch up once again with Brian Taylor. What's going on, BT?
Hey, what's up, boys? How are you?
We're doing terrific. We're now, a day and a half in. Nobody's under par. Maybe a couple guys are under par. But you know what this feels like, BT? This feels like a U.S. Open to me.
Well, U.S. Open has broken out for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what's kind of cool is we've been watching Tony, obviously. Want to see how he's doing. And he's there at 3 under par on the day. He's clawing his way back, shot 6 over on round number 1. And here he is 3 under. And that's with... we watched him drive it on 17. It's a short par 4, and he had the best shot of the group. He probably had about a 35-footer for eagle and 3-putted for a par. I mean, that is so disheartening. You don't get very many chances out here at Oakmont, and that was certainly one that let slip away. And even still, he's battling out there. He's 3 under, and just put that in perspective, it's the second lowest score out on the golf course in the morning wave. Sam Burns is 5 under for the day, and Tony and a few others are at 3 under. So, yeah, he's clipping along. It's good to see. And we interviewed him after his first round yesterday, and he made a triple on 10. And he said, and then he battled it back and made a couple birdies coming in. And he said, he goes, I could have packed up my tent right then. He goes, I'm really proud of my finish. I kept myself in it, gave myself a chance for tomorrow, and now he's taking advantage of that chance.
At what point do you start buying J.J. Spahn's ability to actually win this?
Well, certainly not yet. He hasn't even teed off in his second round. So it would maybe Sunday afternoon.
Okay, yeah, it's going to take a while.
Yeah. I mean, look, he gave Rory McIlroy chase and a good playoff at the Players Championship. He had some really, really good shots, but he's definitely in some uncharted territory here.
Yeah, I'd be curious with the weather being what it is, and it sounds like there could be some rain today, maybe tomorrow, and all that. Does that help these players with the conditions on the course if they have rain and it sort of dampens things up a little bit?
Yeah, it'll definitely help the players, especially if you're in a chasing mode, right? It's going to soften things up a little bit, but I don't know. This golf course, I would say, is soft. It's definitely on the soft side of U.S. Open setups just because of how much rain they've had the last 30 days or so. And it is still just really beating these guys up pretty good. So I sort of lost faith in Mother Nature being able to change the trajectory. Now, I will say, Johnny Miller shot his 63 here. It was a wet day. Like it had some rain and definitely helped with that. So there's history to suggest that if we do get some rain coming in here, somebody can go low. I mean, look, You've got who did I say? Sam Burns, who's at 5 under. I mean, if he finishes things out, he'd be dropping a little 65 on a Friday. So that's not something you normally see out here at Oakmont, let alone at many U.S. Opens.
But yeah, you've seen some decent scores today. Hovland is what, 3 under so far today through 16, so he's playing well. What do you think? What do you think it's going to take to win the tournament?
Yeah, it's interesting right now. If I'm looking at it, I would probably say, I think even par still in play, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I look at the guys that are there. I mean, Burns obviously has played well. He's been on, international team play, Victor Hovland, but you start looking at major champions, you got to go down to Adam Scott, right? Who is tied for 8th at even par and hasn't even teed off yet. Brooks Koepka's battled today. He's at 3 over on the day, so he's dropped back to +1. So this thing could still be a +1, 2, 3 winner, when it's all said and done. Again, weather dependent.
When you see a guy like Spahn at the top of the leaderboard, what do you watch for in his second and third rounds to see if, okay, is this somebody who can actually hold on to this type of lead versus inevitably kind of the who's who start to overtake them?
Yeah, I think you start to look at their body language and how they handle things when they go bad, right? Do they handle them normally, or are they suddenly acting differently or more erratic? Because I think that's just pressure. Johnny Miller was, God, I miss that guy. A lot of people didn't like him in the booth, but I loved the way he'd call it out, the way he saw it, and I think it's because Johnny dealt with pressure and he did it well, but he experienced it. He knew what it was, and so he could recognize it and he would call that out. And so when you start to see guys acting a little different or whatever, that's just pressure. That's just me. And there's only pressure because it means something. And so it's not necessarily that it's a bad thing. It just means a lot to these players and what it would do to win a major championship and to win a major here at Oakmont and join the great list of players that have won here. So, that's really what I'm looking for, is who can get through. It's not a matter of if you make bogeys or if you make mistakes. It's just how do you bounce back from them. That's the real big thing. It kind of wants to beat you over the head. There's not a lot of smiles and waves out there from players. You see players' heads are down, their shoulders are slumped a little bit. It's just, they're going full rounds with Mike Tyson out here right now, and it's just a matter of survival.
Catch Brian Taylor and Bob Casper tomorrow, Real Golf Radio from the U.S. Open. Great stuff, BT. Thanks for joining us.
Always good to be with you guys. Thanks for the good times this week, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Enjoy the tournament. There he is, Brian Taylor, giving us a breakdown on the latest at the U.S. Open. Good for Tony, bouncing back. He had a very bad day one, so cool to see him bounce back and hopefully make the cut and keep fighting.
Yeah, he's clawing back. And this is I love watching the U.S. Open. Obviously, it's such a tough test for these guys. And to see them, like BT was saying, it's a mental grind.
I can't imagine. See it. We've seen some of these lately. I mean, the Oilers come back and the mental strength you have to not quit when it feels like the world's against you. But a 5.5 hour French Open final,
Crazy.
Last weekend. And these golf tournaments have got to be just pressure-wise absolutely brutal, knowing, 9 holes is a lot.
Yeah.
18 holes is a lot.
Yeah.
4 straight days.
4 straight days of it is a lot. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep talking the latest at the University of Utah. I want to dive a little bit into their basketball schedule that was released yesterday, and then just look around the Big 12 in general. Yeah. I'm excited to do that because it's a good basketball league, and it should be an exciting year coming up. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, Trajan is a great team of folks. They want to be on the side of our listeners to really and truly help. And when I say our listeners, I mean all of our listeners. I don't know what age it hit me personally that it finally clicked. wait a minute, I got to think about retirement. I got to think about the financial future of my family. Listen, if you're anything like me, it took you too long. But listen, Trajan wants to be there for maybe you're young, you're in your 20s, you're just out of college, or maybe you're even younger and you want to make sure you form the right habits to help you accomplish the goals. Maybe you're in the middle age and want to jump on it. Maybe you're starting a family, want to make sure everything's set. Or listen, maybe you're close to retirement. You spent a lifetime building stuff. You want to maximize it. You want to make sure you get the most out of it. Well, Trajan can be there for everybody. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. They'll sit down with you. Notice the local number. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They're here, 801-899-7600. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, Utah. Let's go, get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, June 13th against the Oregon Steel. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harriman. Bring your crew, wear your jerseys, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Oregon Steel, June 13th, under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6'4" baller. I wish I was like 6'9" so I could get with Leo.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Steve Bartle sitting in for Jake Scott today. Jake will be back this next week. Join PK and DJ, this is backwards, DJ and PK Monday. Someone's never heard this show after 20 years. Join DJ and PK Monday from 7 to 10. At the Hope in Motion Invitational at Thanksgiving Point. This isn't just a golf tournament. It's a chance to drive real change for children with developmental disabilities in your community. DJ and PK at Thanksgiving Point. They don't get on the road very much because their show starts at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's hard to be
Not a lot of places are open that
come
early.
Open up.
Right.
Hang with PK.
I'll have to get out to that.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
That little event there.
How's the U golf tournament?
Which one?
Ongoing, the one that has been hosted by all the media.
The randos?
members. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's on live support. We'll say that.
Okay. All right. I've been wondering.
Yeah.
I never made it.
Might
out,
have to
but,
retire it
okay.
officially. The across the green. Yeah, we'll see.
All right. Let's talk about a little Big 12 basketball.
Yeah.
Utah. I read your tweets. I stalk you on Twitter.
Sweet.
Utah basketball's having practice right now, right? They're doing some summer practices. How does this roster come together? It seems like some interesting international players have signed late to this program, which I explained a little bit yesterday is not as unique as it maybe once was.
Right.
For fans who aren't following, because now you have NIL money. Like, kids stayed in Europe because you could get paid in Europe and not lose your ability to go to the NBA or anything like that. But you could, just be you could make a little bit of money playing at a lower level Real Madrid or whatever, their B squad or their C squad. And now you can make more money playing in college, and guys say, well, I'll also get more eyeballs on me.
Yeah.
Because the NBA is watching.
It's been interesting. So over the last few years, like it's almost become like, okay, we've got our typical recruiting schedule, recruiting high school kids. They'll sign in October. Cool. We've got the transfer portal that comes April. That's our second period. And then you've got this like international, which it doesn't have like its own designated period,
Right.
but you just kind of know that it's coming after the transfer portal. And that's what we've seen, across college basketball is a number of international guys, that test the NBA waters. They go through the draft process a little bit maybe and get a feel for that. And so we've seen a lot of international guys commit to programs here domestically, and Utah's landed a couple commitments. Elmarie Abbey of Finland is one of them, a point guard. And then, the Jacob Patrick, who is a shooting guard, has played professionally for the last 5 years in the Bundesliga, the BBL, affectionately known as the BBL.
The BBL. Not my favorite BBL.
Yeah. And so he's coming here, and he's a shooter, and I think that was a missing element on this roster. And so looking at the roster, it's been an impressive job for, I think a lot of Utah fans have been impressed with what Alex Jensen, Rafael Chilius, Wes Wilcox, what they've been able to do coming to this level where they haven't been spending a lot of time evaluating prospects at the high school level and recruiting them and having those relationships in place to put this team together that they have. They've needed some help. They've enlisted help of friends and contacts in the NBA to kind of help them bring some players in and get some opinions in that. And so, they've brought in a good amount of talent, and I think that's been the big thing is they've upgraded the talent. They're certainly going to need to develop some of these players because you look at some of the numbers from last year and, there's not a lot of production coming in. But there's a lot of potential with this group.
I was surprised early on. We touched on this briefly several months ago. That seemed like athleticism was a real key when they first started recruiting, which I thought was maybe our first sense of what Alex Jensen was valuing. They just got some big time athletes, like legit, like leapers, like run and jump athletes, and I thought that was interesting early on. But they also got some productive transfers. So I have to admit, I was a little surprised at the quality of player it seemed like they were getting in the transfer portal.
For sure. I think it surprised some people. And, again, when you look at just the numbers aren't going to stand out to you because you're bringing in, an Elijah Moore, who averaged 5 points a game at Syracuse in his first year there. Ja'Kai Howard, 4 points. And you look at that and you're just like, they're not bringing in a dude that, but when you actually break down some of the traits, some of the qualities, some of the potential and outlook that they have, these were big time targets, important targets for Jensen because of their potential, right? And I think Alex came into this with sort of a vision in mind of what he wants this team to be. He wants it to be in the mold of a Houston program, and it's taken a lot of time to get Houston to where it is. Kelvin Sampson has done a phenomenal job of building that program up to what it is now. And I think what you're seeing is Jensen wanting to build in that same mold of emphasizing athleticism, emphasizing length, not necessarily height, but length, arm length, and
reach,
and reach, and that sort of stuff. And that's what you've seen with this roster. They've upgraded the talent. So, where you're losing a lot of production from last year's team, a lot of experience, I think this team with the athleticism, I think it is a better fit for what the Big 12 is because athleticism is king in the Big 12. I think that was the lesson that I learned, this first year in the Big 12 watching this team is you need athletes across the board. And so, this is that was the major point of emphasis with the guys that they brought in.
Where is high school recruiting in college basketball right now? Because we are at such a weird spot right now where like the schools I pay closest attention to, which are Utah and BYU, it's like there couldn't be more difference right now with what these programs are going through. And that doesn't even indicate what success is going to look like on the floor, but like BYU's legitimately getting the greatest high school basketball recruit in their history and one of like the 10 greatest high school basketball recruits of all time in AJ DeBonsa. And they've got Xavier Stanton, who's coming in, who's a big 5-star recruit or 4-star recruit as well. And Chamberlain Burgess, who was committed to Utah. Am I right on that?
No,
never committed to Utah. Okay. Is going
his
to be
brother. No, his dad.
His dad.
I'm thinking fathering him.
Okay.
Burgess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chris Burgess, right? That makes sense. So they've got an area for high school recruiting. I'm even curious, like, if Stanton's going to play a whole lot, because you look at players you bring in, it's like, it's an old league now. And I don't mean it's an old league, it's an old sport. Like, college basketball now is about juniors, seniors, upperclassmen, or you get the 4-star freshman or sophomore, I guess, who didn't play a whole lot at Syracuse as a freshman, and Elijah Moore, and transfers to Utah.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the sport is built on right now. So who is recruiting high school players if you're not getting like the 5-star kids? And is it going to be a role for Utah going forward of being like, yeah, we want to get a bunch of 3-star high school kids? Is that even going to be valuable anymore?
That's going to be so fascinating right? So everybody's pushing for the top talent. And when you can get the top talent, obviously you're going to make the investments that you need to bring those guys in, right? BYU bringing in DeBansa and Stanton, like you're super excited and fired up about that, for the Cougar fans listening. Like it's exciting. But they've built that program to what it is, where they're able to do that because they have other guys in place that have helped BYU have success, and there's a culture and there's a way that they do things where you can bring those guys in and bring them along, like we saw with Igor Denham over the last season, where he didn't hit the ground running, but he developed into a pretty good player because he's got other guys around him to kind of shoulder that. So there's that where. Again, if you can get the top talent, you're going to make that push. And Utah, with Jensen and Chilius, leading their efforts, and Wilcox obviously involved there as well, they are going to push for more of that top-tier talent coming out of high school than what we've seen over the years with Craig Smith and Larry Kraskowiak before that. Obviously, a different time frame and era of recruiting. But that is still going to be a point of emphasis for Utah. Okay. I don't think it's going to be the primary source. I still think with where Utah is at specifically, and again, this sort of the transfer portal has become a thing for everybody.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Because you can bring in a guy that you've seen score 12, 15, 16 points, perhaps even against you, and he can become a point of focus for you. And if he enters the portal because you know that he can play, you've seen it. And so transfer portal has definitely taken a good chunk of the attention and focus in terms of roster construction, but high school recruiting in the top tier talent is still the biggest thing for basketball programs.
But it is top tier.
Yes.
It's not the middle class anymore, which is so interesting.
And with that, though, like with the expanded rosters where you've got 15 spots now, that can allow you to bring in guys that are maybe more developmental, right? And so it will be interesting to see how it plays out over the first couple of years with this expanded roster and with all the changes that we're going through, to see how those final few spots on the roster are utilized.
It's really interesting to me, and BYU is a very interesting case study, because AJ DeBonsa is going to be worth it because just the attention you get, like the games that BYU is playing in their tournaments that they get to go to, and the non-conference schedule, like he's already shown he's worth it. And then you get Rob Wright, who's switching over from Baylor and was a big 5-star recruit, and I'm very curious to see where he goes. But he's truly like their second best player that they're bringing in the transfer portal.
Right.
DeBonsa's one, Wright's two. Then you get guys like Xavier Stanton, who's a very similar recruit, different position, but very similar recruit to what they got last year in Kanan Catchings. And like Catchings wasn't good. It's why he's gone. It's why he's not on the team anymore. And BYU didn't want to invest in him further, either on the court or financially. And now he goes to Georgia. It's like, I wonder, even at that level, like that's a top 40 recruit in the country, meaning he was not cheap, right? These kids are getting a lot of money in basketball specifically because one player makes a huge difference. I will be curious. It's kind of the once bitten, twice shy thing of like these NIL commitments and people are willing to spend NIL money on like the 40th best recruit in the country. It's like that might dry up weirdly quickly, especially at a place like BYU where you say, hey, that money is so much better spent going and getting a kid from Fairleigh Dickinson or something like that to come in and transfer over as a senior who's only going to be here for 1 year, but they're going to play a position we know exactly what they do, and it's not a guess. I'm fascinated for how team building is going to look in sports going forward, especially at the college level.
Yeah, and I think, each and every year there's going to be different dynamics where it sort of changes your roster construction and your approach, right? Like if you're obviously we're seeing it with BYU where they feel they've got a pretty darn good team, with what they have returning and bringing in DeBonsa and all that. They've invested a lot, and that schedule speaks to their belief in that team and what they feel they can achieve next year. That's sort of, influenced how they've approached building this team probably and making a big point of emphasis in bringing in a Rob Wright, right? Who is, arguably one of the top 5, 2, 3, maybe even transfer portal players that hit the portal, right? And so, whereas Utah, this is a complete tear it down to the nuts and bolts and rebuild it from ground zero. Where Alex Jensen, the big point of focus for him beyond the athleticism and what he's actually talked about more than just the athleticism is bringing guys with multiple years of eligibility to develop them.
Yeah,
and so that sort of influenced their roster construction is they're looking for guys with potential that have multiple years because their vision is beyond next season. And so, just like we were talking about earlier with recruiting and trying to figure out like what, the science of it, like there's just so many different dynamics that go into an individual's decision to commit to a school. Similar with roster construction is like where you're at as a program in general, what you're trying to be next season. All of those factors play a role in it. And so, I think with the Big 12 and all that, it'll just be interesting to see, the roster construction and how that moves forward with Utah and all that.
It's the hard part, and this is why Alex Jensen's just going to need time because I bet you he doesn't know because how would he? He's never done this before. Like, what would be successful roster retention from this season, 2025-26 to 2026-27? Like, yeah, you want to get young players with potential. The problem is if they play too well, you're a carcass that gets picked clean. Like, you actually that's got to be weighed out, is that if we're too good or we show a lot of talent but we don't win, you're going to have the USCs of the world come and try and pull your best players out, or BYU come down the street and try and say, hey, we think we can try and bring X amount of dollars that maybe aren't available at Utah.
Yeah, and with that, I do think Jensen and Wilcox have been mindful of what could be after this season. Mm-hmm. So, right, this year is all about setting your foundation. If you can be competitive, if you can be in the conversation, that's great, right? This is year one. We know what a year one rebuild looks like. But they've been thoughtful in terms of how they're using their resources this year, because they know next year if they get a Ja'Kai Howard to make a leap, that he's going to cost quite a bit more to keep him, right? And so I know that they haven't been as prominently involved with a lot of the top transfers, the dudes that we always talk about, right? This year in year one, and that's been met with some criticism of fans that have wanted to see Utah maybe go after a top 25 transfer to bring in a dude. But they've been mindful of that. And I still think, it's going to be interesting that if you get a guy like a Ja'Kai Howard or Elijah Moore to make that leap, it is going to cost quite a bit of money. And they've been mindful of it, but still getting to that point and actually seeing it and holding on to it, that's going to be another thing.
Conference matchups came out, was it yesterday? 2 days ago?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Utah's home-only schedule, I can't remember.
It was yesterday.
Utah's home-only schedule, Arizona, Iowa State, TCU, Houston, Central Florida, and Oklahoma State. I guess it's nice to not have to go and play Houston and Arizona on the road is one opinion.
Yes.
But also maybe you just say, like, if it's so tough to win on the road in college, maybe you just want to play – maybe that you would prefer Houston, Arizona to be like road-only games. Be like, we'll chalk it up as a loss. That's fine because Arizona and Houston can certainly come into Salt Lake and still win.
Yeah.
But
they can.
I I do think getting those two schools at home, if you could split those, would be really huge. I mean, Houston's going to start the season as the number 1 ranked team in the country with the returning talent and the fact that they just made the national championship game. Utah's away only schedule in the Big 12: Cincinnati, West Virginia, Kansas, Kansas State, Texas Tech, and Baylor. Obviously, Kansas and Baylor looking like the 2 key schools there. And then not a major surprise, I guess, just based on the mountain matchups, 4 corner schools: Arizona State, BYU, and Colorado, home and away. When you saw the schedule come out, did you think, oh, that's a good draw for Utah, or did you think this was tough?
Yeah, I thought it was a really good draw, actually, right? Like, we knew BYU was going to be part of that home and home. And then it was just figuring out who was going to be the other two. And I think Colorado, Arizona State, obviously being in similar tier, right? If we're tiering off the Big 12, right? Utah's in that mix with Arizona State and Colorado. And so you like your chances to potentially, get those 2 home wins against those programs, maybe steal one on the road against those 2. So you like the draw that you got there, the rivalry game. We know what that's going to be in those matchups. It's going to be intense. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. And that's been, that was a lot of fun. Having that rivalry game mean what it did this past year. It was fun to feel that again. And so that's going to be great. With the rest of the schedule, the home only and the away only, I think they got a pretty good draw with who they're bringing in to the Huntsman Center. You look at those teams, Houston, Arizona, Iowa State, TCU, those have all been really good programs.
Yes, they have.
And you're excited about your opportunity to see those teams, in the Huntsman Center if you're a Utah fan. Going on the road, you like the draw, Cincinnati, West Virginia. Those are the most winnable games of those 6 games. Kansas State. It's going to be tough, but you're going to iconic venues there, which will be exciting. And I think that is another element here, that there's a lot of exciting opportunities for genuine basketball fans to see these teams, fans of Utah that have followed college basketball, to go to Allen Fieldhouse, to go to some of these other iconic venues as well. And I think that's pretty exciting. So all in all, I think Utah got a pretty good draw here with their home and away, and the rest of their conference opponents.
Who are you eyeing in the Big 12 this year? Who are you buying into? Who are you really believing in?
Houston with
Obviously,
what they return.
yeah.
Houston, start there.
Which is funny because actually they've got some like top 10, top 15 recruits, right, coming in.
Yep.
But it's because they have a second-round NBA player coming back who bypassed the NBA draft. It's like, you've got a point guard who could be in the NBA next year who's coming back to play on your roster, which is actually really exciting for college basketball. Like, that guy's going to go wash out with the Toronto Raptors. Like,
right.
That's really boring.
Like, do we really want him to be on the bench and just
never playing?
Right.
No, I think it's actually really cool to see some of these guys and rosters debut
loaded with
these
talent.
types of players, which you and I both grew up. I wasn't a huge college basketball fan, but it certainly seemed like it meant more than what college basketball has kind of deteriorated into over the last 20-ish years.
Yeah.
Outside of you'd get these crazy Kentucky rosters with 5-star freshmen on it.
Right.
But it's you would have these loaded college basketball teams that over 2 and 3 years you'd get familiar with them. There would be actual rematches that mattered instead of everyone's one and done. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's a great point because you've got Houston that's bringing back Milo Suzon, who's the point guard you were talking about. Texas Tech is bringing back JT Toppin, who's a guy that could have entered the NBA draft. He was the player of the year in the Big 12, right? So to get him back is a big deal. You've got Kansas with what they've got, coming in, and Darren Patterson, who looks like an NBA guy, holding on to some of the other guys that they have on that roster. BYU is going to be top 3 in the league. I think they're going to be one of the favorites with Richie Saunders coming back and bringing in DeBonce.
Cam McCain is a huge player. He's just he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a big impact maker.
He's an impact player, right? Big time impact player. They're going to be one of the favorites. And then, so I look at those 3, Houston, BYU, Texas Tech as sort of the favorites of the conference this year. And then, there's that next tier. I think, you're going to have Kansas, maybe Kansas State with some of the late additions that they've made. That's really improved their outlook. You've got TCU. Iowa State is going to be good again, I think. Baylor is going to be so fascinating because Coach Drew basically had to rebuild that entire roster. And so how that all comes together will be fascinating to see next season. So, I think you know who the top dogs are in the conference this year in terms of what we're looking forward to. But I still think this is going to be a really competitive league top to bottom.
The number of 5-star players that are coming into this league is very cool. You talked about Darren Peterson, who's going to be a top 3 draft pick next year. AJ DeBonce is going to be a top 3 draft pick next year. Baylor only had 1 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
Tunde Yesufu.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to be a first-round draft pick. You know, I mean, you just never know with these 5-star kids.
Right.
But at least 2 likely top 3 picks, and then, of course, Cam Boozer went to Duke. But it's interesting to me that Kansas feels like, and I'm sure everyone in the Big 12 would scoff at this, it just feels like they've lost a little bit of their luster. They really have fallen off, and it's just right as BYU and Utah are getting into this league. It's just not – if people don't know, like, Kansas would never lose at home.
Right.
Just never lost at home, and basically won every Big 12 title year after year after year. And they just feel so beatable, even coming into Salt Lake or going into Provo or Provo going into Kansas and getting the wins.
No, totally. I think there's definitely a strong sense of that, where Kansas, it does feel like they've taken a step back because of, you know, a number of different factors, NIL being a big contributing issue there. It sounds like, where it's created some locker room issues and all that. So, you know, Kansas has taken a step back, but they're still, you know, bringing in a guy like Darren Patterson. Like, you have an opportunity to get right back to the top of the conference when you bring in a talent like that.
Yep.
You know, so it'll be interesting to see how, you know, some of these teams come together beyond that. Kansas State brought in a number of different guys from the transfer portal and internationally as well. UCF basically had to overhaul their entire roster. Cincinnati brings back a decent core and made some good additions. West Virginia's, you know, they're starting over after Darren DeVries departed for Indiana. So, you know, there's a lot of different things, a lot of different narrative storylines to follow with the Big 12. And I think, you know, Kansas, you know, falling off a little bit is definitely at the top of that list.
Is it going to be able to catch up the Big 12 to the SEC, what the SEC was last year? I mean, the SEC had one of the greatest basketball performances ever. They got 14 of their 16 teams into the NCAA tournament. And look, that ends up getting a little overrated, right? We start overrating teams like Texas and Oklahoma, and we're like, well, they were in the SEC and they were 500. It's like, they stunk. They were terrible.
Yep.
You just put them in the conference, or you put them in the tournament because of some of the name value of the teams they lost to, not necessarily the teams they beat. But are we going to see it was a good Big 12 conference last year, but are we going to see it kind of jump back up to the top?
Yeah, we'll see. There's definitely a motivation to get back there. And I think that's the big thing is, you know, these programs, there's a lot of motivation to be competitive at the top, not just of the Big 12, but nationally, right? And there's a lot of pride in that. And so that has definitely been a message that's been relayed to media members and that, hey, we need to get back to, we need to get 12, 13, 14 teams into the conference. And I think, you know, with a program like Utah starting over with Alex Jensen, you like the potential there for them. Not necessarily next year, but their trajectory moving forward and having that, the influx of, you know, excitement and resources that'll be available to Jensen moving forward. Arizona State, you need some of these other programs that have been on the fringe to take a step forward to get back there. And that's going to be the big question mark. You know who, you know, your meat and potatoes of the conference are, right? With the heavy hitters that we talked about a little bit ago. You're going to need some of those others in the middle and lower half of the conference to step up. And that's kind of the question mark right now.
When we come back, big recruiting week for the University of Utah. We'll talk about that on the football field. It just feels like football's in the air. Feels like it's in the ether a little bit.
It's starting to get there.
You're starting to get there. And, of course, we'll get you ready for Game 4 tonight between the Pacers and the Thunder in the NBA Finals. Stick around. More Jake and Ben next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, 300 residents of Chelsea, Michigan, turned up to help a local bookstore move. They formed a human chain from the old location to the new location and passed almost 10,000 books to help this business. What a great community. You will spend much of your life in a work community. It might be a not my problem kind of a place, or it might be let's help each other always kind of a place. I saw a CEO helping on the loading dock, a foreman picking up a hammer, and a senior editor writing copy just to help when it was needed. Those actions don't just help in hard times, they create the kind of work communities we all want to be a part of. Learn more about healthy work communities in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
out to all the babies, mamas. Baby mamas. Yeah, go like this. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a trillion times. My baby is drama, mama.
Jacob Band 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Excuse me. Looking at words while I'm talking. Coming up Monday, join Hans and Scotty. Noon to 3 at John Watson Chevrolet, 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. It's John Watson Chevrolet with Hans and Scotty, Monday in Ogden. All right, I wanted to talk a little bit about Utah football recruiting, which is actually where we started the show.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to me of why good recruiting classes come in or don't come in. It's like you have a Rose Bowl team and no one comes in, and then you have, and I'm wrong on that, like kids came in, but Utah's coming off of a relatively down season in Witt's era, and it seems like they've got some real momentum on the recruiting trail, and particularly had a good last week, starting with a linebacker who flipped from Boise State and some other recruits they've had.
Yeah, so that's kind of the fun thing about recruiting is, like, regardless of what happened last year, it can influence things, and I certainly think it has for Utah with some of the top guys, but you can still bring in some exciting players and land commitments for exciting players, regardless of what happened last year. And so, Utah's been on a bit of a roll with their recruiting. They've picked up the commitment. Ligary Mitchell, the linebacker you talked about, flipped him from Boise State. 3-star kid, 6'3" frame, all the measurables that you want in a linebacker, right? Who, he projects well to that Mac Sam type linebacker where he can be up on the line of scrimmage and all that. We can dive into that, of course, into the weeds there. Then they kept it rolling with Major Hitchens, who's a cornerback prospect who has the measurables you expect to see from Utah.
All name team.
Yeah, Major
Hitchens.
Yep,
I'll take that. Yeah.
So 6'2" kid,
General Booty. Major Hitchens is here.
And so you got that, and then they got it going on the offense side of the ball. Picked up a quarterback, which always big. Landing Michael Johnson from Georgia, previously committed to Mississippi State. Dual threat type of athlete, very similar to what Utah has in the room right now with Devin Dampier and Jamari Ficklin, Isaac Wilson as well, with just that athletic profile, dual sport athlete. He's a baseball kid as well, and you see that in his throwing motion. So you like the pickup there, and then picking up the commitment of running back LaMarcus Bell was a big one for Utah. Just a fantastic prospect. He's going to remind a lot of folks of Mekhi Bernard in terms of his size, athletic profile, and all that. And I think he'll follow sort of a similar path to Mekhi, who, each and every year he did a little bit more on the field, where he started out as sort of a scat back, catching passes out of the backfield, being sort of a change of pace type kid, and then he can grow into more of a prominent workhorse type of running back. So that was a big one, especially in this offense with Jason Beck, where the run game is going to be obviously at the center of it and all that. And so with June, you've got 2-3 weekends of bringing in a host of recruits, and they've got one more big weekend next weekend where they'll bring in close to 10 guys. They're going to push to bring in a few more as well. And good opportunity to continue the momentum moving forward.
You can't plan for anything in college athletics anymore because of the transfer portal and everything. Yeah. But is the hope for Utah that Devin Dampier is the guy for 2 years? Is it 1 year? Is it what's the goal?
Yeah, I think ideally you have them for 2 years, right? And they're 2 productive, really fun, good years, right? Like that's the goal when you've got a guy that knows the system, that knows how to execute, where you can build around him. Obviously, coming here with 2 years, it's kind of perfect where he can come in knowing the system and hit the ground running in it. But having him in place here with a year under his belt can help you recruit to add talent around him going into year 2. So yeah, if you can, you want that quarterback around for 2 years because that'll allow you to really build moving forward.
He's so unique with his legs and the the dynamic that he brings is pretty unique. Is a Bird Ficklin a similar type of player? Like, do you have to recruit a similar style of player over and over to be able to maintain the system that Beck wants to play?
I don't necessarily think you have to recruit the same dual threat type. Like if you wanted to bring in a pocket passer, like there's enough wiggle room with Beck and that option offense that you can do that. But I do think it maximizes the potential of the offense to bring in guys that are dually capable as athletes and as passers, right? And you're seeing it more and more where it's just, these quarterbacks coming out of high school and the quarterbacks you're bringing in from the transfer, these guys are just natural athletes now. That's where the game has gotten. But yeah, it helps you build and maintain your system moving forward and recruiting guys moving forward. And that's going to be the key. And that's what they've got with those three, with Dampier and Ficklin and Johnson is, you've got three really dynamic quarterbacks that can run and pass.
We always love the idea of like, well, the coordinator's going to cater their offense to the talent they have. And that is true to a point for everybody. But historically, and I don't want to bring up the one major outlier, but Mike Leach knew what he was looking for from a quarterback, right? And while his quarterbacks had different skills, he definitely was looking for a specific type of quarterback to run in. And because there was continuity year after year after year, you could get the same types of players. And I think that actually led to success and identity. And the same with Utah. Utah, historically, you're going to have a great running back, and that's going to unlock everything else offensively. And it's not necessarily going to be a strength of the wide receiver, but you know what to expect, and it creates continuity, and continuity allows you to win games.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, I guess that's why I'm asking about what the quarterbacks are going to look like in the future for Utah.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And you're going to have an identity, a deeper identity in terms of how you want to operate, right? Where you can be a pass first to open up the run game type of program, or you can be, a run first to open up shots down the field, play action type of program. And I think we know what Utah is. They want to run the ball. They want to establish a run because it just does so much for them in playing complementary football with their defense and with everything else, and just managing the game, I think is so important. And I do think with Beck's offense that having that ability on the field, having a dynamic quarterback like that, it just does so much to open up different things in the run game and in the passing game. It helps the offensive line. Like Dampier, I think his most impressive stat from last year, beyond, even more so than the 19 touchdowns and the 1,100 rushing yards, he was only sacked 4 times.
Right.
And that speaks to his ability to evade pressure and to feel it, to evade it, and to escape, those moments, because he is getting pressured. He's just, that speaks to his athleticism. And so having that athleticism in the backfield, I think is really important, in Beck's offense. I do think it is a big deal.
What does the rest of recruiting look like this summer? I mean, how much more? And is the 2025 roster done? Is it ever done?
No. So Utah's going to be bringing in, a guy next weekend. You're seeing a lot of JUCO guys sort of emerge late in that. So you'll see perhaps some late additions for Utah and other programs as well for the 2025 roster. But beyond that, the focus has shifted to 2026. So you've got these next 2 weekends, this weekend and next, where you're going to see programs bring in big groups of visitors and make their big push. This is where the bulk of recruiting is done now, since over the last 2-3 years. It's trended towards June being where you get most of your work done on the recruiting trail. And that's allowed them that's freed coaches up to focus more on the season and what's going on there and all that. And they're still recruiting and pushing for guys, but the bulk of their effort is done in June. So once we get to June 20th, we'll hit a dead period and things will slow down a little bit, but you'll see players commit and all that over the course of summer.
House settlement, the money can start being spent on July 1st?
July 1st, yep.
And so that starts for the 2025 season?
Yeah.
So all these players, are you bringing them in one at a time and be like, this is the money we have for you? How do you think this is working?
Yeah, I do think it's like that. Yeah, you're talking with their agents. You're having those conversations. You're
With their agents, I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different, man.
Yeah.
Like, pretty soon we're going to be talking contract numbers and all that. Like, it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, till we get to that point where we're just talking, he signed a free agent deal with so-and-so and that sort of stuff. Like, I do think we get to that. But yeah, July 1 is when programs can officially start paying players.
Do you think because and again, this came together so quickly, but this kind of number, 20 million, has been around for a while. You suspect they've already had these conversations with transfers that are coming in of how much, even on top of the NIL, they think they might be able to deliver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they've been planning for it. They've been preparing for it and have a good idea of how that money's going to be divvied up with their players. It's not like they got it and now they've got to figure it out. They have, they know how it's going to be spent once they know their exact number.
I bet these college kids are juiced. I bet they're excited,
dude.
man. 3 weeks from
finally
$18 million being
it's
injected
crazy,
into
man.
the place you play.
Yeah.
$15 million, whatever it's going to be.
It's crazy. I feel for the players that just missed out on revenue sharing, right? The guys that graduated a couple years ago, where you're just like, if I stuck around a couple more years, right? But no, I think it's a new era of college football, and we've still got, in my opinion, I think we've still got a number of evolutions to go through to get to what it's going to be for, the future.
It's not going to stop.
No.
Certainly not going to stop. So, well, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what these next 2 or 3 weeks look like and when we start to see that money coming out. Again, I mean, remember how big the trucks were?
Yeah.
It's like now it's just paltry. It's nothing.
Right. Like, it's just the changes that have taken place and have evolved over these last 3 years. It's just amazing from where we were a couple years ago when NIL first became a thing to now you're having contracts and buyouts and all that sort of stuff now. It's fascinating.
Yeah, what was the rumor with Kyle Kuzma? It was like $60,000 or something. 80, like his uncle wanted money. It was like $80,000.
It's like, $60,000, that's nothing now. Like, that's what a freshman safety is getting.
Yeah,
now.
my question is,
it's crazy.
Does everyone get paid? Like, does everyone on the roster make money? Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was because not everyone conceptually, not everybody would be worth NIL money, right? Like the last 30 players on your roster who are borderline walk-on players, but kind of fill in those last scholarships. Like, that's the compensation. But you think every player will get at least
maybe not every
money.
player. I'll say that. But you've got a good chunk of your roster
the majority.
is going to be.
It's not just designated for 15 or 20 kids. Yeah. All right. Interesting. All right. Hey, we will get you ready for Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Next, stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Austin Ainge announced as the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. They've got a lot of work, obviously. There's not just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of years to have to figure some things out. This is not a business-like position. This is a personnel position within the organization, and that is to say, hey, look, we have got to get the right personnel in the building. We've got to figure this thing out. We've got to find exactly where it is that we want to put ourselves.
This is a big loss for the Celtics. He played a big role in helping assemble the roster that they currently have. Brad Stevens runs the day-to-day operations of the Boston Celtics, and it says a lot that Brad could have sent Danny's son packing a long time ago if he didn't have value. Instead, he made him the assistant general manager. He helped build that roster that won an NBA championship last year. He has earned the place where he's at in the NBA today.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Segment brought to you by our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach Doors and Windows, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today. The free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Game 4 tonight of the finals. I think you said it. I think you were right on. We've been blessed with really good postseason in both the NHL and the NBA. I know some Jazz fans were tuned off and tuned out the NBA because of what the Jazz season looked like. But the basketball is good. Like, the NBA is in a good spot, and I know the ratings are going to look atrocious for this series because it's the
Which
Thunder
is a
in
shame
Indiana.
because this is like great basketball.
And also, I'll just tell you, I just could never care less about ratings. I'm watching it and I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Like, if you aren't, no, okay. What does
Sorry.
that matter to me? The
Yeah.
NBA signed its $70 billion deal. It's not
They're
going
good.
anywhere.
Yeah.
They're fine. Yeah, the NFL had down ratings too.
Yep.
They're still printing money. So that's not something I would certainly care about or worry about. But no, I think we've had a fun series. I think Game 4 has a chance to be the best game so far because the Thunder are going to be playing for their lives. And I think the Pacers know if they win this, their odds of winning the championship might actually be in their favor, where they still got to be a pretty glaring underdog.
Yeah, this game is going to be really fascinating because, like we were talking about earlier, there is that 48-hour turnover where it's just sort of a wild card. You know, they've had 2 days off after each of these games, and that's sort of allowed these teams to kind of reset. 48 hours, you've got one day off to kind of work on some things.
Yeah.
Will that be enough for OKC to figure out what sort of changes they need to make, if they need to make any changes, and figure out what they need to do to get the win? Because I'm with you. Like, if Indiana wins this game, like, they are now in the driver's seat. And it's still kind of wild to me that they've won 2 games and OKC is still
seeming overwhelmingly the favorite.
Overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
They are
the
6.5 point favorites for tonight.
The Thunder are.
Yeah, the Thunder
Wow.
are. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Indiana.
I just don't know if you're going to have Indiana favored in any game this series.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to. But again, they're just trying to get your money, and they're preying on exactly what we feel. It's like, well, I watched this team; they had a historically great season. They won 68 games or whatever, and the Pacers won 50. Like, this feels like David versus Goliath, but clearly you watch it on the court, and that's not what's happening.
Yeah,
the talent in Indiana is exceptional, and we are seeing some of the youth and the size of the Thunder start to hurt them a little bit. And they tried to address some of it in the offseason by going and getting an Isaiah Hartenstein to be big because they lost last year in the playoffs because they were out-rebounded so heavily by Dallas. It's like, well, they added one big player, and he doesn't hardly play now in this series. He's playing 15 minutes off the bench.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. The Hartenstein, I feel like, would be the guy you want on the floor more.
I would think you would allow – again, we were talking about how tough Indiana looks compared to OKC. I do think the problem is OKC plays so fast. Or, excuse me, the Indiana plays so fast. Like, you blink, and somehow Pascal Siakam has gotten behind your entire defense and is getting a layup. And the problem is they only have one person big enough to guard him one-on-one, and it's Chet, who they're playing most of the time. And Chet can't run back down on the court because he's also your only rim protector.
Right.
So you end up with Pascal going up against Shea or going up against an Alex Caruso. And as much as those guys may have talent and be really good defensive players, like, Pascal's 6 inches taller than they are.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's a huge advantage because he's just going to get layups. So he's almost cherry picking. It's really funny to watch how often he is leaking out and getting layups. And you're talking about these games that are, 6 points is the favorite. Like, you get 3 points off of, steals from TJ McConnell on inbound passes and then a couple of leakouts from Pascal, and that's the difference in the game.
It really is amazing just watching this matchup, knowing what we know of Oklahoma City and how good they've been. They've been dominant all year long. And with Indiana, they've got this formula that we've talked about where they wear you down. They've got size, they've got toughness, they've got guys that are bought into what they're doing. I think that's the biggest thing for them is they know that they can go hard for however many minutes they're on the floor because they know that the guy coming in for them whenever they're substituted off the floor is going to do the same. And I think Rick Carlisle has done a fantastic job of getting the team to buy into that and also just, hitting the right buttons at the right time. Like, TJ McConnell has been fantastic all season.
Ben Mathurin.
All series. Ben Mathurin with his performance. Like, he was a guy that, with Tyrese Halliburton and SGA being, guys that were acquired through trade, I was like, who could the Jazz trade for that could make a similar leap? And Ben Mathurin was a guy that I thought,
absolutely.
Utah should go after him.
Yep.
I don't know that you can do that now with that performance.
Right. Yeah.
And so it'll be tonight will be just intense. Like I said, like you were saying, like this is going to be a great contest tonight with what's on the line for both teams.
I'm really glad this series, at least so far, has not been dictated by injuries, which is, you look at the Thunder beat the Nuggets, and by the time the Nuggets were getting to Game 7, Aaron Gordon couldn't play. Just wasn't, his hamstring had acted up, and he played hard, but you could tell it was still hurting him. Cleveland wasn't able to compete in their series because they didn't have some of their main players. Darius Garland's been dealing with the toe injury. Obviously, Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. And that was Game 5 already. The Knicks, to their credit, had taken a 3-1 series lead and were probably going to beat the Celtics regardless. But we have two healthy teams that are really going at it with each other. And this feels like two true kind of juggernauts going head-to-head and getting to play their style of basketball that they want to. And it's going to come down to coaching. It's going to come down to big shots.
And it's been fun because you've got two guys that are the engines of their teams, right? SGA and Tyrese, that are playing their brand of basketball at a really high level, right? Tyrese plays a little differently where he's more of that distributor and SGA is more of just the guy getting buckets and scoring 30 a game. Both of those guys have been really good this series. There's been a lot of conversation around Halliburton and his need to step up and all that, whatever. it's been fun where you've had these games where it's also been dictated by others in the final moments.
Right.
Or in key moments, right?
Yeah.
So TJ McConnell, we've been talking about, had a key stretch in that fourth quarter. Alex Caruso, the game before, was big down the stretch.
Yeah.
Wiggins.
Ben Mathurin had the best fourth quarter of any player in game three that they just won, yeah.
And so that's what I'm most interested in tonight is who's going to be that other guy that steps up beyond the pillars that we know in SGA and Halliburton.
Yep, because it is. It's going to be a Nemhart, or it's going to be a Lou Dort, or it's going to be someone who steps up and hits 2 threes late in the game that changes the outcome. Hey, Steve, thanks for sitting in all day.
Dude, thanks for having me in, man. It's great to come in and just be able to talk sports for a couple hours. It's fun.
Feels like football's right around the corner.
It really is. Starting to get that itch.
Yeah, I can smell it.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. All right. Appreciate you coming in. Christian, thank you so much for everything all week. We'll be back with you again on Monday. Hans and Scotty coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at kotm.org/events. That's kotm.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 630-25.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hope you are all well. Let's kick it off on a Friday. Our guy is off today. He'll be back with you coming up on Monday. So we got a busy show for you, though. And you know the drill. When Hans is out, we load up anybody.
Whoever it takes, we will call you.
That's not true.
Go ahead,
Only the best of guests.
Fact.
Are the ones that we bring in when Hans is out, like our NHL and Utah Mammoth insider, Cole Bagley. Cole, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. You fired up? You ready to go? How you doing?
Yeah, no, it's been an exciting month. It's been a lot of fun to kind of dive into these NHL draft prospects, and I've chatted with a few of them over the last couple of days. We talked to Brady Martin on our new Utah Hockey podcast. And then I chatted with Porter Martone. I'll be doing a story on him. So, yeah, I've just kind of jumped completely in. And while I may act like I know what I'm talking about, there's probably a good chance that I don't, because it's all it's lying season, right?
Well, yeah, there's no doubt. So are you buying the smoke on Brady Martin then?
I'm a little hesitant on it. This is a guy that I believe is a top 10 selection, but I think he more so is going to go somewhere between 6 and 8, 6 and 9. So, yeah, I think that Utah likes Brady Martin. I think he is definitely a prospect that kind of fits the mold of what Bill Armstrong is looking for, but is he quite good enough to be selected 4th overall? Time will tell if Utah wants to use that pick there. So I would say, I think the interest is authentic, but do they pick him? I'm not sure. We'll see.
What, we were talking to Jay Stevens a little bit about it yesterday, and I know you've mentioned this as well. Just a while ago, he was considered maybe a late first, early second pick, and now he's skyrocketing up. Even if he does go in the, late single digits or early teens, that's still a monumental improvement from where his early projections were. So what's the cause for that rise for him?
Yeah, I think it's just his style of play. He's a guy that gives you 110% on both ends of the ice. He plays a very attractive game that is helping teams win championships in the NHL right now. I mean, there's been some comparisons to Sam Bennett, and Sam Bennett is currently, I believe, leading the Stanley Cup playoffs in goals, and just that pest style of hockey where he's going to finish his checks, not only finish them, but they're going to leave a bite mark. They're going to pack a punch, and He's also a very good goal scorer. And I think a reason that a lot of teams may have overlooked him is he was not playing for the best junior team, and his line mates really weren't that good. A lot of their success came because of Brady Martin, and then he also had some very good stints with Team Canada at the World Juniors and whatnot. So, just a very likable kid, hard worker. He comes from a family farm, before we talked to him, he was doing his chores. He told us he was moving cattle up to his grandpa's house and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's just a lot of things, whether it's his game, his shot, or his personality. I think a lot of people have just been impressed with, what he's been able to do over the last couple months.
Are there any players that you look at that number 4 that could have somewhat of an immediate impact on the team next year?
I don't think so. As good as the number 4 pick is likely going to be, first and foremost, it's very rare that even, the second or third overall pick are going to make an NHL roster. It's very dependent on where that team is. So, for teams like Chicago and San Jose, those prospects, whoever they take at 2 and 3, those guys are probably going to see some time in the NHL because those teams are not very good and they need to develop those prospects in that way. Whereas, when you look at a team like Utah, they're just overflowing with prospects, from TJ Iginla to Cole Baudouin to Maverick Lamoureux, and now they've signed Dmitry Simashev and Daniil Boot. It's just not a team that needs this kid, whoever this kid is, to help contribute right away, which I think is a positive. That kid can go back to his junior team or his college team, develop, and then by the time that maybe he's ready, maybe Utah has entered that championship window and they add even more youth to kind of bolster their young roster.
Or you trade that 4 pick for a player that, is a veteran and can help you. Is that on the table at all for this team?
I think a trade is always on the table, especially when it comes to Bill Armstrong. He's a guy that is willing to listen to any conversations. He's willing to pick up the phone and discuss the potential of trading it. Now, what I have been told is it would take a Sergachev type deal to move off of that pick. So, a situation where, you're moving a young guy that has potential, but like you said, you're going to get a player that can help you right away. Does that player exist in the trade market right now? I'm not sure. A lot of the fans have said, we'll go and get Tage Thompson from Buffalo. That's probably unlikely. As bad of an organization as Buffalo is, as many boneheaded moves as they've made, I really don't think that the 4th overall pick is going to get you a guy like Tage Thompson. And, you also have to consider what other pieces can Utah, add to the 4th overall pick outside of maybe some of those younger prospects. There's not a lot of guys on this team that they're A, looking to trade, or B, have the ability, to really gain interest with. I know that they're trying to trade Matias Michelli, but that guy did not exactly have the best season to where teams are, going to jump on the phone and are dying to get him. So, yes, the trade is definitely on the table. You can never, shy away from that, especially when you're talking about Bill Armstrong. But it would take a Sergachev type deal. And, how often is this team going to select in the top 5 moving forward if things go the way that they're expecting? So ultimately, I expect the pick to be made, but, you can always expect the unexpected to happen on draft day.
Just going back to last year's draft, how did the year go? I know there were injuries and other things involved, but is Tej on the trajectory that they would like him at this point?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had an injury and had to have hip surgery, which, at 18 years old, that's not great. That's really not an ideal situation to be in. But I know that they're expecting him to be healthy here in the coming months. And, both him and Cole Baudouin, who they selected last year, they're not going to put any sort of ceiling on these guys. They're not going to bring them into these development camps, to these training camps, and expect them to either make the team or not make the team. And that's good for the player. That means that the player can come in, and give it their best shot. And maybe Iginla or Baudouin surprises the coaching staff, and they go, you know what, we got to have this guy on our team. Now, I do not anticipate that happening. I think that it would be good for again, let it go back to the juniors, have a full season, and really light it up from an offensive standpoint, like he was on track to do before he got injured. As for Baudouin, I think he was kind of a surprise, not only the fact that Utah traded up to go and draft him last year, but then I think he even surprised management as far as how well he competed in training camp, how well he performed in the preseason. And so, just guys to keep an eye on as we, get closer to development camp and the rookie camp and then eventually training camp. Can they make the roster? Don't ever say no with guys like that. Do I expect it? Probably not. But, there's always generally one guy that surprises you, and we'll see what these young guys can do.
Cole Bagley, NHL and Utah Mammoth Insider right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone for KSLSports.com. All right, so let's get to the action last night. It was 3-0 after one, and it really felt like, and I tweeted out, hey, it looks like Edmonton's lost the will to live. Boy, a lot of people sunk their teeth into that when that thing went final. And so it looked like it was just done. And the Panthers were on their way to going up 3-1 en route to what should be another Stanley Cup. And then the Oilers rip off three of their own in the second. It goes to OT, and again, it's right there. And just like that, you have those shots, and you go off the top post, and then on the other end, the Oilers are able to sink theirs, and they go up, or they get the win, and now we're tied up at 2 apiece. I mean, I'm learning this sport, Cole. I know you've been around this thing your whole life, but I can't imagine a much better game than what we saw last night.
Yeah, I mean, it is the two best teams in the world going head-to-head. And I think, what's important to realize is while there's not a lot of space between them, that's because they play very different styles of hockey. With Edmonton, it's very much a finesse game. It's very offensive driven. And there's really two guys steering the ship there with Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Whereas Florida, it's definitely more of a team effort. They play bully style hockey in your face. They finish every single check. They poke you with their stick. They nudge you in the crease. And, there's even times where guys are going for a line change, and Matthew Tkachuk will say something to an Oiler next to him, or he'll even give him a little push. So it's two different styles, and I think we've really just seen how those styles can work. The first two games took overtime. The second was, Florida was able to fully bully the Oilers into submission, and Edmonton fed into that. And then last night you saw just how quickly Edmonton can flip a game on its head. They're just so talented offensively. No lead is safe, especially not a 3-0 lead as we all saw last night. Those guys just have an extra gear that they can draw from and utilize their skills and put points on the board really quickly, and that's what we saw. So this is a phenomenal Stanley Cup final. Honestly, I think it might be the best Stanley Cup final that we've seen in the last 10 or 20 years. It's so even, but what's so fun about it is these two teams just play so differently.
So what's the equivalent? You're a football guy too. What's the equivalent of giving up a 3-0 lead? Is that like a 21-0? Like what would you call that in football?
Yeah, I mean, 2-3 touchdowns, 2-3 possessions, right?
Yeah.
That's probably what I would do. That's probably what I would compare it to. But in hockey, it's different, right? Like you're always going. You're always playing offense and defense. Where in football, you got to get the ball back. So, yeah, maybe 2 possessions would be more the equivalent there. But nonetheless, still impressive. I mean, it wasn't just you that was tweeting out that, hey, this game is over. This it's one-sided. Florida's going back to back. There were national insiders that were making those types of claims and saying that kind of stuff. But I think you just got to remember this is an Oilers team that came back from down 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final a year ago. Now, they didn't complete the comeback fully, but they were very, very close, and you can never, ever count out Connor McDavid. That's just what we're learning right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I guess the thing that had me sucked in on it a little bit is the fact that they mentally felt like they melted down in Game 3, and then you add that onto the first frame in which they're down 3-0, and it just felt like, okay, mentally they may just be broken. That's why I tweeted out. Like,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know how you come back from Game 3 and the start of Game 4, but they did in a big way and got that win. But when that thing, when Bennett's shot just hits that top iron, I mean, at that point, if you're in Edmonton, do you feel like you're playing with house money when you don't give up that goal?
Yeah, the hockey gods are definitely shining on you in that moment. And I think even Draisaitl's goal took a little bit of luck. I mean, it was just, I believe he just had one hand on his stick. I think he was more just trying to get a puck on net. And, you know, it took Bob by surprise there between the pipes and ended up in the back of the net. And those are dirty, greasy goals, and you take those all day. But, it's very much a game of inches like everything else, but a little bit of a different way. And, you know, a pipe is truly a goaltender's best friend, and I'm sure that Edmonton's goaltender was giving a lot of love to his crossbar after that one.
All right, let's switch back to the Utah Mammoth a little bit as they get set for the offseason and trades, acquisitions, things along those lines. I think for a moment we thought, hey, a guy like Sam Bennett might be available, but I think the way he's played and his commitment to that program, it sounds like he's probably going to stay put, and Florida has got the means to keep him in play there, and he wants to stay. So what's the aggression level, and what might be available for Utah in the offseason in terms of trades or free agent acquisitions?
Yeah, so what I do know is Utah does not want to be a team that's overpaying for a player. They've got a very good core. They've got a very they've got a lot of promising young players. They have a loaded pipeline of talent. And so I think the worst thing you could do is try to rush things and try to put yourself over the top by overspending. And so, you know, they're going to have to be, very strategic in how they approach these free agents. You know, guys like Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett, Brock Boser, Nicola Ehlers, because, you know, they can be a part of pretty much any conversation in free agency with the amount of cap space that they do have, but there's a limit, right? And, you know, like I said, Utah doesn't want to be the team that overpays. They don't want to repeat what the Nashville Predators did last offseason, where, hey, on paper, this looks really good in the summer, and then they get to the winter and they're playing games and it just does not work. So, you know, they're going to be careful, but they can offer, you know, not only can they, you know, be close in conversations in terms of, you know, salaries, but they also have a lot going for themselves. You know, Utah is you know, being watched by, you know, the entire hockey world after what they were able to pull off. You know, Ryan and Ashley Smith have established themselves as one of the best ownership groups in the National Hockey League. You know, they're getting renovations to Delta Center. They're getting a world-class facility, practice facility. And that's one that, you know, maybe a lot of people are overlooking, maybe casual fans. Like, this is going to be a top 5, top 3 facility in the NHL. And there's a lot of teams that aren't able to offer that, you know, when they're talking to these free agents, because the players are spending more time at that facility than anywhere else. So that's something to consider. And then the potential of this team, you know, they're not far away. You know, can they go to one of these players and say, look, we can offer you these things, and then you can come in and be one of the top players for an up-and-coming team that hopefully a championship window is going to open over the next couple of years. So I do think they're going to try to go after some of these top names. I think they would not be doing their jobs right if they weren't trying to enter the conversation of Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett. The challenge with Mitch Marner is can they be enough a part of the conversation in terms of money? You know, there's teams like Anaheim that are already talking about being willing to, you know, offer him a blank check, whatever he wants, to bring him in. In terms of Sam Bennett, can you really talk a guy out of, you know, a team that is gone to 3 straight cups, could go to, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 more in the future? And, you know, are you going to talk him out of, you know, living in Southern Florida, right? You know, those are the types of things that you got to be aware of. So I would maybe more so look at guys like Brock Boser, you know, Nicola Ehlers, Aaron Ekblad. You know, there's been a little bit of talk that, you know, maybe Brad Marchand could be a name to watch. Not a lot of connections to Utah, but it's picking up a little bit of steam. So we'll see, you know, who they're able to draw some interest from. But, you know, rest assured that, you know, Utah's front office is looking to make a splash, but it has to make sense. You know, they don't want to skip any steps.
Well, hey, Cole, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Enjoy the rest of this series, and look forward to catching up with you again here soon.
Yeah, thanks.
And again, you're doing spotlights on these potential draft picks at KSLSports.com and on the podcast as well, correct?
Yeah, we have a brand new podcast. It's called the Utah Hockey Podcast that we is now a part of the KSL Sports podcast family. You can find that on the podcast page. You can also find it on KSL Sports YouTube channel. We did just drop 2 episodes this week, one with Brady Martin talking about his interactions with the Mammoth. And then today we dropped our very first segment with Liam O'Brien. He's going to be a reoccurring guest with us, similar to kind of what the radio did with Joe Ingles a couple years ago is what we're trying to replicate on the podcast. So great episodes to listen to.
What do you call that? The sin bin? Is that right?
That's actually what Spicy Tuna named it. We asked him what he wanted to call it, and that's what he came up with. So
that's awesome, man. Hey, congratulations on all the hard work. You're killing it, man, and look forward to catching up to you again.
Yeah, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the Stanley Cup. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. Cole Bagley, NHL, Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Some great podcasts. I'm telling you, I had a blast watching that game last night, and I have not enjoyed hockey at this level ever in my life. Now, look, Stanley Cup playoffs, Stanley Cup series, I would normally watch those, even though it, last most of my career here in Utah, it never really moved the meter. But it's like, all right, look, it's a major sport. You got to watch it, a championship. And you would come away, and every time I'd come away from that, I'd be like, I need to be watching this more. I need to be spending more time watching this, spending more attention watching this. And then the regular season would start, and you're like, okay, I'll get to it. But we got football, we got basketball, we got all this other stuff going on. But being knee-deep into the season this year with the Utah Mammoth, and now going into next season and really watching these games, to watch them and to learn the players and learn the different styles, it has been an absolute joy. And I was locked in my TV last night. My 14-year-old and I were dialed in on this, and we had an absolute blast. He's rooting for Edmonton. I inadvertently now am rooting for Edmonton just because Hans and I have our avatar bet on this. Remember, essentially, I've got Edmonton. He's got Florida. Now, we took an interesting path to get there, but we're now all in on those individual teams, and whoever loses this, loses the series and loses the bet, has to change their avatar on their Twitter, Facebook, Instagram page for 24 hours. Now, originally it was going to be Lloyd of the other host choosing. So if I lost, Hans got to choose. Unfortunately, though, now it's gotten so big that it's turned into a listener contest. So you can actually submit your own pictures that we will have to put on our Twitter account if our team loses. So if Hans...
You got my text of what I recommended, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just we don't need to talk about it any further, but okay.
I'm just saying
I feel like that needs to happen.
I just had mine locked and loaded, and I would really like a listener to use the one that I had because it's really good.
Yeah, I would concur.
There was a lot of homework. There's a lot of research. We had to go in the depths of the internet to find this thing.
I feel like you got saddled with the Scotty G BYU softball play-by-play, and I feel like from that moment on, you went to work and found something.
Yeah. Yep. And let's just say I am all in on Edmonton now. And so I am let's go Edmonton. And if you are a listener, I will probably send it to you so that you can send it in, and then we can make Hans use this as an avatar because it is absolutely fantastic. All right, we are out and about today here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, looking for Jake to see if Jake will come by and hang out with us and chat and see some of the deals they've got going on. And this is a really interesting time to buy a vehicle because you're kind of in this weird area, and I get it. Like a lot of people are kind of like, what's going on with the tariffs? What's going on with interest rates? Is now really the time? And you got some hesitancy. And I totally get it. Like, I absolutely understand why you might be a bit concerned about looking and buying a car right now because there's all this uncertainty in the air. Well, the great thing about Jake and his crew down here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is that they're going to take the uncertainty out of it. You're going to lay out, like, look, tariffs are this, interest rates are this is what you're dealing with, these are your storylines you're dealing with. So Let's get you into a vehicle that we know you can afford, that's the best situation for you, and you're going to help out so many listeners right now.
Absolutely. You know, here's the thing is, there's been a lot of uncertainty out there in the market with people not knowing what's going on. You got tariffs, you got rates, you got, you know what I mean, this worldly problems. You got all these other things going on in life, right? And so there's a lot of uncertainty. The thing that is certain, though, is that you come down here, you're going to be treated like gold. We're going to figure out a way to put you in a budget that makes sense to you, and we're gonna find that car that fits your needs. You come down, you give us this opportunity, and I can promise you that we are going to give you a absolutely fantastic deal. We're super motivated on trying to do whatever we got to do this weekend, whether it's new or used. It doesn't matter. You come down and see us. You're going to leave happy. You're going to leave extremely happy because we have to do whatever it takes right now to find these deals.
What are you rocking? Those aren't Vans, are they?
Yeah, those are Vans.
Those are Vans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that tag. All white. That's impressive, man.
Bro, sometimes you got to rock the all-white shoes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't because, I don't know, they always get dirty, and then I get mad, and I don't wear them again.
And these ones get real dirty because they're
I
canvas.
bet. Yeah,
So
yeah, no
you gotta
doubt.
Be careful.
No doubt. And as much barbecue sauce as I consume. That's
barbecue sauce on white shoes would not be good. That's for sure.
Not good. You said normally we're like, all right, we got to move 10 new vehicles, and you'd love to move 10 or 20 new vehicles this weekend. You just want to move vehicles, period, new or used.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have a huge used car inventory right now. We got to get rid of a whole bunch of those cars. We have a whole bunch of new cars sitting on the lot right now that I've overstocked. I overstocked on purpose because they were pre-tariff pricing. So, I have a whole bunch of cars just on my lot, and I have to make room. I've got to get them out of here. I've got to sell. We have quotas that we have to hit. Yes, there is quotas, whether it's new or used cars. There's numbers that we need to hit, and we're falling very short this month because there's, like I said, there's a lot of uncertainty. But here's the thing is that, I've been gone for about a week, and I'm back, and I'm ready to make some stuff happen. I'm here to figure out whatever it's going to take. I'm going to be here all day, open to close today, open to close tomorrow. This weekend's supposed to be nice and warm. Come down, get an opportunity, come look at some of these cars. Let's get you into something that makes sense for you.
And you will, look, you're the GM. You run the ship here, but you're going to sit in. If you need to, you'll sit in on every deal.
It doesn't matter. That's what I'm here to do. And I'm here to put dreams in driveways, right? I'm here to help people get to where they want to be on a car that makes sense.
I love that line. And look, here's the thing. I've purchased probably 10-plus vehicles from you over the years that I've known you for like 20 years. Hans has bought a bunch of vehicles, and we do that not because you're one of my best friends on the planet, but also because I trust you. And I know that you'll take care of me. But here's the thing. I send listeners, I send friends, I send family to you because I know you treat everybody the same way as if you've been friends with them for 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the only way that you're going to get repeat referral business, right, is you got to make sure that you're bending over backwards and rolling out the red carpet. Make sure that these people feel, it's a genuine experience. Here, my favorite thing to do is, man, if you're not laughing, I don't want you to buy a car because I want this to be an experience where you're enjoying yourself. We're having fun. We're smiling. We're laughing. And guess what? And if you have that kind of experience and you get a fantastic deal, you're going to come back and you're going to bring your friends and family in to buy cars. And that's what we're trying to do.
It's all here. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. Look, there's other Mazda dealerships out there. We need you to come down to this one because there's only one Jake. There's only one staff down here that Jake has single-handedly put together to make sure you have the best car buying experience out there. They will treat you like royalty. Trust me on this one. I've been a lifelong customer of Jake's for a long, long time. Come down here, Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't Finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, Finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yeah,
I don't think he would.
Whoa!
By the way, he can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country and twice be named the best morning show host in the country, or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on?
I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oregon Steel. Friday, June 13th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. We're going to chat with Bob Casper coming up here in just a moment as, my goodness, let's just say today took a chunk out of a lot of golfers. Unless your name was Sam Burns, who tore it up, shot a 65. But other than that, boy, a lot of rough scores out there. You go down the list, you see Scotty Scheffler was +1 on the day today. He's +4 for the tournament. How about John Rahm, who was +5, started the day at 1 under. He's at +5. It was a bloodbath for some of these guys out there. Justin Spieth was +5 on the day today. It got after some dudes. There's no doubt. And we'll get an update from Bob coming up here in a bit and get his thoughts as to what happened to a lot of these guys. Zach Blair was +4 on the through 6, so he's only through 6 holes and he's already 4 over par on the day. So Yeah, one of those days for sure. And Bob had been telling you for a long time that this thing was going to heat up and it was going to get ugly for some guys. And, yeah, let's just say Oakmont's starting to sink their teeth into some people right now. And so we'll hear from Bob, get his thoughts as to what's going on in day 2 of the US Open right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up a little bit later on in the program, Craig Bolerjack, the great Craig Bolerjack, is going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll have an hour with him, and we'll go over all things Utah Jazz, draft, you name it. We'll have it all with Craig Bolerjack and break down, even get maybe some college thoughts with him as to what's going on in the world of college athletics and how cranky it's making him, because let's be honest, it's a little surprising the kind of world we're in. And then at 2 o'clock, if you missed it yesterday, the new coach, or not new coach, the second-year coach at BYU, Kevin Young's going to join us coming up at 2:05. We'll revisit that conversation as well. All right, joining us now, it's time to catch up with Bob Casper.
This U.S. Open update is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Siegfried and Jensen. And now, Real Golf Radio's Bob Casper.
Well, Bob, you said that this tournament was going to be a bit of a bloodbath, and yesterday the conditions were such that guys were able to have some good scores. Today, though, looks like Oakmont took a bite out of some guys.
Oh, man. It is cutting them off at the knees. That's what it's doing. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to see what's happening with them, because it's so critical that you have to hit good shots off the tees and get yourself in the fairway. And if you don't, you're looking bogey every time at least. So, and then they've got the flags in some spots that are pretty dicey. And because of that, guys are 3-putting and that kind of thing. So it's becoming very, very difficult. But we are under a weather watch right now for some electrical storms. If that transpires, they will blow sirens and guys will have to get off the course, and all the patrons or all the fans that are here and everything will have to leave the property. And then we're looking for some weather the next 2 days as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how things finish out.
One guy who had himself quite the day, Sam Burns, who's 5 under on the day. He started at +2. Now he's 3 under par. The only guy that really put up a significant score. What was he able to do out there?
Well, I think a lot of it is he just gave himself opportunities. He took advantage of the ones on the par 5, so we probably got a couple there, and then had a few close shots. But he made some good putts for pars too, including one on the last hole, which was his 9th hole, which was the 9th hole, his 18th hole. Okay. He had driven it in the ditch left and took a drop, hit it on the green, and made about a 25 footer up over this knob and down the other side and breaking left to right really hard, and made the putt and conserved the par. So, he made some really good putts, and he is known for being a great putter. And he just came off a loss last week in Canada where he lost to Ryan Fox in a playoff.
Well, I'm just looking at some of the scores today. You got John Rahm, who was 5 over. Spieth was 5 over on the day today. You know, you look at some of the other guys. There's +4s all over the place, +5s. I mean, it's just this is one of those days where everybody looks at each other like, okay, it's going to humble us, so let's buckle up.
We were talking to Tony after his round, Tony Finau, and he said, most of the time a 3% grade or a 3% slope is about the most that they will give you for a flag placement where they're going to cut a cup. That's the most slope they'll give you. He said on his final hole, he had to make par probably on his final hole to make the cut, he felt at the time, but it looks like it's going to be another shot higher. But he had a 5-footer on the final hole and had to play a foot of breaking it because it moved that much right to left. So it's and then you get some of those flags where it just feels like you can't stop the ball close to the hole. If it gets beyond the hole at all, it just rolls away, like 5 or 10 feet. And some roll away even further than that.
The interesting thing, and you talk about Tony, he was 6 over yesterday. He goes even par today, which, considering some of the scores, is quite the accomplishment. But you're right. Projected cut right now is +5. He stands outside of that. What's the chances that thing moves down a little bit and he's able to play tomorrow?
If you look on the USGA website right now, they have their projected cut at +7.
Oh, okay.
And so I think it's going to be probably around +7. It was huge for him to make that putt to get in at +6 because there's only 5 or 6 guys ahead of him before it moves to the +6s. But Tony was 3 under par for the day with 4 holes to play, and he bogeyed 6, 7, and 8, and then made that great par on the last hole to ensure getting in and that he'd have a time on the weekend. But for the most part, Tony played some really, really good golf today, and yes, he shot even par, and that's a great score. Great score.
Well, that's what I get for using ESPN instead of the USGA website. Thanks a lot, worldwide leader.
Yeah.
Hey, John Rahm was at +5, but I'm looking at Scotty Scheffler. He had a rough day yesterday. Was +1 today. He's +4. When you're looking at that essentially that keeps him about 8 shots off the lead. But considering how things can fall apart for somebody, is that out of the realm of possibility, or could guys come back a bit where he might be able to get into play?
Well, okay, so he currently, right now, 3 under par is leading. Sam Burns and J.J. Spahn are at 3 under par. So he's 7 shots back. Johnny Miller came from 6 shots back in the final round to win here. He shot 63, which is the lowest championship round here and the lowest major championship round in golf back in 73. And he did it because, in a case in point, because there was moisture in the golf course. And we're expecting moisture on the weekend. So there can be some guys that make a run. And I don't think 5 or 6 shots is out of the realm of possibility of coming back from. Now, the good thing for Scotty Scheffler is he's got another 36 holes to go. And so if he can somehow shoot a couple under par in his next round, he'll get it to 2 over or maybe 1 over. Then he's got a fighting chance to get back into it. But it's not going to be very far under par that is going to win the golf tournament. And knowing that, he shot 1 over today, he shot 3 over yesterday. He's still fighting. He's still in the mix.
Well, and that's the thing. You look at, and no disrespect to these guys, but a little bit of disrespect to these guys. Spahn and Burns and, Thriston Lawrence and Ben Griffin aren't necessarily household names. And so I think a lot of people just assume they're going to come back down to earth a little bit, like you and BT, especially BT always mentions that some of these guys really have a hard time holding onto that top of that leaderboard. Yeah. So you assume there's probably going to be some regression there where some of these guys that are just hanging in there have a chance to make their run.
Yeah, J.J. Spahn, he played well earlier in the year. He got in a playoff with Rory McIlroy at the Players' Championship and lost in that playoff. He missed a putt from about 35 feet, left it like 2 inches short, right in the center of the hole. That got him in the playoff, and then Rory beat him in that aggregate 3-hole playoff. Sam Burns is a multiple winner on tour. He's yet to win a major championship, but he's played on President's Cups and Ryder Cups. He's really, really good friends with Scotty Scheffler and plays a lot of golf with him. So Sam Burns would be a guy that could stick his nose in the middle of this. Now, as far as Lawrence is concerned, don't know much about him. He's won over in Europe. He's from South Africa. He's a good player, but it will be seen what he does over the next 54 holes. Ben Griffin has won twice this year, and he's really, really played well over the last month and a half. So he's just kind of riding that. And then Victor Hovland, he's won a USGA
He's
won an amateur championship, and he's won big events, played multiple Ryder Cups, that kind of thing. So he's not very far back. He's at 2 under par. So basically, effectively at the end of the day, 3 under par is going to be leading. I don't think J.J. Spawn's going to take it any lower. And if he does, all the more power to him. But I'll tell you what, it's going to continue to get tough. And as we've seen, guys have gone out and got a whole bunch of have got under par through about their first 9 holes and stuff, and then they back up. They back up quick.
What do you got on the show tomorrow? Busy show out there at Oakmont, I'm sure.
Yeah, we talked with Zach Blair yesterday after his round. We talked with Tony after his round yesterday and today. Also, we have the caddy, and we'll see if we can round up one of the USGA people or another one of the sports writers here. So it should be a great show, and we'll have a great time with it.
How's Zach holding up? I know yesterday didn't go the way he wanted to, and the early part of this round hasn't gone well. Where's he at mentally?
Well, it's tough. It's like we've talked about. It is just really tough. And he shot 4 over yesterday. He was a little upset with what happened because he felt he played a lot better. Where's he at right now?
I think he was 4 over through 5 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah. See, and he's on a struggle. And once you start getting going that direction, it's just hard. It's really hard to turn it around and start bringing it back.
Hey, at what point do we start keeping a closer eye on Charlie Woods? Because he won some amateur tournament last week, didn't he, or a couple weeks ago?
He did. He won a big amateur tournament, and it was an AJGA event. And it will take him a little while, and it will take him more time winning golf tournaments. I mean, by the time that Tiger was Charlie's age, he'd probably won over 100 junior and amateur golf tournaments.
Wow.
He won 3 years in a row. He won the U.S. Junior, and then he won the U.S. Amateur 3 years in a row. He's won the U.S. Open a couple of times. You got to get used to it. You got to get used to sticking your nose in it. You got to get used to winning, and that was his first big one. So kudos for him. Fun to watch how they interact together and how much Dad is proud of his son.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, Bob, we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we'll probably talk to you next week.
Hey, Scotty, you know what?
Yes, sir.
For those people that are watching the rest of this round in the next 2 days, as Mr. T would say, you're going to see a lot of pain.
Hey, we're always down for a good Mr. T reference. There's no doubt.
That's
hey,
right.
Look, I pity those fools out there on that course right now.
That's right. That's exactly right. I pity the fool.
I pity the fool. Bob, you're the best, man. Thanks.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next, and then the great Craig Bowlerjack hanging out with us for a full hour from 1 to 2 right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Athletics are funny that way. I've always said this. Not only does it attract people from all sorts of different backgrounds, but all sorts of different intelligence levels, different emotionally intelligence levels, like all those things. Like, I don't know how coaches do it, honestly.
This is going to sound mean because it's certainly not the case. There are legitimate savants, can think everything with the game, and then aren't super intelligent off the floor and struggle off the floor. And that's quite common.
It's so applicable, though, to life. I mean, Elton John just sat down and played the piano. I think in person you can really tell the difference between not intelligent and maybe just public speaking isn't my first way of communicating. But then you can see people as just like, okay, this dude's just a dim bulb. And as a dim bulb myself, I feel like we can really sniff out each other. You know what I mean?
Spider sense tingles when you get around each other.
This guy's faking it just like me.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've heard me talking about the great things America First Credit Union could do for you individually. Now let me tell you a little bit about what America First Credit Union does for our communities.
They just wrapped up their diaper drive. That diaper drive supplies over 300,000 diapers to communities to help with people in need of just a simple diaper. They put on food drives during the holiday seasons to make sure that people here in Utah have the food that they need to get through the hard winters. They put on backpack drives so that they can help underprivileged kids have the school supplies that they need to get back into school and be able to do the things they need in school. They put together a shoe drive to help those underprivileged kids that are in grade school get the right shoes on their feet so that they can feel confident and comfortable when they come to school. These are just a small bit of what America First Credit Union does for our communities. They're all about the give back. That's why you see them involved with sports. That's why you see them on the Hans and Scotty Show, because they're all about giving back and being present in the community. Find a location near you at americafirst.com. They give us a ton. Now they'll give to you as well. Maybe you need a little bit of financing, some lending, a HELOC. They've got those options. Maybe you need to get your money working for you. They can help you do that as well. Find a location next to you at americafirst.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If your roof needs repair or replacement, do it now during S&S Roofing's huge spring sale. 12 months interest-free financing. Get the best value on the highest quality roofing job in Utah. Dial pound 250, then say S&S Roofing.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday, everybody. Our guy Hans Olsen off. He'll be back with us coming up on Monday. kind of celebrating the weekend, big weekend for him and his guys. So he's going to take the day off, and it is as much as we would like to rip on Hans for being here, we're going to treat him with the same love and respect we treat Lloyd when Lloyd's on vacation, with nothing but complete class and complete nothing but love.
I wish that was so true. It's a little bit of a double standard with you guys. I've come to realize, and it's okay. It's all right. It's fine. I'm okay with it. As long if you guys feel good about it, which you guys do, it's all right. It's okay.
Lloyd, when you're gone, it's like, you know what? Lloyd's out. It's
I feel like the three of us are equally dedicated to the show.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like that sometimes when yeah.
Hey, by the way, my kid enjoyed chatting with you on the phone today.
I love that kid. I really do. In fact, you know what? If you could at least get him taken care of, get him those waiters. Get him those waiters, and I will and I know you will too. But I'll take him out with Z-Man. I'll take him out because I need to take Xavier out we're gonna probably go out to the Weber here very soon.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'll go with you.
Yeah, come with us.
So you can make fun of my fishing too.
But I'm not going to make fun of your fishing. There's no such thing.
Oh, there is.
No, there's not. I know you're used to the high dollar fishing, and that's being on a boat. Well, not all of us have boats.
Until I wreck it.
Until you wreck it. But like I'm telling you, like you guys just got to get those waders, and you are smooth sailing.
All right, so let me ask you this about waders. Is this like because the kid and I we were shopping for waders the other day and for fly fishing gear, and we were all blown away by how much stuff is if there is something that you should not skimp on, is it waders, or will any decent pair do?
You know what the thing is, the boots. If you get a not a good pair of boots, I will say, because I chinched out on the boots, and I got blisters on my feet. It was not good. So I went all out. Actually, this time around, on my recent waders, I went all out on those ones. So I actually, well, not all out. I went with one that aren't super. Probably you don't want to use these unless you like in the winter. These are more for in the summer and spring, and the boots as well. So. Yeah, I went a little bit nicer boots this time around.
Well, and that's the thing. Like that's what because you can go there and and Hans was really upfront about this and saying, because we went out with Ryan from Rocky Mountain Outfitters, who is just phenomenal, and I highly suggest you call Ryan and get involved in Rocky Mountain Outfitters. Lloyd, I know you're going out there too with him here pretty soon, but call him up 801-380-0697. And spend about 4 or 5 hours out on the river, and he'll gear you up. He gives you the gear, the rods, the lures, the flies, everything. You got everything you could possibly need with Rocky Mountain Outfitters. And then you get a taste for it, and then you come home and you're like, okay, I want this and this and this. And then you could go, and you could drop like $2,000 easy on this stuff.
Did you ask him about the waders? I'm just curious what he said.
Oh, actually, I did not. I asked him about rods, but I did not ask him about waders. I'll do that.
I think you would. My first pair was like the neoprene ones, and those are not great in the summer because they're fairly warm. Those neoprene ones, but they have. I went this time around. I went with the Sims, and I did that on the boots too. And like I said, it's spent a little bit more, but the thing is, I think it's worth it. Once you get those. That's all you need. And then like I said, you can get the pole and you can just do the lures. Like I like to fish with just the lures on the river. Yeah. And you could do that. You don't need that.
With a normal rod?
Yeah, just with a normal rod. You don't have to have a fly rod right away. Though the fly rod is fun. Don't get me wrong.
Oh man.
And I've never been skunked with a fly rod.
Really?
Yeah, I've never been skunked with a fly rod.
No kidding.
Been skunked with the regular tackle. I've been skunked, but never with a fly rod.
Mm. Well, we're kind of all in on this. I'm not going to lie, and so some things are going to happen. I'm on the old Facebook Marketplace all the time looking for fly rods, because that's kind of more my budget. Because I'm not flush with cash like you are, Lloyd.
Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, Craig Bullerjack's going to join us coming up. In fact, Buller has just walked in the building, folks. We're at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Come on by, hang out with us. Let's have some fun. We're going to talk some NBA with him. We'll go over everything, Jazz, draft, free agency, trades. Hey, look at the Pacers now. Pacers aren't messing around. They're hanging in there. In fact, have a chance to go up 3-1 in this series. We'll talk about Buller's thoughts on that team coming up as well. And we want you to come on by, hang out, check out all the great savings they've got here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And I even got the treat bucket here too. You want some Twix? You want some M&Ms? You want some $100 grand? $100 grand, very underrated candy bar. Kit Kats. Let's go. Yeah, Buller says hurry up because they're going to go fast. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Utah. Get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, June 13th against the Oregon Steel. Professional Ultimate Frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harriman. Bring your crew, wear your jerseys, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Oregon Steel, June 13th, under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive. I was a sailor.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You hear that music, you know what time it is. It's Craig Bolerjack time right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The man, the myth, the legend. You wish you were him. How are you, Bowler? You good?
No, they don't wish out. They don't wish that.
Everybody does.
No.
Everybody
hey, I'm
does.
great. Hey, thanks for the invite. It's always great to sit and look at some new Mazdas, by the way. They got great lines. I like this one right here a lot. It's kind of like, what would you call that? Cocoa?
Yeah, what is that color? That's a good-looking color.
Bronze,
You're right.
but yet it's got a really kind of rich look to it. I'll take it.
Done and done. You know, that's the thing. One of my best friends on the planet is Jake Blair. He's the GM, and you'll meet him coming up here in a bit.
Good.
And Jake is so Jake was at another dealership, and it within the Tim Daly family, and he got this gig to be general manager, and he called me up and he's like, hey, I need you to come by and check out these Mazdas. And I'm like, Mazdas? And he's like, yeah, I'm the GM. I'm like, huh. Because I didn't even really – Mazda was never really on my radar.
Yeah.
And, well, anyway, I had a car that was a little beat up, and so he put me in a 5 for a bit, and I fell in love with it, absolutely fell in love with it. And so I get it. Mazdas may not be on the top of your mind, but I just want you to come down here and take a test drive, and you're going to be convinced. You just go – like, we're off the 106 South exit, Auto Mall Drive. You put that sucker on the on-ramp, put the foot down, and that sucker is going to go. And so – just take it for a test drive, see what you think, and you got the best sales staff on the planet with Jake and his crew.
One of my 3 sons has a Mazda.
Oh, really?
Yeah, loves it.
Yeah, the 5 that I now own, because I bought one from Jake, is probably my favorite vehicle I've owned. We got the turbo in it. We got a little lifted a little bit. It looks nice. Got the midnight black on it. It's awesome.
You got it lifted?
A little bit, yeah.
Scotty, that's dangerous.
I know, right? And they can customize these things any way you want. What's life like for you right now? Just mowing lawns and hanging out?
Mowing lawns, waiting, I will say.
Yes.
I got a grandson coming first, and I'm out of my mind.
You and Sharon are going to be
out of our minds.
Like the best grandparents on
out
the
of our
planet.
minds. Countdown's on. 8 days, and it could be any minute.
Oh, yeah. You might get a phone call in the middle of the show.
I could. You know, I'll have to jump in the car and race. I gotta, it's something that I never. When you're growing up, then you have your own kids. You think, okay, that's down the road, and it has been down the road, but it's exciting. I don't know what it's going to change me. I'm sure.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
That's so great. Though.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Little guy, by the way.
Oh man, name picked out?
No. They said they've got a couple, but that's in the pocket. And they're going to say once they look at the little man, they'll know.
Yeah, that's how we were. We had like 3 or 4, and then we would wait and see, and then like, okay, it looks like this. And like our youngest son, Brody, we had the other name it was going to be was Jet. And then we saw him and like, nope, he's not a Jet.
Jet?
He was a Brody.
Wow.
Here's a good sturdy name, Bowler.
Yeah.
Craig.
He's a sturdy young man.
Craig.
Yeah.
How about Craig? Craig's a good sturdy name.
Ooh. You know what? Craig, I don't know, man. That came from Missouri. You know what that means? Craig, C-R-E-G, means like a small cave or someone who has a geologic major geologist would know a Craig is like a small indentation in, I think, in a hill.
Like our guy Hans, he was first he was going to be a paleontologist, then he was going to be a geologist, then he was going to be like every time he does a show and he's like, well, I really highly consider doing this. And we're like, no, you weren't.
I started off biology. I went soils and water conservation.
Really?
Yeah. Then I went to coaching
Okay.
I wanted to teach and coach. I still think it's fascinating. And then my brother pulled me aside when it was time to make that final decision. Kansas State had a school of broadcast journalism, so I decided to take a class, and I knew that's what I wanted to do.
And then that sunk its teeth into you, huh?
Yeah, it hooked me.
Yeah.
For sure.
No doubt. And look at you now.
Hanging out with you.
Yeah. No, you're slumming it now.
Scotty G.
Hey, all right, so we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Jazz, draft, free agency, all that stuff. But let's start a little bit with how much fun is this for you, who is always the champion of the little guy and the mid-market teams, to see Indianapolis, Oklahoma City in an NBA Finals?
I tell you, straight up, the first thing I thought was it's not sexy, right, for ABC.
Yeah.
ESPN/ABC. ABC/ESPN. But, I think for the little guy, and I don't think they like to be called that, more or less when I'm around the league now, it's like mid-size market. That's what we are.
Not small.
And OKC's not the biggest city,
Yeah.
right? Indy is a little bigger. Both have incredible fan bases, much like what the Jazz are. But, in a way, I think it's good for the NBA. They're going through a tough time right now about, Adam Silver's going to have to figure out something in the sense of games played, motivation, still the All-Star game, postseason. Why do you play hard, and why do you let officials let them play more defensively and physical, but in the regular season, multiple whistles occur on every other play? And I think it's time to really kind of put people in a room and decide what direction you want this game to go. Fans pay too much to see these guys play. And look, it's not their fault because television offers that type of payday, right, with the rights fees. And TNT's out, right?
Yeah.
That to me is a stunner because they really made NBC in the early days, and then TNT made the NBA.
100% agree.
CBS put them on after the news.
Yeah, they tape delayed it.
Tape delayed the finals, right?
People don't realize that, and that wasn't that long ago.
No.
That was what, early 80s?
Mid-80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
mid-80s. And, you have to wonder, okay, what direction. I get it with the way things are now. They have all three levels covered, streaming, cable, and over-the-air, which is, quote, free if you have, the rabbit ears, but not if you have, cable or direct TV.
Yeah.
So I just think it's time to kind of do a reset. That's just me. That's my personal thought. I love the game. I just like to see the players engage more, maybe with the fans, and the fact that 68, what's enough? I mean, if they do want to back it off, then the revenue stream obviously will impact them.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to remember that those salaries of $40 million or more cannot be sustained if you take games away. So I think that's what Adam Silver has to decide within the players' union and get to the table and discuss what's best for the game at this moment. I'll give Jazz fans all the credit in the world. 17 wins, nothing that was outrageous. There were some nice nights where the Jazz surprised some folks. They played hard.
Yeah,
that's Will Hardy's way. And from my chair and Big T's chair and Lauren's, I mean that's what it kept us kind of going down the road. But I understand they want to develop and they have to. Austin Ainge is kind of, for me, I've met him I believe once years ago, and from everything he said, he wants to move this team forward. And I do like the fact that, hey, we're not going to tank. But also, Scotty, let's be honest, the Western Conference is still tough, and it's going to be that way for a while.
Yeah.
So you can play the younger players and the draft pick, whoever it may be, or the draft picks, and let them continue to grow. But you have to make some tough decisions. What about Keontae? What about Isaiah? Are you going to go with a guard? You're going to go big? You're going to go with the best player available? That's in a different, pay scale. And Austin's been challenged to do exactly that. And what direction he goes, Scotty, I don't know. He's, I'm sure, going through the data, and the Jazz are, like every other NBA team, heavy into that, understanding players' strengths and weaknesses. But what direction do you think they go? I mean, you and Hans talk about it all the time, and great teams usually have someone that can run the show, the point, and distribute. Look what OKC became after using their draft picks but bringing Shea in, SGA, who's now the MVP of the NBA. it turned things around into a positive. Stockton, I mean, the glory days of the Jazz, Stockton to Malone, but you got to have someone to, pass to and score. I thought this draft is intriguing, man. I tell you, draft night is less than a week and 10 days, 10 days out.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what the Jazz do. In fact, I think that's, we say it every summer. Oh, it's exciting. But no, this summer there are so many names, and I'm talking high-level future Hall of Famers that are looking for the one final opportunity to win a ring. And what's Giannis going to do? What's KD going to do? They're going to move Paul George, Joel Embiid. Would Dallas even think of trading out Cooper for, picks or players?
Don't think so on one, but I think at number 2, San Antonio's very
much in play. They're talking already about it. I just saw this morning, man, they're talking about the other Duke kid.
Knippel. Colin Knippel.
Can you believe that? 2 Dukies coming out, 1-2. It could happen.
By the way,
and bypassing Harper, by the way,
would be nuts. But I would love Colin Knippel on this Jazz team.
Oh,
because right now the Jazz need specialization. Like, I don't want a guy who does a lot of things well. I want one guy who does one thing great. Because I'm not anticipating who the Jazz get at 5 if they stay at 5. I don't anticipate that being a Cooper Flagg who is a generational player who will raise your team to another level. I don't anticipate you're going to get that. So what you should do, and if you look across the league, what guys are finding, like Tyler Hero, or guys, you need to find your star. You're not
Alex Caruso?
Yes. You need to find
G-leaguer.
Some guy who does something better than anybody else. I always told my kids this too. Like, find something that you're good at and be the best at it.
Amen.
Individually. Because if you have that certain skill set, people are going to find you and use you, and you'll always have a job. And so that, to me, is like always important. Find that one skill set. Con Knippel and Ben Anderson, who does a tremendous job on KSLSports.com, thinks that in 5 years he might be the best pure shooter in the NBA. And so if you can find a guy who could be the best in the league at one thing, go get him.
I think general managers, ownership groups, they do get intrigued by star power, but it doesn't translate many times over the course of a 12, 14-year career.
Yeah.
You got to play with a chip on your shoulder, too. And I think the Jazz are still looking for the alpha. And that's difficult to find. I think, I get into discussions about this all the time, Scotty. It's like you know it when they have it. And people say, what is it? No, you know it.
You know it when you see it.
And because that's just who they are. I think, it's part of your DNA. You want to lead. The Jazz wanted Hayward to lead. Didn't quite work out that way.
Nope.
Markkanen's a hell of a player, but do you take it to this? Is he a third tier level player, or second tier? Does he want the responsibility as the man? It's hard to find someone that wants that pressure, and then they seize it and then become a Hall of Famer or a multiple All-Star and have the ability to lead you. Does Isaiah Collier have it? I saw some of it at the end of the season when he was given the reins to go out and play. Is he making mistakes? Absolutely. Will he continue? Absolutely. But how does he fit? That's what's so intriguing to me, that Austin has had very little time, but he's diving into it, obviously, with his dad's help, and Justin and Ryan, is understand who the Jazz are, what direction they want to go, and, Scotty, really, who is the core? I think that's still unanswered.
Oh, yeah. No, it's 100% up in the air. But, you were around the league when Tyrese Halliburton was in Sacramento.
Yeah.
When Shea was in L.A. with the Clippers. So when those trades happened, did you you knew they were good players, but you didn't know they would be this, right?
No.
And so who's to say that the Jazz can't pull a trigger on a guy that eventually could become one of these two dudes?
Scotty, I think for fans, you have to say it can happen quick.
Yeah.
Quicker than you may think. You get the right combination of players, like in Oklahoma City. Luguentz Dort, come on.
Yeah.
Undrafted, and all of a sudden becomes a vital part defensively. That's what he does. One thing good.
Yeah.
And he'll give you a little kick offensively on occasion, but defensively, that's what he does and does so well. But you have to find the right pieces. SGA lands into a incredible position. He's an MVP. Was he too small with L.A.? Maybe. Was he? He just didn't seem to fit. But under Dagnall, he does. And Jalen Williams fits around him, right? Hartenstein. I'll tell you now, tonight, I'm going to tell you this real quick. The bench of the Pacers absolutely dominated.
Yeah.
By 31, and the Thunder uncharacteristically gave the ball away. From my point of view, they're the best team in the NBA.
The Pacers?
No,
Oklahoma City. Oh, no, I agree with that.
The best defensive tenacity I've seen in the NBA in my 20 years. Boston was good. OKC took it to another level.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, I tell you what, there is one guy that's going to be – you need a car guy, right? You need a guy that you're just like, you know what, he's my guy. And that's Jake Blair. Bowler, Jake, Bowler.
Jake.
Nice to meet you there, Bowler.
Hey, good to see you. Love the showroom.
Well,
hey, what color is this monster right here? What would you call that?
That is zircon sand.
Wow.
Zircon sand.
That's fancy.
Yeah, zircon.
It looks good.
Yeah, they are.
It's like my wife's diamond. Oh, that's cubic zirconium. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, close. Yeah. It's
$29.95.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a chandelier.
Yeah,
quality.
Exactly.
Chandelier quality.
Hey, you got so many great deals going on. You got people coming in, and you got a sales staff that's ready to help them immediately, right?
Yeah. We have a sales staff that's really needs to help them immediately because they all like to make a lot of noise.
I tell you, I was 10 feet out of my car, and a young, hungry dealer wanted me to.
Yeah.
Can I sell you a car? So I'm just here for Scotty G and the radio, but we'll talk later. Yeah.
Hey,
it was good.
Yeah, at least they're going out there and let's get you going.
Yeah.
You know, let's help you. Let's get you into something that's going to work. And that's the good news is that we're trying to tell everybody is we just got to sell a bunch of cars this weekend, new, used. Obviously, we'd love to sell a whole bunch more new than used, but I'll take whatever you're looking for, any budget, any. Whatever it is that's going to fit the best for you, we want to find that. Whether it's a crossover, an SUV, a sedan, and we're willing to buy rates down and discount cars and give you more for your trade. And like I said in the last segment, Scotty, it's about giving people those that the feel good when they're here. We want to make sure they have a fantastic experience. The red carpet's rolled out. And listen, if you're not laughing, I don't want you buying a car.
Yeah.
Because I want you to have a good time while you're here. And I don't want it to be like the old-fashioned car buying experience where you're there for 7 hours and you're hating life and everybody hates it. No, I want you here, and I want us to be, we want to be able to utilize your time correctly and streamline the process because your time is important. And we're going to get you in and get you out and get you into a car that works the best, get you the best deal as fast as possible. And then you're going to leave happy, and you're going to leave smiling and excited.
And that's the thing, too, because, look, I've purchased a vehicle from other places before I met you, never after I met you.
Weird.
Okay, one time. It didn't mean anything, I promise.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Didn't mean anything, and they come running back.
And Jake saved my butt because I got myself in a bad situation.
You want me to come in here and, I can talk you guys through this?
Oh, no.
We need that marriage counselor.
We're good now because Jake saved my butt. Because here's the thing, everybody's got a story. Whether they made a bad car purchase, they're upside down, maybe they got some credit issues, or they hate the vehicle and they're in a lease and they're like, I'm stuck in this thing for 2 more years. Whatever the case is, big or small, you've seen it all.
Yes.
And you can work people through whatever situation they're in.
Yeah, listen, if you think that you're in a bad credit spot, you have too much negative equity, you know what I mean? I'm waiting for this money. Got in a car accident. I'm waiting for insurance to figure it out. You know what I mean? Come see us. We've worked with everything. We've seen everything. I promise you I've seen worse. I've seen more negative. I promise. I've been doing this for 24 years, and there's lots and lots and lots of things I've seen over the 24 years. And my job here is to make it easier for you. There is somebody here that can help you, right? I hate to say it, but, everybody, like you said, you want somebody in the car business to be able to look out for you because at the end of the day, if you don't know somebody, you just don't know, right?
Yep.
But if you come in, I'm gonna make sure that you get to know me, and I want to earn your business not just now but for life. And the only way I'm going to do that is by making sure that we're fully transparent, you're comfortable in your purchase, and like I said, you're having a fantastic experience.
And that's the thing I want people to really understand here is because you can buy a vehicle anywhere, but you want to be with somebody that's going to be invested in you. You want to make sure that they don't sell you one vehicle. Then you want to sell people multiple vehicles, and the only way you do that is if you earn trust.
Yeah, you gotta earn the trust. It has to be, like I said, it has to be a good experience.
Yeah.
And the problem is in the car business is, a lot of customers have had bad experiences, and we're compared to dentists. You know what I mean? Like people love coming to buy a car like they love going to the dentist. They just don't love it, right? Because it's usually 7 hours, and it's the back and forth, and it's the haggle, and nobody likes to do that. I mean, there's few people, and they're just different, and that's okay. But
you'll sell them vehicles too.
Yeah, I will. But here's the thing: is I want to streamline this process. I want to make it easy. I want to know that we're transparent and you can trust us, and that you like the process, and you're having a good time, and you're smiling, and everybody's laughing, and you want to come back and buy another car. You want to send people in to have that same experience, and that's what we drive for, and we strive for all the time at this store.
Nobody's going to treat you better. Nobody's going to save you more money. Nobody's going to get you in a situation that you have a vehicle that, number one, you love, and number two, you can afford and you know is going to be on the road for a long time because, of course, you got that Tim Daly forever warranty attached to it as well.
Yep.
So let's go. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive here in Sandy, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, John Wilner, college football writer for Mercury News.
What are some of the issues and concerns about that 5+11 model that gives a lot of people pause?
Well, I think that it gives the selection committee an immense amount of power. They're picking 11 spots. There are a lot of reasons to be wary of the selection committee. I mean, your state is one of the big ones, right? Because I think BYU got totally hosed. That is a sentiment a lot of people feel could get repeated every year if the committee is allowed to pick most of the field. One corner is distrust of the selection committee. Another corner is the need for more money because of revenue sharing. And the third corner is that ESPN isn't on the hook to pay more if they expand the playoff. So they can't just get more money by expanding the playoff.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, 300 residents of Chelsea, Michigan, turned up to help a local bookstore move. They formed a human chain from the old location to the new location and passed almost 10,000 books to help this business. What a great community. you will spend much of your life in a work community. It might be a not my problem kind of a place, or it might be let's help each other always kind of a place. I saw a CEO helping on the loading dock, a foreman picking up a hammer, and a senior editor writing copy just to help when it was needed. Those actions don't just help in hard times, they create the kind of work communities we all want to be a part of. Learn more about healthy work communities in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hanson Scotty gets you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now,
get the call, baby! Come on, let's go!
Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Hanson Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Craig Bolerjack hanging out with us for the hour. It is our top 60 in 60, not rankings. This is the first year, Bowler, that we've been doing this for a long time. This is year, I want to say 11. We didn't do it our first year of the show. We did do it during COVID. But normally we do the 60 and 60 ranking. Unfortunately, this year there's so many transfers and so many people being added. We just couldn't get a good vibe on everybody enough to really put out a ranking. So what we're doing is the 60 and 60 watch list, because everybody has a watch list now. We do a watch list, and then at the end of the season, we're going to rank all the players. So
that's fair.
Yeah,
the portal's changed everything.
Oh, it's wrecked everything.
Yeah,
it really has. In fact, I want to get your thoughts on that here in a bit. But today we go back to Logan, and we focus in on one of the few players that are held over from last year's team. Bronco Mendenhall's got 87 new players at Utah State this upcoming season. One of those guys that are coming back for another year in Logan is Gabe Iniguez.
Gabe Iniguez is tough, and he's physical, and he's seasoned, and he just is relentless in his passion for the game. I love his vocal presence. I love his physical presence. He's played so much football that he gives us a maturity and a consistency interiorly that kind of anchors our front seven.
Good defensive lineman for Utah State. Last year ended up with 29 tackles, 3 TFLs, had himself a couple sacks as well. But the thing with him is he's not going to be a big stat guy. He's a space filler. He's a guy that keeps offensive linemen from getting to the next level. And he can get after the quarterback, but really a tremendous guy for Utah State. Great locker room guy. Bronco and I talked a little bit about him off the air, and I said this is a guy that I really felt like would be a Bronco Mendenhall type of guy, and one that not necessarily surprising that would be a good fit under Bronco Mendenhall's system. But Bowler, the turnover in college football, well, college sports overall is just crazy right now.
It's crazy. I think it's tough for the fans. It's tough to keep track of who you want to cheer for and where they are.
Yeah.
The portal, I think, is intriguing, but NIL, I know there's a lot of money out there. And, Scotty, I just have – look, when you're recruited, I think Hans will agree. We've talked a lot about this. It's one of the greatest compliments at a school to actually want you to come there and then pay for your education. But I think what's changed is the education is secondary.
Oh, yeah.
So that doesn't mean anything because it's a one and done or 2 years and you're done. You're going off to the National Football League trying to make, your mark, your millions or what have you. Now you can make millions in college football in the NIL system as well. And you may make more than if you would jump into the draft. Depending on your just on your talent level. But gosh, Scotty, it's changed so much. I think fans still have their heads trying to wrap around it. Bronco, I give him credit. How you got 87 new faces into Logan is a huge undertaking. Usually, coaches try to rotate 25 to 30, if that. So he's doubled that and then some, almost tripled what most coaches would bring in a given year. But you know what? That's Bronco's way. Look what he did at BYU. He wants young players that are going to be coachable, that are going to follow the rules, and not try to make a lot of trouble. And you know what? That's hard to do. But Bronco He has a track record of doing that. It's going to be interesting. And, for you, I mean, you got to do some extra homework, pal.
I know, right?
I mean, you got 87 new numbers and faces up there, and it's not easy to do. And it's constantly changing. I think fans get separated from their teams at times. And I keep going back. Why did Nick Saban get out of it? He didn't want to put up with this.
Yeah.
Didn't want to have to deal with the issues of NIL, how much money am I going to make, coach. He just wants you to come play football. I'll never forget game we did at CBS, Berline and I, who used to be quarterback of the Cowboys, we went into his office, and, boy, I'd say Saban, just a salty dude, man.
Yeah.
Salty. And a couple of running backs we were talking about, and he goes, I want to stop you guys right now. Look, I got 3. Look out my window. I'll never forget this. Look out my window. That's a dorm. Okay, up on that 3rd floor, I got 3 backs better than the 2 I'll have on the field tomorrow. I thought, wow, man, what a system. I mean, he just rotated players in, and if you didn't like it, if you didn't want to wait your turn, you're gone.
Yeah.
And he was okay because he knew he had other young men that would play college football at Alabama and LSU when he was there.
Yes.
And that's not the case anymore. You can say, hey, I don't get enough playing time. I'm going to pout. Mom told me to leave. Uncle Joe told me to leave. And I'm going to go in the portal. Now, here's the thing. How many times are you allowed in the portal?
As many as you want.
Should it be regulated?
Yes, 100%.
Look,
to me, that's the biggest storyline right now. And that's the thing that I have a hard time with is just the unlimited transfers. Because I think that once you sign your name on a dotted line on a national letter of intent to go play somewhere, that's where you should play. Now, if you want to leave, that's fine, but there should be repercussions. Like you had to sit out a year back in the day.
Yes, you did.
Or you had to graduate, then you could transfer wherever you
could jump to a junior college, remember?
Yes.
Or a Division II school.
Yep, you
and
could
then
do that.
Then work your way back.
And then work your way back.
Yeah.
So there were ways to stay on the field. There's ways to get around the system a little bit. But at the end of the day, you couldn't go from Alabama to LSU, then to USC. The kids are playing 4 schools in 4 years. Some kids are signing their letter of intent to go to a school and then saying, oh, I want to rip it up and I want to go to this school. And they let them because you kind of have to now. And should a kid be able to go to an autograph session and make money if people want to pay him to autograph something? Yes. In my opinion, yes. If somebody wants you, if Jake wants to hire an athlete to come by and say, hey, I get my cars at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, should a kid be able to make money? In my opinion, yes. Because if you're good enough and you're popular enough, you should be able to make money off your name, image, likeness. I'm all for that. Should a collective give a kid $2 million while he's a junior in high school to secure when he hasn't done anything yet? I have a hard time with that.
No, I'm with you.
And I have a hard time with the signing and going wherever you want to go at any given time.
No, it's because too many people are in their ear because they're thinking about what's going to happen. Look, you're an injury away. I get it. Scotty, it happens. There's been greater athletes probably than Bo Jackson that we've never known because of an injury.
Mm-hmm.
And I only say that because I just saw Remember the Titans, the other night.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. It's difficult for me because, again, I was so intrigued with a scholarship that I didn't even think that was my pay.
Yeah.
And so to think that I was going to go over and do a car dealership, see, that's where you have to push through and try to understand, because the NCAA was the watchdog, and they were after everyone because this was all done under the table. Now, the proponent would say, now at least we know it's in the open.
Yeah.
That you're paying the kid. He's coming to an autograph session. I'll tell you a quick story, if I can.
Sure.
Remember old Sports Beat Sunday?
Yeah.
On KSL? I had Ty Detmer on, Heisman Trophy winner. And I called those games back in his day. He had to give the Sports Beat Sunday hat back because it was pay.
So you gave him a hat for
it's
coming
a $6 hat.
Yeah.
And then the next thing I know is BYU is sending the hat back because it was a gift. And the NCAA, they were fearful, could investigate that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now think where we are.
Hans tells a story all the time where he got married. He's newly married, and there's a family friend that tried to give him a couch, an old, used, beat-up couch. And And so he accepted it, and then a word got out. I don't know. He told somebody, and then the compliance office says you have to give that couch back. You can't take that couch.
How things have changed.
Yeah. Now he can hop on for a couch company for Lazy Boy and say, hey, I get my couches here, and they could give you $1 million and as many couches as you want for the rest of your life.
You got an aunt and uncle who need a couch, right? We'll just send them on
down.
down.
We'll
ship
give
them
them
out.
too. Yeah.
I think it sets with some people on a negative.
Yes.
And others are probably not that worried about it as long as they're entertained and the football's good or the young man stays in line, right? But once that kind of teeters, then you start to get some of the concerns. I just don't like the fact that if an aunt, an uncle, a grandpa, grandma, or someone's in their ears saying, you know what, it's not working out here, not enough reps.
Yeah,
My dad told me, you know what, then go out on the field, work your tail off, and earn your position. That's what used to be said. Now there's no one to say, well, yeah, you're not being treated fair, so let's get out of here. So what tells you that the next place you stop isn't going to be the same situation? At 18, 19, man, you're building some important qualities that are going to play out in the National Football League with a coach who don't give a crap.
The world is of college athletics is littered with guys that left thinking the pasture was going to be greener, and it was not.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
Look, you got to beat out. You have to beat out the guy in front of you. You can be a 3 deep, 2 deep, or the main guy. Doesn't mean that you're going to the National Football League. I mean, there was numbers I used to have, Scotty, out of high school and college. You know, how many thousands of young men go to college hoping to play in the National Football League, and then how many college players really never even sniff it? An injury comes into play. So when you're 24, you're out. Longevity in the NFL, less than 5. 4.3, I believe.
Yeah.
Because guess what? There's another guy coming out with stronger, fresher legs than you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Less miles. And so at 25, let's say, what's the rest of your life like?
The other thing.
And there's issues there, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But you know what? The great thing is for some of these kids, if they're smart, they can really game the system. I know a guy that because of the COVID year, he got his degree, he got his bachelor's degree, then he got his MBA, and he still had another year of eligibility, so he wasn't quite sure what to do, but the school's paying for it. So he got like a pilot's license. And he didn't pay for a dime of it.
See, that's the beauty of the educational
exactly.
process. If you take advantage of it.
Because he knew, he's like, you know, the chance of the NFL is pretty slim, so I'm going to milk this thing for everything it's got. Made a little NIL money, not a lot, but made a little NIL money. Came out with 3 degrees.
And he's flying.
And debt-free, which not a lot of kids can say these days. And he's off and running.
How about a couple of classes for collegiate athletes on how you can handle your NIL money, invest, and also have money left over for generations to come?
They're trying, and I think there's a lot of things available. I just don't know how much kids are paying attention because, you know, these are all W-9 guys. They're all contract employees.
Right.
And so, well, you know, or, you know, we are only, I'm sure, about a year or two away from some sob story of a kid being like, I took all this money and nobody told me that the IRS.
Yeah.
And now
the 1099.
I could be going to prison and woe is me because nobody told me about this and they should have educated me before I took all this money because it's somebody else's fault. It's not your fault. It's somebody else's fault.
How about taking responsibility? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Man. Or someone sitting them down. If before you accept the NIL, explain that this is what's going down.
Yeah.
You're going to be making $2 million. You don't have any taxes, but you're going to be responsible to report what you made.
Yeah, because they're going to send it.
That autograph session you had 3 weeks ago, and you got $5,000 for it. It's not free.
No, nope. I mean, you know, look, I know that you've done a lot of contract work back in the day. You know, that's what my Utah State stuff is essentially contract work, and you just know. You take a third of it and you just set it aside.
Uncle Sam's right there.
Because Uncle Sam's coming for you.
You work 5 days, you get 3.5 of it.
Exactly.
The other 1.5 goes right back into the pot.
And then you hope you can have enough, what do you call them, deductions out there where you can hold on to some of it. But chances are not.
Oh, yeah. That cell phone costs a lot, you know.
You're actually paying $400 a month for yourself.
Yeah, that's what it's come up to. Yeah, I got a lot of data streaming. You know, sorry about that.
You bought a $10,000 computer? Yeah. All right, 1:45, Hans and Scotty. We'll take a break, come back. Craig Bullerjack hanging out with us for another 15 minutes right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO. You know, the great thing about the Ainge family is they say stuff that takes on a life of its own. Austin, at his press conference, because he's an Ainge and he can't help himself, gets the tank question and says, you won't see that this year. Or should fans be setting their expectations beyond the word tanking?
I think the fans should be excited about the guys that we have and how they're developing and whatever pieces that are put together in this offseason with the team. It'll be more fun this year. And I really believe that, because the players are not only getting better and growing, but I think the coaches are getting to understand one another. There's some continuity with the group here, and it'd be the second year as opposed to a first year. And I do see the improvement. I'm excited for this year, regardless of what buzzwords we want to use. I'm looking forward to this upcoming year.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, you've heard Hans and I talk about advanced windows forever. We're really passionate about this because we're passionate about saving you money. Whether we're here at Tim Daly Mazda or we're at Advanced Windows, you realize those are things you have to have. You have to have a vehicle. You have to have quality windows because, look, summer's coming, which means your AC is going to be running nonstop. Well, guess what? That's costing you money. How can you save money on your AC bill? Making sure you have proper windows that keep that cool air in the summer and the warm air in the winter. Because if you don't have the right windows, that's just going to be bleeding air and you're going to be costing yourself tons of money. You get the proper windows, that's not a cost. That's an investment. It's going to make your home look better. It's going to make your home more efficient. And in the long run, it's going to save you money. Advanced Windows right now is going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more, and they're going to help you out. We're talking about Nate Orchard, Jake Weber. These are guys that have been in the community forever, and they're absolutely committed to making sure you have the best product available. Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100. Call them right now, 801-850-9100.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, Hans and I, we're ready to go to work for you. That's right. You know, look, we love our job right now, and we think we can serve two masters, because what we want you to do right now, if you've got a product you're passionate about, you've got a service. We were just down at Kenny J's Barbecue. By the way, Bowler, beautiful new barbecue place down there. This is as close.
Did you go tri-tip that day? Is that what you told me?
They did not have tri-tip, but they had, and okay, I've said this on the air already. I already sound like a narcissistic jerk when I said this, but it's true. When I go to a barbecue place, especially here in Utah, I will not order ribs because I feel like my ribs are better than anywhere else I can order. And so I don't really order ribs because I'm like,
you're still mad at me, aren't you?
Okay, no, we've gotten over that. Although we are doing a rematch this summer. And if we need you to judge.
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
And
Scotty hasn't forgiven me. he slipped to second in the rankings because it was maybe just the bone. You know, I think you admit, you know.
No, I admit those were not my best ribs.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to admit that. So those weren't my, although.
The phone calls I got late at night, though, were just a little outside the box, man.
Yeah, I didn't take it well, but we're past that.
Okay, good.
But this place down in Kenny J's down in the district in South Jordan, the best restaurant barbecue rib I've ever had.
Wow,
bar none. And these guys are just absolutely killing it. Well, Hans and I were down there. If you've got a restaurant, you've got a business, we'd love to come to your place as well. All you have to do is text the keyword Hans, H-A-N-S, to 57500. We will go to work for you. It's keyword Hans to 57500.
Great idea.
Yeah, love it.
Both you guys are connoisseurs of every available dish known to man.
Although, you know, Hans is down. I've dropped a couple LBs, and it's just like, you know, we're not quite the fun bunch that we used to be.
Yeah, but still, nobody describes food the way you guys do.
You guys should be on the Food Network. I mean, Hans goes over the top, Scotty. I mean, I'm talking about the flaky juiciness of the particular cut as it ran down my shirt.
You know, the great thing is, and you can hear it in his voice. If you can hear it, you can hear the sound of the saliva picking up in his voice a little bit, because when he talks food, especially something he's passionate about, he will actually, and you can see it live. But if you're listening to it well enough on the radio, you can hear like the little the stickiness a little bit, because he starts salivating while he's talking about food.
I've never seen a guy really, you both, but Hans takes it to another level of the description.
He's incredible
of what he just is about to eat.
Yeah,
or ate.
But yeah, no, Bob and I, we're doing a rematch. It's the revenge tour, the summer of Bob, if you will, because we did a best ball tournament. It was me, Lloyd, and Hans golfing best ball versus Bob by himself, and Bob still beat us by like 4 strokes. So we're doing a rematch on the course.
That Casper name, by the way.
Yeah, and we're doing a rematch on the ribs too because
I like it.
He embarrasses. But yeah, you'll be back. This one's gonna be a little bit more on the up and up. That one got a little loose. We felt like Bob was out there like giving golf tips and maybe swaying the judges a little bit. So yeah. No,
you remember Wing Bowl, right?
Oh, I do remember Wing Bowl. That's where I first met Hans. Was at a Wing Bowl.
Did he participate?
Oh, he participated and just annihilated it.
Man,
we had some time. Good
that was
days
some good
back
times.
in the time.
Oh yeah.
All right. Shams of ESPN said this could be the most crazy offseason in NBA history.
I think it's going to. I think it will be.
How much do you think the Jazz will be involved in that? And again, I know that you work for the team.
Yeah,
but I also am asking you to speculate.
Yeah,
this is just you.
I like speculating from this chair. I mean, look, I would think they would be involved. I think there's a wild card here that obviously Danny, I would think, has, let's be honest, backed off, and Austin is in, and Justin knows this team very well, being what was a former agent, and knows the money and contractual terms, and Ryan as an owner. There's a lot to come into play here, Scotty, I think that people have to look at too. You've got a downtown that's going to be investing over $1 billion, and the Olympics are around the corner in 9 years and 34. The 3-year renovation of Delta Center to help hockey with views, 2-goal views, and the fact you've got a hockey facility still being manufactured and being worked on out here.
By the way, how massive is that thing?
It's unreal.
Yeah, just right down the street from where we're
at
right now.
It's going to be state of the art, and look, Ryan's invested, and the question is too, as for any owner who owns multiple teams, professional teams, is how long is the wait? And you're also still working and bargaining for advertising dollars.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
So, you can say you're rebuilding, but to what length? And look, I thought the Jazz gave it their best. Look, 17 wins. They tried to jockey around veterans and young players to develop, and I thought they did a good job getting some answers on Flip and Collier, right? And you saw a veteran in Sexton who loves this game. What are they going to do with marketing? That's really probably the first step on what they're going to do. And John Collins has the option to go $26 million, right? Mm-hmm. And JC, or do you move them? I think those are things that fans are wanting to see. So just by saying those multiple conversations we're having about downtown, renovation of Delta Center, the facelift, which Larry Miller ought to be proud, and I'm sure he is. He built that. I mean, the skeleton of that thing has been reworked several times, but it still stands tall. And that place still has a special place in the city, man. It does. And I think Ryan realized that. And you start to give it the focal point that they want it to have, and you may put Stockton Ave or Stockton Boulevard underground one day and make that a place of gathering and championship watch parties, whatever it may be. But there's so much at stake there. And then, obviously, you don't want to lose your base. There's 3 circles of fans, in my opinion. The core will never leave.
Yeah.
The outer ring sometimes says, I'm in, I'm out. Just depends how busy I am and what the ticket price is. And then it's like Super Bowl Sunday on the outer ring. I guess it's just the hip place to go. I'll be there if I can get a ticket and somebody's going to take me. So, I mean, I think that's where they're at right now. There's some intriguing pieces and parts I like. And I'm sure Austin's sitting back going, there's a few pieces and parts I don't like. And, they're heavy into – Jerry Sloan was never much of a guy who would say, give me the data.
No.
I can tell he can play or not. But the league has turned that way. And the Jazz employ multiple guys and staff who actually follow every dribble, every pass, every bucket, every turnover, every assist. And so how does that play out in making those decisions on who stays and who goes? I always go back to what Will Hardy said in his first year. And even in his second, he echoed it, was the fact that this is not an easy place to be, Do you have the guts to work? And can you survive the pressure of what the NBA delivers on a nightly basis? Some will make it, some will not. That's just the truth of the business. I go, wow. You know, that is so true. Look, there's always someone wanting your job. In any business, by the way.
Yep.
Ours included. And I think for the NBA, it's even more so now because the talent comes from overseas more than ever, and you've got 18-year-olds trying to make it into the NBA. Cooper Flagg, right? He's 17. I think it's 18 in November.
I believe so, yeah.
Think of that.
He classified up.
Isn't that crazy?
I know.
So those all come into play. You've got to hit it. You got to make it right. This fifth pick, unless they go up or trade out, but whatever they end up doing, this has to be a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the rest of the league, feels the same way. All teams want to improve and be a champion. But, man, it's hard to get there, Scotty, and we're watching it. There's some teams that this year you thought were going to be in, and one of these teams are going to be disappointed, obviously, Indiana or Oklahoma City. Hey, tonight's a big one. I'll tell you, if Indy goes up 3-1 on their home floor, I don't care how good you are, to march back and try to win 3 in a row is not an easy thing to do. SGA is incredibly talented, but one man can't. 34 points a night or 31, you got to have somebody else to come along for the ride.
It just blows me away that Oklahoma City is the better team. They're just better. In my opinion, they're the better team. But the Pacers are that team that you know what? You want that foxhole next to you.
Fourth
quarter, you're down. You want those guys next to you. And it's just been so much fun to watch them.
Who would have thought that Matherin would have dropped 27? And I tell you, a guy's going to make some money.
A guy named Benedict is saving the day.
Right. And how about T.J. McConnell?
Yeah.
Undrafted.
Yeah.
No one really was interested. 6-footer, and yet he drops 10, and he plays some tenacious D. And the Caruso trade I thought would be the difference maker for OKC with Chicago. He's tenacious, man.
Yeah. And again, a guy that says, you know what? What can I do? I can play great defense.
Exactly.
All right,
that's what I do, and I do it well, and I'll knock down a triple for you on occasion.
Lou Dort, the same kind of guy.
Yeah. But for some reason, OKC's losing focus. They turn the ball over in critical times. It's defensive pressure. They push them into the corner, have you noticed?
Mm-hmm.
And once you're there, the sideline actually is another defender. It's brilliant. And is this going to be a Rick Carlisle win because of his years in the NBA? A second go-round, by the way, with Indiana.
Yeah.
After a great success in Dallas. But Dagnall's young. He's smart. It's a hell of a team they put together. They're going to be around a while, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But if this one gets away, it's going to be devastating for them.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, by the way.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the invite, man.
Good luck and congrats to you and Sharon on the first one coming down the pipeline, man. I'm fired up for you.
Yeah, this is not a kid, guys. This is a grandson. So.
I was like, whoa, bowler. Another kid.
Lloyd goes, what? What's going on here, man?
Oh, we know.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. I mean, anybody listening, I know they probably think, we have 6 grandkids.
No.
Or no, they have them. And everyone's told me that, wait, it's just going to change your life. And I can't wait.
Bowler, you get to spoil them with all the sugar that the parents don't want to give them.
And then you just like.
Got to go.
And then by the way, now it's time for you to go home.
Yeah.
I've given them all the candy. They're all sugared up, and now you take them home.
Yeah. That diaper.
That's you.
Yeah, I changed that about 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
So, out the door.
Love it, man.
That's going to be great. Thanks for the invite, pal.
You're the best,
Good to see you.
Hands with Scotty. Kevin Young, head coach BYU. You'll hear from him next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey. You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, just past the 2 o'clock hour. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Come on by, check out these vehicles, price to move. They're going to hook you up with a great vehicle. They will. And the Mazda brand is just awesome. I know it may not be top of mind, but that needs to change. I just want you to test drive a Mazda. Just come by here, test drive a vehicle, and talk to Jake. Jake's going to get you squared away on the best deal possible. If they can work out something you like, great. If not, at least you experience the brand and you can see what these Mazdas can do. I just want people to get themselves an opportunity to drive them and know how great they can be. All right. Yesterday, we had a chance to go one-on-one with Kevin Young, basketball coach at BYU. Had a really fascinating conversation. If you missed it, we started out this conversation by essentially talking about the House settlement, if there were any surprises with what he saw coming down the pipeline from this thing finally being resolved.
No, it's pretty much what we expected. I mean, obviously there was a lot of speculation for a long time about what that thing was going to entail, but, you know, we were at the Big 12 meetings pretty recently, and so a lot of the details were kind of laid out pretty clear for everybody, so kind of what we thought.
Comparing this time this year as to this time last year, Coach, how much different is it that you now got a year under your belt, and you've got a lot established, and you kind of know what you need to do. How much does that change things right now for you?
I think this thing makes everything smoother. Our workouts have been smoother. I think we have an understanding of like how we're trying to operate, kind of holistically. And then obviously things change year to year given the personnel differences. But, for us, we'll stay true to a lot of what we did last year. And that's been able to give us some continuity as we've moved into kind of some of the spring and summer workouts.
Overall, when you look at what you've been able to do last year, who you're adding going into this year, when you call up people for a non-conference schedule, I guess, are people calling you or are you calling them? Because just based on some of the early announcements, this schedule's one heck of a schedule you're putting together.
Yeah, a little bit of both. I think it was a combination of, the success we had, this season, and then obviously getting AJ here as well as some other, high-end recruits. I think we became a team that, I know some of the networks wanted to, work with, as well as some of the other, bigger teams trying to get marquee-type games.
So as these Big 12 schedules start to kind of leak out and you're seeing who you're going to be playing multiple times, do you have kind of in the back of mind who you'd like to play? And as these things come out and you start to see it develop, how have you felt about what your 2025 schedule is looking like?
Yeah, honestly, with stuff like that, I try to control what I can control. So they're going to make the schedule. We're going to play who we're going to play, and we're going to game plan for the teams in front of us and the games in front of us. So I don't overanalyze it too much, to be honest with you. I look at it honestly selfishly sometimes, like what cities do I have family in that could get to the games and things like that. But it'd be good for our fan base for us to go to some of the places maybe that we didn't go last year, to get a chance to see the guys play in person and that kind of thing.
Do you prefer the 18-game conference schedule as opposed to 20, giving you a little bit more flexibility in your non-conference scheduling?
Honestly, I'm still learning so much about college basketball. It's hard for me to have super strong opinions on stuff that's super new for me. We'll see. I think the jury's still out on what that's going to mean when we get to March as it relates to seeds and stuff like that. And so, I'm very much in learn mode still. The thing I do know is that we want to play good teams and beat them, obviously, and the Big 12 affords you that opportunity, every time you go out in a Big 12 game. So when you take two of those games away, I think adding, some quad one type opponents in those particular two, voids made sense. And, like I said, we'll see where it shakes out in terms of if it's good or bad for us.
Well, Coach, congratulations on your contract extension and the renewal. Is that something where you reach out, or do they immediately reach out to you? How does something like that initiate, and how did the contract negotiations go for you?
I don't know if there's a blueprint per se on stuff like that, right? There's so many nuances and variables and factors that go into, things of that nature, which I've learned over the years in this business. So, like my agent spoke with BYU, and BYU spoke to my agent and things like that. And so I try to stay out of it the best I can. For me, at the end of the day, I just want to be in a situation that's good for my family. And sometimes, the business side of sports is one that it's so uncommon compared to like the way other kind of businesses are run. I try to let, the people that kind of know it better than I do just sort of navigate that stuff for me.
How excited are you for Yegor at the NBA draft and a chance for him to be in the green room if he accepts that invitation?
Oh, I'm so thrilled for him. He's such a good kid, and I know everybody's rooting for him. And I was out in Chicago at the Combine, watching him like a proud dad and stuff like that. So it's exciting. It's cool for me too, because he texted me the other day. He said, man, everywhere I go, someone asks me to say hi to you. And so for me, it's really cool to have the two worlds kind of merging. A lot of so many years on that side of basketball, and have a lot lifelong friends and so forth that are in the NBA. So that crossover for me is really special, and it's something I really just enjoy quite a bit. And so watching him take the process in and go through it, and being able to shed some wisdom and some light on that process, which is a grueling one, I might add, just in terms of going from team to team and workout to workout, interview to interview. I mean, it's a difficult deal. So he's handling it well. I'm excited for him for draft night. Plan on going out there and experience it with him. And it'll be a great night for him. It'll be a great night for BYU. I think it'll be a great night just for the state of Utah to just have like another rooting interest in the NBA.
Speaking of those two worlds crossing over, the NBA to college basketball, it's been fun to watch you embrace BYU, and it just seems like a great home for you. Do you feel like the college basketball world is kind of a lifetime home for you, Coach, or do you miss parts of the NBA, or are you like, nope, I found the saddle that I feel most comfortable in?
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because I've never really had like a going back to that roadmap kind of example, just of how I thought my career would shake out or what level I wanted to be at or this or that. I mean, things change, and as my kids get older and I get older, and you different phases of life, things make sense versus when they don't and stuff like that. So I'm just thrilled to be here at BYU. I mean, my family loves it. It's a beautiful place to live. The people are extremely, friendly and nice. And so, we're enjoying that part of our life right now. I mean, I love the NBA as well. I've really it's been fun for me watching the playoffs. I got TJ McConnell was the guy I had for 4 years in Philly. So I'm watching that like a hawk, cheering him on. So, you never know where you're meant to be, but I do know that we're really enjoying our time in Provo, and we're just excited to go out there and put this team that we've worked hard together to put together onto the floor.
Do you watch the game when you're watching NBA final games and you're seeing Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Halliburton and all these guys doing their thing? Can you watch that just as a fan, or are you always analyzing the game as a coach?
Yeah, it is hard to just kind of watch it just as a fan. I mean, you're watching, some of the tactical stuff, particularly the thing that's super interesting about the NBA is, the players, especially the stars, are so good. And so I just get curious on how teams try to game plan to stop guys like that, or what their defensive, tendencies are, or coverages, I should say, are. And you also try to pick up a couple things, you can steal plays and different things like that. So a little bit of both. But like I said, when it's teams that have guys that I've coached, like, the Knicks-Pacers series was interesting. It's still really close to Mikal Bridges and, like I said, TJ, who I mentioned. So, that part does allow me to watch it a little bit more like a fan and like almost like a proud dad or uncle. So, we just enjoy it. The fun part is really watching it with my kids. Like my boys especially, like they're super into it, and it makes for fun nights at our house.
Well, Coach, I'm excited to see how you handle this season, because you jump in from the NBA to BYU in the Big 12, and you catch people by surprise with an incredible team, incredible outcomes, and a really nice run into the Sweet 16 of the NCAA tournament. It was awesome to watch. Now everybody knows, okay, he's got the number one recruit in A.J. DeMonza. He's got Richie Saunders, who was amazing last year returning. He went and got an elite point guard out of Baylor, and Rob Wright, and everybody knows Keba Keita. We now know that dude can trail and block on anybody in the NCAA ranks. He's unbelievable what he can do. What's it going to be like now, kind of playing with a lead a little bit and everybody's eyes wide open, and do you approach that differently?
I think I'm pretty big on just addressing the obvious. I think sometimes it doesn't get addressed in rooms, and especially in what I've noticed in sports. And so I'll try to hit that head on. I mean, I don't think it changes our approach, as it relates to what made us good last year, which was we just try to stack days and win every day, regardless of what happened the day before or what's going to happen the next day. And that's really, truly how we were able to just get better and better and better. And so, it's a new challenge to do with a new group. Obviously I do think we have more talent, but that doesn't mean that you're going to win as many games, right? Like teams have to come together. People have to sacrifice. There's so many things that we have to, established with this particular group. So I'll get more lost in those details than I will worrying about, being able to sneak up on somebody or what have you. And I hope that serves us well.
How important you have guys on campus, you're starting to get summer workouts going on. How important is this part of the year in terms of chemistry when you bring new faces in and you try to get guys as a cohesive unit? Just how important is this time of year for your dudes?
I think it's really important for the young guys, especially, to come in and get the foundation set of what the expectations of level of work is, number one. Number two, just the language is different, terminology is different, style of play. We're trying to make sure that gets imprinted early and so that we have a foundation set. So I think it's critical, the fact that we were able to get really AJ and Xavier in early, in that spring term to get them kind of going, I thought was huge. And now we got more and more guys starting to trickle in. But yeah, I think it's super important.
Coach, do you ever see a time where we can stabilize rosters a little bit? Scotty and I were listening to Jay Billis talk about it with this House and NCAA settlement, and he believes that this could slow down transfers and schools could contract for 5 years of service. Do you see a time where we can get this portal to slow down? Because there were a couple of guys that jumped roster that I was like, man, I'd have loved to seen them back with Coach Young one more year. Do you see maybe a chance at any time in the future with this House and NCAA settlement to maybe leverage to be able to keep guys around?
I think it's too early to say. I think no one really knows. I mean, I don't know if anyone understands what the impact of this settlement is going to be on many levels. This topic that you're bringing up is definitely one that's, I think, uncertain. We'll see. I read some stuff that Jay Billis had said, and, I'm not an attorney, and nor, do I try to be. However, I think there's some, these multi-year deals and buyouts and all this kind of stuff. The reason a lot of that stuff works elsewhere is because, things are collectively bargained. Is that where we get to eventually with the athletes in college? And so I think there's a lot of things that still have to get ironed out. So we'll see, man. I really don't know.
Kevin Young, head coach at BYU, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Are you figuring out your challenge strategy yet, or are there games you're thinking of last year like, wow, if I had that challenge last year, that game may have gone a little different? Are you fired up for that opportunity?
I think expectations need to be tempered a little bit with the challenge, because I think people are used to how it is in the NBA, and this one is not that. It's very different. You really can only challenge, a goaltend, an out-of-bounds call, and a restricted area foul. And so, I think fans are going to have to get used to, like, what you can actually challenge. And I think it also strips away the official's ability to go to the monitor in the last 2 minutes on their own, which in the NBA is different. Like, if the ball gets knocked out of bounds by the wrong team or whatever the case may be, and if the coach does not have a challenge, well, the officials can't go in there and challenge and just review it to make sure the call gets right on their own. And so I'm not crazy about that. I do commend college basketball for trying to move the game forward. I think it's a good step in the right direction, and I think it'll probably be something that is a bit of a moving target and possibly, amended, as things become, we'll learn a lot of things that could maybe even make it better moving forward. So I think I'm proceeding with caution on this one.
How addicting are those NCAA tournament wins, Coach? We watch you on the bench and big smiles and incredible moments. How addicting are those? And what did you take away from your first year in the NCAA tournament that maybe you'll implement and moving forward and try to make better?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so unique, right, because it's the one-and-done nature of it. I mean, the NBA playoffs are cool because you get the adjustments from game to game. This is so much more cutthroat, and so I think it obviously ratchets up the level of intensity and focus that's necessary to be, come out on top. So that's a drug that's hard to come by, and it just, it's just there's no really words for it, honestly. So. Trying to get as many as we can, obviously. And then just in terms of learning, I mean, obviously matchups are super key, I think, to advancing in a tournament. But trying to get as high of a seed as you can. I think I learned that has a incredible value. Probably even as the tournament advances, to try to stay away from some of the the heavy hitters until as late as you can, in the tournament. I think is something that I definitely learned. But it's such a great event, man. It's just one of the all-time American sport events, and I found great joy in just being able to be a part of it.
When you look at the NBA that takes such a high priority in valuing that they've got the best athletes on the planet and allow them to do their thing with spacing, college basketball spacing is not as easy to come by. Was that hard for you to try to figure out how to manufacturing getting your best players in space so they could do their thing?
I didn't expect that we would win games on spacing alone, which I thought there was a couple games that we did. And so, you do have to manufacture it a bit more in college because of the rules. But at the same time, I mean, one really good way to space the floor is to get guys who can shoot the ball, right? Mm-hmm. And so we, and shoot them at a high volume, which we did both. And so I think that allowed us to have an advantage a lot of nights. And now that was definitely a pitch to, a guy like AJ, like, hey, man, I saw it in the NBA all the time. It's like if a guy is really good and you don't have spacing around him, well, they're just not going to guard those guys, and you're going to be playing against, not just the guy guarding you, but the other two guys behind that, right? And so trying to build out our program with shooting in mind and spacing in mind, and then putting dynamic talent around that spacing is really the blueprint for me and how I see the game. And so I do think it was an advantage for us this year. Alabama obviously torched us in the tournament, but Nate Oates and I are friends. I mean, I know he has a similar philosophy. I think you're starting to see the value of shooting. I think coaches are starting to value shooting a little bit more in the college world. I mean, I know we do. I hope teams don't do that, because it becomes harder to defend when you have a lot of shooting out there. And so it is a big difference between college and the NBA for sure.
Last thing for me, Coach, it's been pretty incredible watching you sign the guys that you've signed, many 4-stars, the best talent in the entire country. And AJ, do you feel like you could pretty much get anybody on that BYU campus and get them signed in most situations if the guy fits kind of moralistically and schematically to what you want? Do you feel like you've got everything you need to get a guy signed?
I mean, obviously getting the guy signed is obviously really difficult. I think I think we have everything that any high-level college or high school or transfer, for that matter, would want in a college program. In a lot of senses, more than other teams, relative to like the NBA preparation and so forth. But I mean, it's a beautiful campus, great facilities, competitive NIL, great league. Just keep going down the list. I mean, I haven't even talked about like the business side of our community, the entrepreneurial spirit that people can tap into. I mean, there's so many things that are unique, I think, about here. Not to mention it's a place guys can come in and lock in and not have a whole lot of riffraff going on around them. I mean, a lot of people have been drawn to that, which has actually been really cool, actually, to see people value that, and as opposed to thinking that's some kind of a death sentence, so to speak. And so, yeah, I feel good about being able to, if we're able to tell our story to a young man and his family and his advisors, I feel good about, our chance to get in there with that young man. Now, obviously getting it to the finish line is a whole different story, but my hope is that we can continue to build blueprints. I think Yegor, I think his blueprint is one that gives us a story to tell. I think Richie Saunders, like what he's been able to do, improve, relative to the work and then the development side of our program. And I don't think it's going to stop with Richie. I think there's going to be a number of guys who have come through our program even this year and next year that are going to find themselves on NBA rosters. And I think, the more that happens and the more obviously we win, the combination of those two things, I think it becomes very attractive. And I've been really pleasantly surprised about how many people, honestly, worldwide have taken notice of that. And so it gives me great confidence that we can continue to recruit with anybody in the country.
So I like picking your brain as a former NBA guy and a college guy that's got, experience on both sides now. I hear guys argue, coaches, GMs, that there's kind of a point of no return on a guy's shot. He's either going to be a shooter at this age, and if he gets past a certain age, that shooting percentage really isn't going to increase that much because of that's just who he is, and it's really hard to change a shot once he gets to a certain age. Now that you're at the collegiate level, can you, well, first off, do you prescribe to that theory? And if so, when you get guys a little younger, do you feel like you can affect shooting more here at this level than you can at the NBA level?
To that second part, yes, I do. I don't think there's a point of no return in small tweaks. Like, I'm not a shot doctor. I don't profess to be. I'm a less is more guy anyway. And so I think shooting is small cues that make sense, that don't try to reinvent the wheel. And so that's kind of what we try to do. I mean, I consult with there's a good friend of mine who's a longtime NBA shooting coach I worked with the Sixers. So I consult with him on this topic and use him from time to time with some of our guys. So yeah, I do think you can kind of help younger guys more. I'm a dad of a 9-year-old and 11-year-old, so I'm in the gym with little ones trying to teach them how to shoot. And then I'm like, hey man, this actually makes sense for this little guy. Let me see if I can take this up to my guys at BYU and even do it with those guys. So I think it's just an ever evolving thing of learning how to teach. And, I do think that the simple approach for me has been probably the most effective.
There you go. He is the head coach of BYU's basketball team. It is Kevin Young right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and I want you to stop by because, first off, we've been talking a lot about the experience and the sales staff and everything you guys do well down here, Jake. But one thing I do want to emphasize here is the Mazda brand. I mean, these are spectacular vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've said it for years and years and years. And I was with somebody the other day that's worked for Mazda for quite a while, and he said it too. He was like, it's a really good kept secret. You know what I mean? The problem is I don't want it to be a secret.
Yeah.
People need to understand that the value of the Mazda is higher than it's ever been. It actually holds its value the best on the market right now, which is fantastic. It's also been the fastest growing car brand in America, and it's for a reason, right? What you get when you buy a Mazda, the comfortability, the reliability, the dependability. You know what I mean? It's the top safety rating vehicle on the market. It's and you walk back here in the service department. They're back there for maintenance, and that's it. They're not back there getting engines and transmissions and stuff done like that, which is, that's good for the Mazda owner. It's not good for a GM when you need your service, to be getting some stuff done. So it is huge, and people don't know it, and I want them to know it, and they need to come down and they need to drive one of these, and they can actually take that thing out and see what they think. But I promise you, when you close the door, it doesn't have that ping.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like just aluminum. The things that are different, like between us and Toyota, for instance, Toyota isn't made very well. They have a great brand, but they put things together with cheap materials and stuff like that. And when you close a Toyota door, it pings. You know what I mean? It only has one small ply of carpet on the inside, so that the road noise is louder. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't done the little fine tweaks that like Mazda has when it comes to, road noise and safety coming standard on every one of our vehicles. We want you to have all the good stuff to make sure that you're safe, and Mazda's done a great job of R&Ding on their own product to make sure it's the best.
I drive the 5. My wife drives the PHEV and the 90, and we love them. Absolutely love them. The 5, that vehicle I drive now is like my favorite vehicle I've driven. I'm taking a look at the 30 too. I mean, there's so many great vehicles because you got a model that's going to match whatever where you're at in life. You want a commuter, you're hauling all the kids around, you got something that's going to match that.
Yeah, absolutely. My brother-in-law called me from Texas, and he's like, hey, I need a good commuter car, and so he bought a Mazda 3 hatchback. You know what I mean? And he's cruising that thing, 65 miles every day back and forth, so 130 miles, and he loves it. He loves that car. If you're looking for something that's great gas mileage, it's going to hold its value really well. You know what I mean? We got plenty of those options. You're looking for a hybrid, we got that. You want the plug-in hybrids, we got those. You want a third row hybrid, we got that. You know what I mean? Like, we have what you're looking for. If you want the 5 or the 50, which is a great crossover size, and The 50 is my favorite, and 5 is is our number one seller in the country. And,
is it really?
Yeah,
the 5? Okay,
the 5 is.
That makes
absolutely.
sense.
But we have a lot of them. You're looking for something that's priced right. We have, the select models or the select sport models. You know what I mean? We can step all the way up to the premium pluses, the turbos, the turbo premium pluses. The Meridian. You want something that's real rugged and you could take outdoors and everything else. The Meridian's incredible. But you come down and check it out. We have something for everybody.
I don't know. I don't think I've seen the Meridian.
Oh, Meridian's awesome. Yeah, for sure. That's a Meridian right there on the picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
wow.
So, it comes with the flat roof rack on top for you, so you can, put a tent up there. You can put stuff on so you can go camping, all that other stuff. It comes with the tent that you can get the tent that goes on the back of the car. They're super fun.
Let's go. Tell you what, you need to come down here and check these vehicles out. Now, I want you to talk to Jake and the crew here in the Southtown location on Automall Drive, because these are guys that are going to be invested in you. They're going to make sure that you're in a good situation. Whatever your story is, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just come on down and say, look, I'm dealing with this, this, and this. What can you do for me? And chances are they're going to find something that's going to work. And you're going to be in a vehicle you're going to love to drive and in a payment that's going to save you money, and you're going to be in a better financial situation. Look, they saved my bacon. I'll be more than happy. I got roped into a bad car deal. I told Jake, I'm like, hey, man, this was a bad deal. I went and talked to somebody, and I got coerced. And
he's blaming it.
I made a bad choice. And Jake's like, all right, well, let's figure it out. And you did. And now
I gave you grief for a minute, though.
But it was well-deserved, too. But at the end of the day, I'm in a better situation because Jake and the crew found a way to make it happen. It's all, and they do that every day for so many people. So get down here. It's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yeah.
I don't think he would.
Oh, whoa.
By the way, he can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country.
I do.
And twice be named the best morning show host in the country. Or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it. So I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join the show coming up on Monday. We'll be live up in Ogden at John Watson Chevrolet, 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. We would love for you to come by and hang out with us again up in Ogden. All right, Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it, wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. So with that, Lloyd, fired up.
Update.
All right, let's go to Oakmont, Lloyd, and J.J. Spawn and Thurston Lawrence. Both now share the lead at 4 under par.
And
Lawrence,
I almost took one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Almost.
I'm sure you did. Hey, did you take Victor Hovland?
No, but I did think about him. Instead, I went with Joaquin. I was going to say Joaquin Noah. I went with Neiman, and he is 10 over. He's not making the cut. He's done.
Wow.
He's not making the cut. Rory is not making the cut. I'm pretty much sitting in the exact same place I was the last major.
And
with one guy that's going to make the cut, and he's not even going to win it.
And Bryson is at 6 over. Projected cut right now is at 6 over. It's kind of flirting between 7 over and 6 over. So Bryson's right there on that cut line.
And I think he's got 7 more holes, so he can go either way on that.
Yeah. Let's see. Now I'm going to go selfish here and see how John Rahm. Wow, he had a rough day today. He's 4 over, was 5 over on the day today, so
yeah,
he's 4 over par. But
he's making the cut, though.
He'll be okay.
Yeah,
Scotty Scheffler is also 4 over, so he'll make the cut. And then where is Morikawa?
Morikawa, I think, was okay. I think he was.
He's 4 over, too. All three of my guys are at 4 over.
All
Interesting.
Right. Well, my guy Xander, I think he, last I saw, he was like 1 over. No, he's 3 over. And he's got a few holes left.
And that's the one guy
that's the one guy right now
is going to make the cut.
Have we ever had anybody not have a single golfer make the cut?
That might be a first.
Okay, because I'm flirting with it. I am flirting with it.
You got Berger, who's 4 over. Let's see, DeChambeau, who's 6 over. And then where's Lowry? I think he's having a bad day.
Yeah, but I think I'm actually closer to having that problem than he is.
Yeah. So it's it has not been pretty.
No, and you guys talked about it yesterday. You with the US Open, the way it is, you just have to try to go. You can't go outside the box. You have to go with guys that are more consistent. You can't go with just throw something out there with a Joaquin Keep wanting to say Noah, but Neiman. You can't go with a Neiman. You can't do that. You can't take a flyer. The U.S. Open, you do not take flyers.
As of right now, it does appear that Finau is going to make the cut. But again, he had a rough day yesterday, but then shot par today. So 6 over yesterday, even today, and one of the few guys that went even today. So good job by Tony. And if he can play Saturday and Sunday, that'll be great. But if you had to guess, Lloyd, your winning score, are you still going to say over par or under par?
I think it's going to be I think it'll be under par, but barely. And I'm talking like 1 under.
Yeah, I'm
going
to
go to like even.
Yep, that's exactly where I was at, right on that one.
I don't think. I'm sorry, but 4 under. These guys aren't going to stay at 4 under. There's no way that I think that happens.
The big story of the day, though, was Sam Burns. When everybody is just getting their knees cut off, Sam Burns goes and shoots a 5 under. He was 2 over yesterday, shot a 5 under today, shot a 65. A couple guys shot 67, but far and away the best round of the day by a mile.
Yeah, him and Victor Hovland, they're in the clubhouse sitting pretty because those guys are both done, and at least they will go into the third day and we'll be under par.
So good day for them for sure. All right, there you go. A little sports roulette right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll wrap this thing up, get you ready for JJ and Alex coming up next, and get you ready for what should be a great weekend straight ahead right here on the Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What really was accomplished by playing Cody Williams this year?
Truthfully, Cody Williams is a better player today than he was at the beginning of last year.
But because you used him as a piece to lose games, 1, you diminished his value greatly.
Yeah.
And 2, what did you do to him? You're going to try and win 17 games next year and do it with integrity? Well, how many players are you going to ruin in the process? How many young players are you going to go, well, he kind of got better because he played, but yet he was on a team that actually tried and could only win 17 games?
I don't think they're going to win 17 games next year. I would be surprised if they're not in the lower 20s. I don't think they're going to threaten 30 because 30 is going to make them lose their draft pick. And then they're going to hope that they get a little bit of draft luck and move up into that top 1, 2, 3, or 4 with a 15, 16% chance of doing that versus the 48% chance they had of staying in the top 4 that they didn't even get anyways.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's time for a road trip. Let's all go to Nephi. In fact, a week from today, we're going to be in Nephi for a remote down at Bar W Beef. And here's the thing. It's worth your drive because it's going to save you money on the best beef on the planet. You're looking for your steaks. You're looking for your roasts, ground beef. You name it. They've got it at Bar W Beef. And they've got a great retail location in Nephi where they're going to save you tons of money. Now, let's say that you can't make it down to Nephi. Well, that's understandable. You can have that shipped to your house for free. There's subscription models available for barwbeef.com. There's pre-packaged, these packages that they can put together for you that's going to save you a ton of money. In fact, if you make an order over $150, they're going to ship it out to your house for free. It's barwbeef.com or Bar W Beef, the retail location in Nephi. I want you to get there because we're talking 14 days, dry-aged beef. This is the best beef on the planet. barwbeef.com. Get there now. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Are you fighting a sewer line surprise? Or has your barbecue gas line gone rogue in peak grilling season? Utah Utility Pro tackles all your plumbing nightmares. Expert repairs and lightning fast service. Call for diagnosis or quote. Visit utahutilitypro.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, wrapping up another edition of the show. Big thanks to everyone who helped us out. Big thanks to Craig Bowlerjack, who hung out with us for an entire hour. If you missed any of that, feel free to go to KSLSports.com, or better yet, just get on our podcast page. Whatever you use for podcasts, whether it's Apple, whether it's Spotify, whatever the case might be, just search Hans and Scotty and subscribe to that feed, and you'll have all the content sent right to you. You can listen to the whole show. You can listen to individual segments. You can listen to individual interviews. We got you covered. It's really simple. Again, search Hans and Scotty. And if you can, subscribe, leave a rating, just as long as it's a good one. Don't leave bad ratings. Those don't help us. Good ratings, those help. Bad ratings, not so much. So if you don't like the show, then maybe just keep that to yourself.
Yeah, let our bosses know that you really like us.
Yes.
Let them know.
Yeah. And you know what also will help is if you text the keyword HANS, HANS, to 57500, and if you got a great product, or if you've got a business, you got a service that you'd like to provide, and you think Hans and I can help you out, we would love to do that for you. 57500, text HANS, again, to 57500. Someone on our sales staff will reach out, and feel free to beat them up. Be like, okay, I need this number. Like, come in like you're negotiating on a car deal. Say, this is the number I got to be at for Hans and Scotty to come out, and guess what? We'll find a way to make it work for you. Because we're passionate about our partners. We're passionate about our listeners. And if you're listening to the show, you know that Hans and I are going to go out of our way to make sure that we represent you in the best way possible. We're not messing around here, folks. You heard us at Kenny J's 2 days ago. Guess what? They're killing it. In fact, he just sent me a picture of his smoker right now. Holy smokes. No pun intended.
I'm assuming he's got some extra slabs of meat on there.
He does. He does. In fact, their sales, according to Kenny J, are up 95% over last week at this time. And it's because, you know what, there's a lot of people out there. We're going to get people in the door, and they're going to try your product. And if it's a great product like Kenny J's Barbecue, they're going to keep coming back. We'll get them in the door. You keep them there, and it's a win-win. But Lloyd, he's got the cold smoke on the sausages going right now. Ooh, That stuff looks really good.
Yeah, I'm actually going to try to get out there this weekend, to be honest.
You should.
With you. I actually am going to try to get there tomorrow night. That's what I'm trying for.
Kenny J's Barbecue in South Jordan on there in the district. They will get you squared away. All right. Big thanks to Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. I drive a Mazda 5, and I've had it for about a year and a half right now, and I'm going to flat out say it's my favorite vehicle I've driven. I got the turbo upgrade. I got it a little bit lifted with some beefy tires on that thing, and that's the thing. They can really customize a vehicle any way you want it to look, and it is by far my favorite vehicle I've ever driven. I'm not even joking. I'm not blowing smoke here. I'm being totally honest. This is the vehicle that I've driven that I've absolutely loved the most. It gets really great gas mileage. It's got a great pep to it. My wife, she drives a 90. It's got the third row, and it's also a hybrid. And she drives around a lot. She's getting on a third row SUV that's packing a lot of kids, packing a lot of stuff. She's getting 35, 37 miles per gallon because of the hybrid model. You just plug it in at night, and you're good to go. So there's so many great options out here that I want you to take advantage of. Plus, you're going to go to a sales staff here. It's going to work with you every step of the way. And the great thing about Jake and his crew is you walk in, it's like you're walking into a fraternity, okay? These are a bunch of dudes that love sports. They're going to have a great time. They're going to make you laugh. We're going to have a good time. But when it comes time for business, they're all about that business. They're all about making sure that you're taken care of. So if you come in and say, hey, look, I heard you on the show, but I'm just going to be honest. I'm way upside down on a vehicle. I got a lot of negative equity. I don't think you guys can do much with it. Well, let them see. Let them see what they can do for you. You're like, hey, look, you know what? I got some medical bills. They went to collections. I got some credit issues. I just don't think you can do anything for me. Let them go to work for you. If you say, look, I'm only a year into this lease, but I hate this vehicle. I can't stand it. I don't want it anymore. What can I do? Guess what? They're going to work for you. Let them earn your business. And if they can work it out, then great. If not, then okay. They'll pat you on the back, say, you know what? Appreciate it, and off you go. But I guarantee you they're going to do everything in their power to put you into a vehicle that you can afford to drive, that you're going to love to drive, and it's going to be on the road for a long time. Because remember, these Mazdas come with that forever warranty. So as long as you own it, they're going to be covered. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. All right, that wraps it up for us. JJ and Alex coming up next. Have a great weekend. Back with you on Monday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What really was accomplished by playing Cody Williams this year?
Truthfully, Cody Williams is a better player today than he was at the beginning of last year.
But because you used him as a piece to lose games, 1, you diminished his value greatly.
Yeah.
And 2, what did you do to him? You're going to try and win 17 games next year and do it with integrity? Well, how many players are you going to ruin in the process? How many young players are you going to go, well, oh, he kind of got better because he played, but yet he was on a team that actually tried and could only win 17 games?
I don't think they're going to win 17 games next year. I would be surprised if they're not in the lower 20s. I don't think they're going to threaten 30 because 30 is going to make them lose their draft pick. And then they're going to hope that they get a little bit of draft luck and move up into that top 1, 2, 3, or 4 with a 15, 16% chance of doing that versus the 48% chance they had of staying in the top 4 that they didn't even get anyways.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bass! G-Bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's a Friday edition of JJ and Alex. Going into your Father's Day weekend, dads. Hey, round of applause for the dads out there, all right? We've all got them, and we've all, well, in this room at least, between you and I, we are them.
Yeah.
I gave Alex, our producer, Alex Annapolis, I gave some dating advice.
Dating?
Yeah, and I want to tell you, I'm looking out for him.
Are you dating Alex?
Well, listen.
Is this
I'm not
something
gonna,
you want,
I didn't wanna,
willing to talk
well, no,
about?
I didn't want to get into that.
You just put him on the spot.
I'm not aware of that.
This
I
was
wasn't gonna go that
unsolicited
personal.
advice.
It was
by the way.
unsolicited advice.
So you didn't really need the advice.
But tell me if it's not good.
But
hey, Alex, here's what I said to him. I said, hey, listen, Annapolis, don't do this. Don't be like this, okay? When it's time, you don't need to propose in public, ever. There's no proposing in public that is ever going to work out good. The payoff would be zero.
Don't do it on a Jumbotron.
Don't do it on a Jumbotron. Don't do it. And he goes, yeah, but people are going to film it. I said, for what, though? Who's going to watch it? Are your kids really going to watch it later and go, oh, gosh, Dad, what a romantic. No. Private. Do it in private, all right? I don't know what people want that. You know what I mean? I just watched a video today. I don't know what the Jumbotron stuff is, if it's fake or if it's all a skit now. I think it's all a skit now. You know what I mean?
I hope so.
Well planned out. And people saying no on the Jumbotron has become a thing, but that's fine. I just don't think even the yeses are not, they don't seem that special. Who wants to see that? A bunch of strangers around you. When I was at BYU, people would come up on stage in the comedy group I was in, and they propose on stage. And I was like, that's some low.
That's BYU.
That's some low level stuff there. Yeah, I'm like helping them. Yeah, I don't know why. Sporting events. And you know what? People who sign up to be with these guys forever, and then you go, you spend so much time on sports. He proposed to you at a sporting event. You know what the score was, literally, of how this was going to go. All right. So
you knew the assignment.
It's pre-Father's Day advice for our producer, but I'm just telling you. And we'll get to the dad advice later. And the dad advice is you're not going to be any good at it.
Is Alex close to doing something like that?
Alex, you're not going to be any good at it.
I'm not even close.
Okay.
Not even close.
But that's the advice. Is that sound advice? You're not going to be any good at it.
Great advice. So, yeah, don't propose to whoever your wife's going to be
Don't
at
do
an
it in
RSL
public.
game.
No, at an RSL game.
Don't do it.
Football is live. And
Especially during a losing streak.
No.
Especially during a losing streak.
They lose a game. That's the thing, is you'll remember that. Now, I'm pretty sure my sister, I'll have to confirm, I'm pretty sure she got proposed to at a Red Sox game during the World Series. Now, that's a big event. But I don't think it was on the Jumbotron. Either way. Fathers, happy Father's Day. Thanks for being dads. Somebody had to do it, all right? That's the lowest level of compliment we can get. Hey, somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to
Somebody had to be there, and somebody had to help. So there you go. We've got tons to get through. We've got a golf major going on right now. We've got the Stanley Cup playoffs got fascinating again last night.
How amazing was last night?
Wow. Game 4 of what has become we could be witnessing one of the most insane NBA finals ever, and I don't think we're even giving it that much, as much energy as we should about it.
You mean Stanley Cup final?
Sorry, Game 4 NBA finals tonight, right?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We've got that coming up. So they got the Stanley Cup final. That's phenomenal. You've got tonight the NBA finals that we are not giving enough respect, I don't think.
These are two really fun teams, really good teams.
It's really
and
crazy.
It's a great series, very competitive.
So we are blessed in the sports world to be having the things going on that we are. And DC United coming to town tomorrow night? Is that what's going on? There you go. So, yeah.
Is Real Salt Lake going to get their act together this weekend?
You would hope so. I think DC United is not playing their best soccer right now, so you would hope so.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Well,
you hope so, but we'll see is not very. You didn't give me a lot of.
You can hope so and see tomorrow night on the KSL Sports Zone right here.
The bad news for RSL fans is
that their motto this year? We'll see. We hope so.
Diego Luna is unavailable.
Right.
He's at the Gold Cup.
Oh, they're screwed.
You're
screwed.
So
your leading goal scorer isn't even playing tomorrow.
Your leading goal scorer goes out in the Gold Cup, potentially to be embarrassed at the Gold Cup, just for you to be embarrassed at home.
Well, now RSL fans will know what it's like this weekend when they eventually sell him somewhere anyway.
Oh, stop it. That's full
He's
negative.
nodding his head.
You're going full negative. I don't like it. No.
The truth.
It's coming, and I think even
the sale of the team.
No.
Oh, I
the
thought
sale of Luna
that already happened.
Oh, the sale of Diego Luna. Yeah, I was going to say the Millers just got.
Cash.
Yeah, we'll take it. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Do whatever you can. It's not working now. Whatever it is, I get it. He's a talented player. It's not working out. All right, we'll jump in right here. Our show is brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Bring you the G2G Bar, and you can find it at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. So go check it out for yourself. We've got to get the show kicked off with the cut. Let's jump in right here to start things off. Let's do it officially.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show, as always, this time of the day, every day, brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. Okay. Last night, it was a big one. Here's what it sounded like. At least, well, I'll let you try to decide which side of the coin this one was on, whether from the Edmonton.
Who does this guy work for?
Was it the Edmonton side of the call or was it the Florida call? You decide.
Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Get that guy a gig with the WWE.
You sound like a football player that had the wind knocked out of him.
I pictured him in a cloak with like his eyes covered like that, and he was just eyes bursting. I don't know who made that call for the Edmonton side of things. Phenomenal. He's my new favorite hockey caller of play-by-play. Okay, so in overtime. Like, that is phenomenal.
It's sound like Mike Tyson punched him in the gut while he's trying to call the winning
Leon Draisaitl, fourth overtime goal of these playoffs, by the way. Fourth winner in the playoffs for Leon Draisaitl. They've gone to overtime 3 times. I think that it's been 5-4, 5-4, 4-3. We are getting an amazing amount of goals in this series. Not one game has been below 7 goals of this entire series. And I was looking too, and I'm not a betting man, but I saw that the over/under on the game tomorrow night, they set it again at 6.5 or 7.5 or something like that. And I thought, man, these are phenomenal goalies. Goalies haven't been this good in the NHL like ever. We've always had like 1 or 2 guys who are standing on their heads, right, during games. The backup goalie for Edmonton who was pulled after the first period, Skinner, is out. And if you start him, I don't know, maybe you do start him. You start him because what you have is you have this amazing kick from this insane, like every time they've pulled Skinner, they get this crazy thing from Calvin Pickard. They get a guy who is playing out of his mind, and then you think to yourself, how do they do this? I guess the only way I guess the only comparison, JJ, to give is it's like a starter and a middle reliever or a starter and a closer. You know what I mean? The starter is a very specific role. The closer can be talented on an insane level. Think of the best ones that ever lived, right? Your Mariano Rivera's, Eric Gagne when we were growing up. Remember, like
Lee
he was
Smith.
Lee Smith, unbelievable. Yeah. These guys when they get in the games, like you just went, oh, they have an ERA below 1.25. I think that this isn't. They have an ERA below 1, and maybe that's what Calvin Pickard does. But he is giving an insane amount. Look, it was 3-0 at the end of the first period, and all I could think was, this one got away from Edmonton. And when I say this one, I mean this entire series. Because they could have walked away from that thing 3-1 last night, going back to Edmonton with, I guess, some hope. You know, you went to 7 games last year after being down 3-0, but being down 3-1, going back to Edmonton would have been, to go 1-1-1, the last part of the series would have been terrible. It would have been a hard thing to ask. To get that win has changed the entire look of the series. It erased the 6-1 loss, too. I think that was the more important. Was it 6-1 the other night, or was it 7-1? 6-1.
All I remember was the line
the penalty minutes. Yeah. But see, that's the other thing to me. To come back from that, to come back from the distraction that everybody, Florida is in your head. You're in their building, you're on their turf, and they owned you, and they chose the way to attack you, and you fell for it. You fell for all of it. You took the bait, and you guys got rattled out of your minds. The reality is that last night, Edmonton saved this entire season, and they gave themselves a shot at the Stanley Cup because it goes back to Edmonton 2-2. They could steal that win back at home before they go back to Florida again. They know they can win in Florida because they've done it. They know that Florida can win at their place because they did it too. So I love the back and forth. I love how close this has gotten. And I love that this is not the. At this point last year, it was a 3-1 series, right? And they just Well, it was 3-0, but then they was in Game 4 they got the one win, and then they got a little bit of hope, right? And then, we just were waiting for this thing to get wrapped up, and luckily it went to 7 games. But this is the way you'd like to see it go to 7 games instead. So, to me, this is as fun of a series as we've seen. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I do love the fight of these teams. Like, both teams are brutal. I love Matthew Tkachuk, dude. Like, that guy is just a baller.
I love Sam Bennett.
Sam Bennett, these guys might be the toughest people on planet Earth. You know what I mean? Like, the stuff that they ask these guys to do is crazy. So, Skinner gets pulled for the second game in a row. Do you start him?
No.
You just
I'm
go
going
straight
with
to
Pickard
Pickard?
the rest of the way.
Go straight to Pickard?
No, they made a decision. It was the right decision after the first period. They're down 3-0. You make a decision there. How do you get your other guy back?
But
How do you get Skinner? You got to go with Pickard the rest of the way.
Well, the thing that was mentioned, too, during the broadcast was they were like, hey.
Let's use our own hockey example. The Mammoth, before that, the Utah Hockey Club, made a goalie switch this season.
Yep.
And they had to ride it out once they made the decision.
Yeah.
The other guy was playing better, and then obviously, you can't. It's so hard because there's such a mental game that goes with playing that position. And it's same with soccer. A goaltender in soccer, the second you tell them, I don't believe in you, they're done.
Yeah.
Because the team won't believe in them, they won't believe in themselves.
But see, that's what I was going to say.
There's so much mental. It's not like throwing a defenseman out there. All right, go back out there, give us some effort.
Did you say
No, it's a mental thing.
Go back out there. Well, sorry, the Canadian came out of me.
Go back out there, Ian.
Go back
Go
out
give
there.
it your best shot.
So, but that one thing they
Get
brought
out
up
there, hoser.
One thing they brought up during the broadcast was, though, is that part of the reason that the Calvin Pickard thing has worked is that the team also rallies as soon as he comes in, not because of him necessarily, because they're like, it's a wake-up call that their guy just got pulled.
Then you ride the wake-up call, right? You got to ride it. Because that second period may have been one of the most important moments in the history of that franchise since the 80s. Because this gives them a chance to win the cup. Because if they don't make that change and they don't find a spark, they're toast. You don't win that game, you're toast. And you're down 3-0 in the first period, especially after whatever that debacle was in Game 3. You got clowned in Game 3, and then you didn't show up in the first period of Game 4. You're down 3-0. You've got to do something. And they did. They pulled their goalie, and Pickard was awesome, minus the last 20 seconds of regulation. Gave up that last one, gave too much space. Puck got behind him. They were able to tie it and send it to overtime. His teammates bailed him out on that one. But he was awesome. And the team rallied. And now it feels like the Oilers stole momentum in this series. There's these series that go one way or the other, or, there's these tipping points in a series, whether it's in MLB, NHL, NBA, any 7-game series can have a tipping point. And it felt like the second period last night was a tipping point in this series. You mentioned it. The Oilers now go home. They get 2 of 3 at home to finish this series. It's a 3-game series now, if you look at it that way. And the Oilers have to have all the confidence in the world now when just 3 days ago, they felt like they were clowns. Like they had to be watching the film of that game. They're like, who are we?
Yeah, they fell for it.
And you have the 2 best players on the planet. I'm serious. Draisaitl and McDavid are the 2 best hockey players in the world. I know the Panthers I think the Panthers are the best team. I think the Oilers have the 2 best players. So which one wins out in this 7-game series? Because sometimes talent weighs out over the team. You can go out through history. I mean, you go back, the Pistons beating the Lakers, remember, 20 years ago? That was the team being better than the talent because the talent couldn't get their act together. Well, the talent's gonna win out here unless something else happens.
Now, you wouldn't make this decision if you're the team. You certainly wouldn't make the decision public. But the Oilers said they're not gonna name a starter yet. They don't feel like naming a starter yet.
I get that.
I get it.
But if you don't see Calvin Pickard in net start Game 5,
it's a tough decision to make as a team because those guys in the locker room know. Even Calvin Pickard was asked about it. He goes, Skinner he's phenomenal, and he made awesome. They go straight to, our guys played like garbage and didn't give him a good shot. The coach even said it. Our guys did not help him out, and he got into a bad spot. And then we had to make a decision to change it up. It was less about like, I'm taking you out because you suck, kid. It's more like, we were in a weird spot as a team. We did not give you good chances. The entire team wakes up when a goalie change like that happens. And so that's the idea. And so that's why I'm wondering if you absolutely kill the confidence of Skinner, who's been your bona fide starter all year, or if you bring in Pickard because he's hot right now.
You have
You've been pulled the last two.
You have an entire offseason to build somebody back up. You have 3 games to win a cup and be the first Canadian team to win a cup since 1993. You are 3 games away, or maybe just 2. You only need 2 more wins, right? And you got 2 games at home. Like, this is it. This is the opportunity, and these opportunities are rare.
Yeah.
You know, just because you made it to back-to-back cups doesn't mean you're going to get another chance next year. You see how competitive the West is.
Okay, I just texted my most knowledgeable hockey friend. And I was like, what do you do?
What's his take?
Have to ride Pickard.
Thank you. I agree.
It's an interesting thing because it's a weird spot to be in. I would love for there to be some redemption. Maybe there's the flip side of this, right? Pickard starts to struggle. Skinner comes in. I just hate the mental breakdown that some of these goalies have seen recently.
It's sports, man.
It's crazy.
They all sign up for this. It's sports.
Connor Hellebuck just won the 2 trophies in a row, right? The Hart and the whatever the goalie trophy was.
Vezina.
The Vezina Award. He gets both, right? And he had an awful series to end his year. He had an awful series for the Jets were supposed to walk through to the Western Conference Finals, or they were supposed to walk through and be the rep, for the West, and they just didn't have it. They did not have it, man. And so I don't know.
You
have tough nights, and
Stuart Skinner's 26 years old. He's from Edmonton. He'll be fine. You've got to go with your vet here and just finish it off.
I love he'll be fine. Yeah, you're going to be fine, kid. You're going to be fine.
There's too much at stake.
Hey, you're 26. You're from Edmonton. You'll be fine.
I don't know what else to say.
He just is having the most. I mean, he's having a tough stretch. You get pulled the last 2 games, and
you have to make tough decisions to win championships.
I get it. It's a complicated moment. I will say though that Florida and Edmonton has become the series that we were hoping that it was last year, and it's starting to come through. And I will say too, Edmonton is a different team this year. Doesn't it feel like a different team? Not just because the outcomes have been different. Florida and Edmonton last year matching up, it felt like, okay, no, watch out, Connor McDavid. He's the best player in hockey. He's going to take this thing over. And I feel like they've grown up a lot this year. And frankly, they've grown up through the playoffs, because at the beginning of the playoffs, remember when we didn't think they were doing that? We did not think they were going to be the team in the West, coming out of the West when the playoffs started up. And they have figured out some things along the way, and they're becoming absolutely lethal. And if you're tied up 2-2 apiece with the Florida Panthers, it's a good place to be in.
One of the reasons why they're better is because Calvin Pickard has been that guy they can count on when they need him.
It's crazy.
Got to ride him out.
All right. One thing that I did want to bring up though too, and I don't know how much impact these coaches have on series. Like if they just let their guys play, it's hard to understand what the role of the coach is on these hockey teams. It's such an insane amount of it's breakneck speed. These line changes are insane, and to try to go back and forth and to figure out who your guys are going to be from game to game. You saw that Perry was dropped down to the 4th line, I think, for Edmonton after a garbage showing in Game 3. And, does that motivate guys, or does that bring some energy to a different line? Do you like mixing line changes up? It's fascinating to see the actual X's and O's of hockey right now. So I don't know. I don't know. To me, I'm learning a ton about all this. Everything I'm doing in hockey is still a learning moment for me. But I've been watching this series every dang second, and I'm going to be honest, I've watched more of the hockey series, more actual gameplay during the Stanley Cup final than I've watched at the NBA final. And it's a phenomenal NBA final. But I don't know if that's because of the attitude shift that we had here locally. It just is more interesting. Playoff hockey is kind of unbeatable. And that's with the crazy, insane, historic game-winning runs that we've seen the Pacers make. And maybe a historic run that we see them make to win this title. Hockey is by far right now more interesting to me. And I don't know, maybe that's the depressed Jazz media coverer in me, right? That just has not seen a good couple of years, because it's not fun to talk about other NBA teams and what the future looks like when you know in the back of your mind what the future looks like for the franchise that you're here in town with in the short term, right? I have no doubt they're going to figure some things out, but I'm not a patient person. And sports fans aren't patient. And being told to be patient is hard. And it feels like the hockey club's closer. It feels like the Mammoth are closer, right? And that's why we go. And that's why we feel that way.
Hey, it feels like it's go time this coming year. You know who you are. You're the Utah Mammoth. You have a great lineup. The playoffs are a possibility. You got a number 4 overall pick in the draft who probably isn't going to play next year, but you don't care because that's a good vibe too. And there's some money to spend if they want to. There's just so much to be excited about with Utah Mammoth, and then you're in the same time you're starting to pay more attention and closer attention to the NHL as a whole, and you're realizing, man, this is a great product. This is fun. I like this. I'm all in. You're seeing the growth of hockey in this state take off to levels it's never been before, and it's fun.
It helps that you have the biggest comeback on the road in a Stanley Cup final in 106 years.
It was awesome.
Not bad.
It's good stuff. It's great drama.
What's crazy is every period does feel like it's just a totally different. Every period becomes a weird story. Like 3 goals in the first one for the Panthers, 3 goals in the second one for the Oilers. That to have that game tying goal with 20 seconds left, I was like,
I thought it was over. I thought, the Panthers. See, you talk about moments.
Same exact thing.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I just talked about how the Oilers' second period, making the decision they did to pull Skinner, to get those goals, to get back in the series, felt like they swung momentum their way. The Panthers had a shot to close the door last night. They got a second chance with that goal, and they couldn't finish it off. They may regret that. They may look back on that moment as, man, we had that special moment. We scored with 20 seconds left, but we lost it in OT, and we never got that back, because the Oilers have the momentum right now, and they're going back home. They got to be feeling pretty good. How do the Panthers now? It's the complete opposite after we saw in Game 3. Like, Oilers were the team that had questions. Now it's the Panthers going back to Edmonton. How are they going to handle this? Because they felt pretty good about themselves up to this point, and now they're maybe questioning some things.
I was thinking about the night that Matthew Tkachuk had to start off the night with 2 goals on the power play in the first period, and you're like, this is his moment. This is his moment in the series. Completely forgotten 2.5 hours later.
Right.
And that's what a heavyweight bout like this does. Because if you knock somebody out,
now it's all about Leon Draisaitl.
It doesn't matter. It is. It's exactly right. It's become that. It's become the goaltending talk with Edmonton. The rebound of that from Game 3 might be the story of this series.
I didn't think they could do it. I didn't think they could do it. The Oilers showed a lot to me last night about who they are and how they're built. That team overcame a lot mentally after Game 3 and the first period to come back and win that game and swing the series their way.
All right, let's take a break. By the way, we got corrected on the pronunciation of the Vezina Trophy. It's
Vezina.
Vezina.
Sorry.
Vezina Trophy.
I apologize to the longtime hockey fans here. That was my bad.
It's Vezina. He got the double dip of the Hart Vezina Trophy.
Yes.
Pulled both of them home. I don't know how rare it is for a goalie to win the Hart. I mean, I'm sure there's probably been a bunch, but seems like it's a pretty cool deal. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. Hey, we're going to bring you. We're going to take you out to Oakmont. We're going to take you to the U.S. Open. Brian Taylor's going to join us, Real Golf Radio. We'll give you an update of that leaderboard. The cut line is not being kind to some of the best players in the world, and we've also got an update as to, hey, if you're 17 years old and you're playing in this thing, I'm pulling for the guy who I'm pulling for to make the cut. It's that young 17-year-old who, as the day started, or after the first 5 holes, where he was, and it was ahead of a bunch of big names. And if he can make the cut, that'd be an awesome story as well. So stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. It's a Friday edition and a Father's Day edition right here of 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It's JJ and Alex.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz CEO. You know, the great thing about the Ainge family is they say stuff that takes on a life of its own. Austin, at his press conference, because he's an Ainge and he can't help himself, gets the tank question and says, you won't see that this year. Where should fans be setting their expectations beyond the word tanking?
I think the fans should be excited about the guys that we have and how they're developing and whatever pieces that are put together in this offseason with the team. It'll be more fun this year, and I really believe that. because the players are not only getting better and growing, but I think the coaches are getting to understand one another. There's some continuity with the group here, and it'd be the second year as opposed to a first year. And I do see the improvement. I'm excited for this year, regardless of what buzzwords we want to use. I'm looking forward to this upcoming year.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey. You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This U.S. Open update is brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, Zions Bank, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Siegfried and Jensen. And now, Real Golf Radio's Brian Taylor.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on a Father's Day edition, a Father's Day weekend edition of JJ and Alex right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Glad to have you along here with us. Happy Father's Day to all those dads out there. And when they forget to give you something, just remember you usually buy yourself all the things you want anyway. Such is the plight of the dad. There you go. You can join Hans and Scotty on Monday, noon to 3. They're going to be at John Watson Chevrolet, 3535 Walnut Avenue up in Ogden. That's at the John Watson Chevrolet up there. Go give it a shot. Brian Taylor, BT, joining us, Real Golf Radio. Of course, tomorrow you're going to get the biggest insider info you can get from the guys from Real Golf Radio. BT and Bob Casper do a phenomenal job. And they're, of course, every step of the way with us on this one at Oakmont in Pennsylvania. BT, man, it's starting to look like a U.S. Open now. The cut line is looking like it's moving toward that +6. That 6 over number would get guys like Tony Finau into the field of making that move to play on Saturday and Sunday. A lot of big names not going to make it at all, even with the cut line moving even just one stroke. It wouldn't help them.
Yeah, it's definitely a proper U.S. Open out there, isn't it? And by the way, thanks for that intro. Happy Father's Day to you guys. Don't you kind of sometimes cringe? The kids bring the wrapped present, they put their whole heart and soul into it, and you're just like, oh man. Regardless of what's in there, it's going to be the greatest thing as far as
it has to be. My favorite is when like school got done a month ago or whatever it was, but they had to make something a month ago, and they go, "Oh yeah, it's in the bottom of my backpack still. Let me go get that." And you're like, "All right, perfect, dude."
Hey, but it's nothing but love.
Of course. There you go.
But yeah, as far as the cut line goes, we just got done talking to John Bodenhammer. He's the Chief Championships Officer of the USGA. Bob's former teammate at BYU on the golf team, and he sat with us here in our radio booth inside the media center for about 15 minutes, and he's pretty convinced it's going to go to 7. So just with the way things are going. So Tony is going to be inside that cut line, and Tony knew it when he made that par on the 9th hole, his 18th hole of the day, that he had to make it, and he made a gutsy par. Let's just set it up for you. The 9th hole is a somewhat blind tee shot that goes uphill. You have to pick your target off of the trees next to the clubhouse and the flag that's high up on the flagpole. And you want to try to, Tony plays a cut, so he's trying to play it up that left side of the cut. And we watched him yesterday. He caught this little native area, those ditches that we've talked about. And then he hit that again today. Yesterday he took a drop and ended up making bogey. Today, knowing that he didn't really have a choice, he had to make par, couldn't really take that drop.
Wow.
And he gets it you'll hear him say, he gutted up, and he got it up there just short of the green. He now he's in the heavy rough, got to play over a bunker to a pin that's only about maybe 5 on over the bunker. So he hits it up, goes about 5 feet past the hole, and in his words, he had this 5-foot putt that broke probably a foot and was straight downhill, and he was able to knock it in. And he said afterwards, I just wanted a tee time on the weekend. And he made a really clutch par save yesterday as well on the 18th hole, the one that you may have seen on TV, hit the sprinkler, went up in the bleachers. He got the drop right. So he makes like a 35-footer. And he just said at that point, I just needed a chance. And he says, so this was the chance that I got, and I was able to get a shot on the weekend. And you just never know. Johnny Miller was 6 shots back with just 18 holes to play. So, this thing is going to get tough, and a couple good rounds, Tony could be right in the mix of this thing. But that's the kind of thing the U.S. Open brings out. Even though he shot even par today, but he's 6 over. Normally guys would be upset, and he felt like he'd really done something today and was real proud of his effort.
He's one of the big names that survives. Not everybody did. Ludwig Oberg, Rory McIlroy lead a group of a lot of great golfers who are not going to get a play this weekend. Are you surprised by how many big names didn't make the cut?
Yeah, so Rory's still got a few holes to play. So
well, sorry, you're right. He's still on the course. So is Oberg, but I guess
they're at 8. He's at 8. What's Oberg at? Right?
He's at 8 as well.
He's
at 8 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So I got a little ahead of myself, but you get my point. Is like there's big names here that are not in good position.
Well, I mean, Shane Lowry's not coming back from this, and he was one of the guys that he was the 54-hole leader back here in 2016, and he was a player that I really thought might be contend. Justin Thomas, obviously, he had a tough week. Sepp Straka was a guy that a lot of us talked about. He's at 11 and down the road. So Zach Blair's fighting. He's at not with a big name, but locally he's at 10 over with a couple to play, and probably not going to get in. So yeah, you're right. It's unfortunate. Preston Summerhays, again, for those that are local that want to know, he shot a 78-80 and won't be playing the weekend, but pretty cool to play a major as his first professional major out here. So, wishing him all the best, and I'm sure great experiences he'll take with him. But, guys are hanging around. Brooks Koepka shot 74 today, but +2 feels almost – it doesn't feel that far away. And, Xander's +3 and battling out there. So Rahm got in the house at +4, Morikawa same. So it's Scotty the same. Like there's a lot of players that this one feels like a race to par, might just be the winning number by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, J.J. Spawn yesterday and then Sam Burns today. You had a 66 from Spawn, then you had a 65 that I doubt anybody's going to get anywhere near the rest of the afternoon, obviously. But that is – those types of numbers are ones that don't just get you to the weekend. They immediately put you in a spot where if you can just string together some holes, a guy like Sam Burns or a guy like J.J. Spawn, Thomas Dietrich we talked about yesterday because he was kind of moving up a little bit higher, and we went, oh, okay, that's a guy who, his name pops up here and there, but he hasn't had the most phenomenal year, but he's in third place. You don't get the huge names out there we've been used to seeing over these, a lot of these tournaments, especially the majors this year. But it's going to be somebody's first major, it feels like, this time around.
Well, it could be. It's hard to say. Bob and I were just having this discussion, and it's like, what do you go with here? Do you go with current form? Guys like Ben Griffin, who's just playing really well of late, but doesn't have a lot of major championship experience? Or do you go with the guys that have been there before? I mean, Brooks Koepka has 5 majors, right? And so when you look at that list, Adam Scott is right up there, and he's a major champion. You start to – that seems to be where we focus is when you start going into the weekend, who near the top of the leaderboard has done this before? And those are the guys that you sort of feel like are who you should be watching. But then, it feels like that any more of these guys aren't afraid of the moment. When Tiger came out, Curtis Strange laughed at him when he said he just wanted to come out and win. And he's like, oh, you'll learn. It takes a while to, ramp up. And Tiger said, no. Basically, Tiger could turn around and say, no, you'll learn. And I think that's where these guys are. They come out now and they're just fearless. It's like, hey, I got my opportunity. Let's go do it. But there's a lot of golf to be played. And if somebody comes out and wins their first major, you know what? It's going to be awesome. And they'll have won it at the toughest golf course in the world possibly, and they'll have the U.S. Open, our national championship. So, it's going to be fun to watch.
Hardcore golf fans know who Sam Burns is. He's got 5 PGA Tour wins, but the casual sports fan may not be very familiar with him. He's in the lead right now, tied with J.J. Spawn, 65 today. What can you tell us about Sam Burns, and how serious of a threat do you think he is to win this thing?
I think he's a real threat right now. This is a guy that was on, I can't remember if he was on both Ryder and President's Cup team. I think he was. He's known as one of the great putters in the game, and he's just kind of struggled. In fact, his putter hasn't really been awesome the last little bit, but things seem to be back on track. Obviously, he was in a playoff last week at the Canadian Open and 3-putted on the 4th extra playoff hole and ended up losing the tournament. But he's one of the top American players, to be honest with you. Has not had his best stuff as of late, but that things can happen. Brooks Koepka talked about how he just found something to click a week ago. And we haven't seen the sort of old Brooks Koepka for the last year or so. And all of a sudden he says something clicked last week, and here he goes, boom. and he's right there in the mix. And so things can happen day to day. There's no question about it. But a guy like Sam Burns, as good of a putter as he is on what this kind of test requires, man, he might be tough to beat. John Bodenhammer said the same thing, because that guy might be tough to beat this weekend. So, yeah, good player. Definitely someone that's not afraid of the moment. And of the ones up there, probably has the best resume. Maybe Victor Hovland, if you look at the guys that haven't won majors.
I do love looking, or I do, at the expense of these pro golfers, when guys like Jordan Spieth, who took a hack at his ball that went about 1.5 yards from that deep rough. And then everybody goes, oh my gosh, like, can you believe it? And then you go, oh no, that's like, I have 3 of those around. No problem. I do like the idea that these guys they make it so hard on everybody for them to have to figure these things out. Is Saturday, do they create a day on Saturday where it is the tougher day for the golf course from the course perspective itself? Is it Saturday or is it Sunday? Do they ramp it up to make it the hardest on Sunday, or is just the built-in pressure what makes it so hard on a Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I think historically there tends to be a ramp-up day each day, right? But again, Mother Nature may have something to say about it. We just dodged some storms this afternoon. They've had the dangerous weather as possible warnings up on the leaderboards for the last several hours, and we only have had just a few sprinkles. Nothing, no electricity or anything like that was potential. So, and no major rain. So that could still happen overnight or into tomorrow. The guys like John Bodenhammer, who is responsible for the setup and all that, they have to make decisions based on that. So they might look at tomorrow and say, hey, it's going to be wet, so the greens are going to soften up. We might need to put a couple extra. We need to go to the hard pin locations, or something like that. If people that have been playing or listening to me say, they're like, really, as if these haven't been hard. But those are the kind of things that they would adjust. Where's the teeing ground going to be, and so on and so forth. So they'll make adjustments to try to keep it. They want to keep it sort of the same, but maybe ramp it up slightly for these players as it goes along. They don't want a sudden change. They don't want to, hey, everybody's conditioned on a certain look or feel, green speeds, fairway speeds, all that kind of stuff, and then all of a sudden a drastic change. It's happened in the past, and I think that's where players sort of start to, complain a little bit and give the USGA a bad time, and they try to avoid that. They try to be consistent. This thing's hard enough as it is, but I think steadily it'll just continue to firm up, providing we don't get rain.
Some business side of things in the PGA Tour. ESPN reporting that the tour is hiring NFL Executive Vice President Brian Rolapp as its CEO to work alongside Commissioner Jay Monahan. He's somebody who is tied to BYU. What can you tell us about him, and what impact could he have, and what significance does that have on the tour?
So I don't really know him at all, but I did do some asking around about what the story is, and sounds to me like he's going to be the CEO or president or whatever of the tour entertainment or whatever, PGA Tour Enterprises. And so that's the part that they brought in. Remember, the PGA Tour was 501c whatever, and they had a charitable arm and all of that kind of stuff. And with the LIV, they created the enterprise side, which gave the players that stayed the opportunity to have ownership, within that enterprise. And then they brought the SCG group or whatever that came in, and they not Ryan Miller or not Ryan Smith, Smith, not that one. But they brought this group in that invested $1 billion or whatever, and that's kind of the foundation of that. So you've got the commercial arm, and then you've got the continued charitable arm around the PGA Tour. My understanding is he's there to run the enterprise side. Now, in talking to some of the writers here and some of the guys that broke the story, they can't imagine that a guy like that, who is poised to take over for Roger Goodell at the NFL, would come here just to work side by side Jay Monahan. Monahan's contract's up, I think, in a year and a half. And so the sentiment, or at least the conversations that I had, was that maybe Monahan will finish out his contract, and then he'll be thanked, and this guy will be running the PGA Tour, the whole operation. Now, again, that's just speculation or conversation at this point. Haven't read or confirmed anything hard reporting-wise, but that seemed to make some sense, and I like the reasoning there of that guy. Maybe he comes over, works the PGA Tour, runs it, gets it all, stabilized for 5 years, and then when Goodell's ready to step down, he jumps back to the NFL. Potentially, I don't know. Again, just some of the conversations we've had around that situation.
Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio. You can hear him tomorrow morning right here on the KSL Sports Zone as you do every week. But, of course, these major weeks, they get a lot of great in-person interviews. They get a lot of people right there on hand. Give us a little bit of a preview, BT, as some of the folks are going to come on the program tomorrow.
Yeah, so thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, Zach Blair, caught up with him after his first round. I didn't try to chase him down today. He had a tough one. But Zach's always, insightful on how things are going. And so we talked to Zach after round number 1, got Tony after both of his first and second rounds. You'll hear the emotion of what it's like to compete in the U.S. Open from Tony, and then you'll hear from the players that are involved, and as far as just from their flash area stuff that we're able to chat with John Bodenhammer, the caddy, and it's going to be fun. Plus Bob and I and our insights and stuff we've been looking at and watching as we've walked around this golf course. We put 5.5 miles in, by the way, yesterday. That was pretty good.
Look at that.
Got your steps in.
Yeah. Those Apple Watches are on fire. Those rings just keep going off. I love it. All right.
Hey, I sent it to my wife, and I was like bragging. I'm like, come on, give me some credit here. Going into Father's Day, age 51. We're rocking it around here.
I love it. Brian Taylor, we appreciate it. Have fun with Bob out there, and we're going to be tuned in tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Thanks, boys. Always good to be with you. Thanks for your time this week, and look forward to doing it again for the Open.
Thanks, love BT. It. There you go, BT. He and Bob do a phenomenal job. Does it seem like there are a lot of names that have BYU ties that are involved in like a lot of the high-level discussions?
Well, yeah, there is.
In golf.
And Rolap is a big one.
Specifically.
Yeah, he's a BYU grad, played lacrosse at BYU, also went to Harvard Business School.
That's how you draw a guy. Like,
yeah,
a guy who might be one of the people in line for Goodell's $80 million a year gig at the NFL.
The next PGA commissioner or possibly the next NFL commissioner is a BYU grad.
But and who did they say they chatted with? It was the chief golf officer. What was the guy they had said? It was like the chief competition officer of the PGA Tour. That was Bob Casper's teammate. Yeah. Anyway, there's just a lot of names in there that happen to be tied to that side of things. But
that's why I wanted to ask. It's a significant thing, and again, it ties to BYU and the relationships they have in sports.
Let's take a break. We've got more to go. When we return, we have our Would You Rather. It's coming up next. You don't want to miss any of that. Plus, we do at the top of the hour, we're going to jump in with Steve Wino, who covers the NHL for the Associated Press. Steve Wino does a phenomenal job. He'll give us his insights as to what's going on as he's covering the Stanley Cup as well. So we've got more to go right around the corner. Don't miss it. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project to see and know if there are any problems like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oregon Steel. Friday, June 13th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. It's a Father's Day Friday edition of the program. Thanks for being with us on the show. Our Would You Rather Father's Day edition coming up right now. Every Wednesday, though, want to remind you, is a Win Ticket Wednesday right here on the station. You know what you get? Stuff. And this next week is going to be a Win Ticket Wednesday where you are going to be able to win tickets to the Monster Jam World Finals. Have I mentioned that Monster Jam, this is the first time they're doing the World Finals here in Salt Lake City? Ricycle Stadium. Boom. It's going to be Gravedigger. It's going to be Sparkle Unicorn. Have you seen that one?
What?
Oh yeah, there's a monster truck that's a Sparkle Unicorn. Oh yeah.
So every little girl's dream has come true?
But like that's the juxtaposition, right? It's a beastly thing. Megalodon will be there. I'm sad that I know these names. No, I'm not actually. You know what? No, I'm not. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but monster trucks are actually more insanely I don't know. This is a weird thing to say. The talent level now, the athleticism that these that these drivers have now, it's phenomenal. No, it is cool.
Monster Mutt.
If you've never been to Monster Jam,
Gravedigger.
You got to check it out. It's at Ricycle Stadium. We're going to give tickets away to that.
Bone Shaker.
It's the same. It's the whole weekend of the 4th and 5th of.
It's gonna be fun.
Of July, and so it's an awesome thing to
really
do on Independence Day weekend. So you can win those tickets next week. Let me see here. JJ, I've got a fun Father's Day edition of Would You Rather. I've got a list of phenomenal father-son combos in sports.
Cool.
You have to give me the best ones. You have to give me the ones that you
the one I think is
would
the
take
best.
some of the other, right?
All right.
Started off strong with a basketball name and a combo that you wouldn't want to take on in their primes, but Rick and Brent Berry.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Rick and Brent Berry or Calvin Hill and Grant Hill.
Oh, man.
So Calvin Hill, if you'll remember,
was really good.
He was a running back for the Cowboys. That's Grant Hill's dad. Calvin Hill, the running back for the Cowboys back in the Tom Landry era. That might be the best range you have right there. Running back for the Cowboys back in the mid 70s. One of the best basketball players of our generation, Grant Hill.
I'm going to go Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer and NBA champion, and his son, the slam dunk champion.
Oh, you're going to go slam dunk version.
I want winners. Look, I know Grant Hill won a national title at Duke. I'm going to overlook that because Duke sucks.
My goodness. Okay. So this is a controversial one. So the Barry brothers. No, this isn't a controversial one yet. The Barry son and dad and son, or Ken Norton Sr. and Ken Norton Jr.
Oh,
that's a good.
I'm not getting in a fight with the Nortons. I'm going to go with the Nortons on that one.
Ken Norton Sr. was the heavyweight champ of the entire freaking world. Okay. Ken Norton Jr.
was a
phenomenal,
mean machine.
Phenomenal middle linebacker, played for the 49ers and the Cowboys, won multiple titles.
Yes.
And of course always did he did the same thing that Vice Sikahema would do, go over and punch the big old the goalpost padding.
Yes.
But it meant a little bit more because Ken Norton Sr. of course is the heavyweight champ. So that is that's great range though too. How about the wife and mom of those two guys? Yeah, my son, just all-pro linebacker, husband, heavyweight champion in the world. Anyway, what are you guys doing over the weekend? You got nothing?
Not hanging out with you because I don't want to get hurt.
Okay. Ken Norton Jr., Ken Norton Sr., or Bobby and Barry Bonds.
Ooh. I'm going with the Nortons.
Okay, Nortons, I agree. In terms of the bigger name and maybe the most accomplished on that list, though,
Barry Bonds is an a-hole.
Okay.
He's a bad guy.
Okay.
I don't want to hang out with him.
How about Clay Matthews Jr. or Clay Matthews III?
Ooh. That's another good grouping.
Yeah.
I'm going to stick with the Nortons.
Archie Manning? Don't call him Arch. Archie Manning and Peyton or Archie Manning and Eli?
Archie Manning and Peyton. That's an easy one.
Poor Eli. What about poor Cooper? Hey, Cooper gave us Arch, though. So
yes, he did.
If that ends up working out. So what are we
I'm going with the Mannings.
Okay, the Mannings or the Griffies?
The Griffies.
Senior.
Sorry,
Yes,
King Griffey. I love King Griffey.
Here's the thing about it, too.
King Griffey Sr. was a really, really good player, too.
Here's the thing about it. They played together
That's why I'm
on
giving them
starting
the nod.
rosters in Major League Baseball. What a cool freaking story.
Yep.
So there you go. I did it on purpose. I ended it with a couple of Seattle Mariners who are now below 500 by 2 games. It's not even July yet. So there we go. Just to drown my sorrows in some good memories of the kid giving me some awesome moments at the Kingdom.
I'll throw out a bonus, Bobby and Brett Hull.
Oh, yeah. Listen.
Got to put the hockey in.
Got to throw hockey in. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go right around the corner on a Father's Day Friday edition of the program. When we return, Stephen Wino. He writes for the AP, and he covers the NHL. Give us some thoughts on how the rest of the series is going to go. It's turned out to be a good one. Let's hope it stays that way. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hans and Scotty here for Advanced Windows. And Hans, summer is here. The heat is here, which means your air conditioner is going to be running nonstop. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Guys, are you struggling with ED and sick of taking pills? Mint Medical Clinic has developed a new, never-before-seen process for treating ED that has been tested by over 50 clinical studies, including Cambridge University. If you're sick of the pills and side effects, call Mint Medical Clinic today to receive a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and intimacy kit that provides powerful results in the bedroom. This is a $750 offer free to callers now. Call 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I woke up this morning and the sun was gone. Turned on some music to start my day. And lost myself.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We've got the US Open up on the screen here for us to take in while we're enjoying a Father's Day Friday edition of the program right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex, thanks for being with us today. Thanks for hanging out with us throughout this week. If you miss any portion of the program today or any of the days, you can always go back and take a listen. Go to KSLSports.com, click on the podcast button, or just download the podcast wherever fine podcasts are peddled. We're also streaming right there on the camera over here. JJ?
Oh, hi.
YouTube channel.
How are you?
KSL Sports. There you go. Yes, it's we started off the show talking about hockey. We're going to continue it a little bit here because the Stanley Cup Final Series has turned into something quite interesting. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's get to one of our conversation that we love to have on this program. Stephen Wino, he covers the NHL for the AP. Let's get going with the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is What Made the Cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi in the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Joining us on the program right now, Stephen Wino. He writes for the AP, covers the NHL. Stephen, thanks for being with us, man. This is quite the series to be able to cover. I bet you're having fun.
Yeah, guys, this has been great hockey. And like, usually at this time of the playoffs and the Stanley Cup final, you see two teams that are banged up, and it's kind of a grind. And you know it's for a championship, but there's something not like the first round. The first round of the playoffs always seems so fun. But you've got these two teams, in the Oilers and the Panthers, who have been this far, gone on long playoff runs before, are mostly healthy with a couple of exceptions here and there. And the result has been just ridiculously good hockey. And you've got to see these teams both go through playoff runs where they've gotten through most of their first three rounds pretty easily. And the talent just jumps off the charts. Even Paul Maurice, we were talking to him this morning before they got on the plane to go across the continent about how all these goals have been scored, and yet the goaltending has still been good. That's how great the series has been so far.
After the way the Oilers lost Game 3 and performed in Game 3 and acted in Game 3, and then down 3-0 in the first period, at that point, did you think they were done? And how incredible was the comeback we saw last night?
I was so sure they were going to win. No, of course I thought they were cooked. Yeah, everybody did. Everybody, I mean, like anybody except for the players on that team, where like an athlete, you got to think differently. But I mean, I was really ready to give the Edmonton Oilers their last rites on this run, because you expected after you get pumped in Game 3 that they're going to come out with their best and they're going to have a push. And when it was the exact opposite of that, and when the goaltender Stuart Skinner, who everybody was worried about, was the best player on the ice, and he's keeping them in it, and everything else is going wrong, you just think maybe this is just over. Maybe this is not the classic series we all think. Maybe this is just the Panthers are that much better. The Oilers don't have it. And then they come out in the second period like gangbusters. Goaltender changed to Calvin Pickard, this journeyman goalie who's been everywhere in the NHL and now is amazingly 7-0 in the playoffs. And everything just started to turn. Like you could feel like a wave sort of building in the second period. They get one goal, they get a second, and like it's so funny in the series, guys, that you keep watching it and you're like, there are sustained shifts where you watch 5 minutes and you walk away. You're like, oh, the Panthers are just clearly the best. You watch another 5 minutes. Oh, clearly the Oilers are the best. And it just keeps going back and forth in sort of like a tennis match, back and forth, and like a 5-set insane major final, and the Oilers just showed that they were there, that they belonged, and still one bounce in overtime, like the Sam Bennett shot, instead of going off the post and out, goes off the post, got the crossbar and in. We're talking a whole different story here. The Panthers going to Edmonton. The Stanley Cup's going to be in the building tomorrow night, and it's a whole different thing. The game of inches, all that sort of cliche stuff, but like really is the fact that there were so many chances for either of these teams to win the first two games, both go to overtime, and Game 4 to overtime. And now we're sitting here in the timeline of the world that we're in right now, where the Oilers and the Panthers are tied 2-2, and it's a best of three for the Stanley Cup.
One thing that I'm fascinated with is the goalie situation, and everybody that I keep going back and forth because I feel like it's more complicated for Chris Knobloch than just saying, let's just ride Pickard. They keep going back to Skinner. Has he done? Are they looking at it like, hey, you know what? Just right now, we're going to ride this guy. You have to ride this guy. They're not going to make the decision, obviously, yet. Just going to kind of keep the cards close to the vest. But is that a decision that's actually easier probably to be made than we think? Is it just going to end up being Pickard?
Yeah, I think so. And I think everybody around the series sort of agreed that after Game 3 and Stuart Skinner was pulled, that he would go back into the net with a short leash. And the fact that he was pulled after allowing the 3 goals on 17 shots really wasn't him. And Chris Knobloch sort of said that to us this morning. It's like you're acting like you're putting the blame on one guy when it's not. And it's a weird sort of psychological part of the sport where he couldn't pull the other 18 skaters off the ice. He had to do something else. So he changes the goalie. And Calvin Pickard is not the biggest goalie. He's not the most fundamental goalie. but like there were some saves last night. He just battled. He was just
crazy.
He happened to be in the right spot. He swatted a puck away. He just did the right things that got them. And the Oilers were better in front of him. Let's not discount that. I think they tightened up better. They sort of knew that they needed to protect their goaltender a little bit more when it was Calvin Pickard in there instead of Stuart Skinner. So I think that the natural choice is you keep Calvin Pickard as your starter, not because he's won games before. It's not like he's coming in cold, hasn't played all playoffs. He had won 6 previous starts already in the playoffs, so he's got that experience. The Oilers know how to play in front of him, and I think just like Stu Skinner in Game 4, he would have a short leash if things start to go wrong.
Leon Draisaitl does it again, another overtime game. What was his 4 in his career, I believe? He's just got a knack for things. What are we seeing from Leon Draisaitl in this moment that just tells us how much we need to know about him and who he is as one of the best players in the world?
Yeah, it's incredible, and he acknowledged maybe a little bit of a lucky bounce on the winner last night, going in off Panthers defenseman Nico Mikkola and in. But he just seems to be one of those guys. You don't score 4 overtime goals in a single playoff, most in NHL history in a single year, by accident. It doesn't happen like that. He knows how to sort of rise to the moment. And there are times, and I'll acknowledge this in this series, where in regulation there are shifts where you don't necessarily notice Leon Draisaitl, that he hasn't been a dominant force for 20 minutes a night, like the way that you watch Connor McDavid, and just every shift he seems to do something spectacular. But Leon Draisaitl picks his spots and his moments, and whether it's a one-timer on the power play, like he had the overtime winner in Game 1, or sort of other places where he scored big goals or made big passes over the course of his playoff run and the series, that he rises to the moment. And I know a lot of people talk about players who do that, but he's really good at it. Like he's won an MVP before, so he's had sustained success at being able to score a bunch of goals, led the NHL in goals during the regular season. He's just a guy who knows how to put the puck in the net, even against a guy like Sergei Bobrovsky, who's one of the best at stopping it. And I hope everybody kind of appreciates how good Leon Draisaitl is, because for the Oilers to even have a chance at winning the series, maybe the 3rd best player to the 17th best player in the series all play for the Florida Panthers. 1 and 2 play for the Edmonton Oilers. And if Leon Draisaitl can be on that level with Connor McDavid, that's the only chance Edmonton has of beating a team as deep as Florida.
Stephen Wino writes for the AP, covers the NHL. This Florida team, obviously, people looked at and went, yeah, it is good to have Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid on a team, but this felt like the team that was, even from the beginning of the year, and then even more so when they picked up Brad Marchand during the middle of the season, it just felt like, man, that's the team to beat. What is it that Florida has to regain after that Game 4? Because, it felt like they had all this momentum, especially after that first period. And I think that Matthew Tkachuk even mentioned it. He was just like, after we went up 3-0, we went totally flat, which is it's a wild thing to think. But, yeah, you can rest on feeling like you were doing pretty well. What does Florida have to do to turn things around and maybe steal one up there in Edmonton?
I think they just need to be need to be themselves. I mean, this is a team that over the last 3 years have won 10 out of 11 playoff series so far. So it's not easy for them to lose. It's not easy for teams to beat them. And if you bottle what they look like, forget about the first period. That was dominance on their part and sort of the complete flat not showing up for whatever reason, Oilers. Bottle what they played like in the third period last night. And it was sort of a very even game. The Oilers go ahead on Jake Wallman's goal with 6 minutes and change to go. And still, it wasn't like the Panthers were playing poorly. They had a few chances to score there, and Calvin Pickard makes a save, or Matthias Ekholm makes a block, or whatever happens there. That those 20 minutes, and then you have the 6-on-5 goal where Sam Reinhart ties it with 19.5 seconds left. I think if they play that style of game, they give themselves a chance to win. And one of the great things about this series is how much of a coin flip it is between one of these teams being able to win a game. Game 1, Game 2, Game 4, one bounce either way. We could be talking about a 3-1 series either way at this stage here. And I think the Panthers thrive when they're in sort of those games where it's not kind of play one way or the other. They're okay giving up a little bit. They're okay playing sort of a back and forth game. If they start to sort of get under the Oilers' skin a little bit like they did in Game 3, force them to take penalties, and really also hold on to the puck like they did in Game 3 and Game 1 of Game 4, and sort of basically draw a lot of penalties, that's where the Panthers are at their best.
I think a knee-jerk reaction after Game 4 to say, oh, this has swung the Oilers' way. They got 2 of the last 3 at home, but it seems like the home ice advantage isn't really that much of an advantage. How overplayed is that, especially in hockey, and especially in a Stanley Cup final?
I think it matters. I think it matters in that there's an actual tactical advantage of having the last line change. And Chris Knobloch's going to be able to then put Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl either on the ice at the same time or separately against the matchup he wants. And I said this at the start of the series, like we're going to find out how good a coach he is or isn't going up against Paul Maurice, who's coached more games in the sport than Scotty Bowman, who's got 14 Stanley Cup rings from various roles, that he's going to be able to control that. Now, from the momentum, whatever standpoint, both Knobloch and Maurice have said, and I agree with, there's not really a game-to-game momentum going on here. These are teams sort of playing separate games at other sides of the continent, and what happened in Game 4, or even what happened in Game 3, may not have a whole lot to do with what happens in Game 5 tomorrow night. But I do think that there's something to be said about the whiplash reaction of after the Panthers crushed the Oilers in Game 3. I think everyone around the series were like, Panthers got this. It sort of had this feeling of invincibility around the Panthers because we've all been around Florida winning so many of these series over the last few years that you started to think, wow, they're invincible. And then they go up 3-0 in that game. And I started to write, Panthers have won the game and they're on the verge of going back-to-back. But then you have the sort of reaction the other way. And I think everyone's got to be careful about sort of that pendulum. Or, enjoy the pendulum swing back and forth. This is fun. I mean, it's enjoyable. I know the players try to keep it even-keeled and all that, but it's fun to sort of think about how much different we'd be talking right now if Sam Bennett's shot goes in or something else happens, or maybe even if the Oilers don't give up that tying goal and they win in regulation. We're not talking about Leon Draisaitl as much as we're talking about Jake Wallman or Corey Perry or whoever at this point, that these are the ebbs and the flows of a playoff series that's really pretty darn entertaining.
I was watching, anything that's hockey club related and or Mammoth related. I can't get that out of my head. I still have to keep making that a habit. Well, it's good that we have an off season to kind of get used to it as we go into this thing. I was reading a story about how the GM for the Islanders and the GM for the Mammoth were seen chatting with each other at the combine, and I thought that seems very normal to me. But what kind of deals get done at the NHL level going into a draft? And is there a lot of movement like we see in some of these other drafts? We're used to covering the NBA. We're used to covering a lot of these other pro sports. When it comes down to it, and how the draft works in the NHL, do you see a lot of movement where teams are like, I'm moving up and I'm getting that number one spot. I'm moving up and I want to get us to 2. Is there a lot of that type of movement in the draft? And is that something that Utah would be that interested in, or do they just feel lucky that they have that number 4 pick overall?
There's much less of that in the early rounds, usually because teams sort of have their own lists and kind of have their own preferences. And it's going to be weird this year, guys, because for every other year other than the sort of pandemic times, the draft's been in person. So you have a lot more of one GM sees another GM. Hey, I'm thinking about this guy. Hey, have you thought about trading this guy? And there's sort of more of that going on. Now that it's going to be virtual and decentralized like the NBA, like the NFL, I tend to see there's going to be less of that going on. And even from a pick trading standpoint, it's not like you can just walk over someone's table and say, hey, I want 77. Do you want 89 and 102 here? It's a matter of picking up the phone, text, Zoom, whatever the sort of communication level is to make trades. I expect there to be way less at this draft, but also maybe setting the table for things that you have a draft happen, you start to see what teams are thinking and drafting. And I think the time between the draft and the start of free agency, where everyone's trying to clear cap space or figure out what they're doing before July 1, could be very active.
How active do you think teams will be in free agency and in trading? I mean, we obviously here with Utah Mammoth, Utah has a lot of cap space, but there's a feeling out there that maybe they're not going to use it like a lot of people expect because they don't want to overpay for guys. What's the market going to be like this summer?
I think it's going to be crazy, and that's where Bill Armstrong. You're exactly right that the thinking might not. He doesn't want to spend like a drunken sailor. You don't want to spend all your salary cap space at once, knowing that you're not going all in to try to win a championship next year. You're trying to take that next step into being a contender. But I think the prices this summer could be out of control. I mean, Brock Nelson just got $7.5 million on a year on a 3-year contract in Colorado after I think having 4 points and no goals in the playoffs.
Wow.
And a really good player, but a good player. So this is not against Brock Nelson, but I think we're starting to see where the market's going to reset itself as a salary cap. We've not seen this. Like the last 5 or 6 years coming out of the pandemic and whatever, it's been a very flat cap. Guys have been getting paid sort of what we think and maybe a little bit less. And now it's going to skyrocket to the point where these numbers are going to get crazy, and we're going to start to see players who we were $6 million players are now $8.5, $9 million players. And where does that sort of level off? Where does it kind of water find its level? So some teams are going to go crazy. Some teams are going to go nuts and have a big contract. I've mentioned to you guys, I think Mitch Marner and the Mammoth would be a great fit if they want to spend that money. Maybe LA or Anaheim want to spend that money because they're a little bit closer maybe to getting to that next level and sort of have the desire to do that now and sort of target a big star. But I think this summer has a chance to there's some eye-popping numbers that those of us around the NHL for a long time are going to be like, wow, this guy's worth that. And then we're going to have to think for a second, no, the salary cap's going up. It's not going to feel the same thing in a few years. Connor McDavid might be making $18 million a year very, very soon and deserve every penny of it. And sort of, I think we all are going to have a little bit of time of readjusting to what we think. But the GMs are in the middle of that too, where they've got to figure out how much are we willing to spend, and owners with the salary cap going up about how much they want to spend, because players, some of the best players in the league, could be getting very, very rich to the point where it's starting to catch up to where Major League Baseball and the NBA are.
Stephen Wino, he writes for the AP and he covers the NHL and does a phenomenal job. We're looking forward to having more of these discussions here, and I just I love these series going as long as they are. I'm sure you're having a ton of fun. I don't know if you're having a lot of fun having to go back and forth between all the different places. I know that's quite a stretch between Calgary and Miami, so we appreciate you joining us on the program.
Anytime. No complaints here. Better than working for a living.
There you go. Covering hockey for a living. Not a bad gig. All right, there you go. Oh, man, it is a ton of fun. It's an exciting time to be covering the NHL. It's an exciting time to have a new franchise here in the. It
is a great time to get into the NHL for the Utah Mammoth.
Love it. Let me see here. We got to take a break. Oh, man, watching this U.S. Open is brutal. Brutal.
It's crazy that course is making you feel for the best in the world.
So let me just give you an idea. We turned the TV on, started watching this thing. I don't know, what would you say, JJ? About 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And you're kind of half watching it, because you'll kind of just pop up during the breaks and look. We looked up. So Bryson DeChambeau was 4 over about an hour and a half ago, and we were like, okay, he's pretty well inside that cut line. And then we looked up. We saw him miss a par putt, and it put him at 10 over. He has had 5 bogeys in a row over the past 5 holes.
And he's going to go home early.
A double and then 4.
He's got 3 holes to turn it around. He's got to get to 6.
Ugh. No.
To 7.
7, I think
cut line is 7 now. 7 over.
Remember that we were talking that's
Rory's
that's
at 7 over right now. Right now, Rory's. We talked to BT earlier. Rory has gotten a shot back, so he is now at 7 over for the tournament, and he is right on the cut line. But DeChambeau's in big trouble at +9.
Oof. All right. We'll.
Oh man.
Yeah, everybody's having a hard time.
That's just those greens are nasty.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal birdie on the last hole, and then he just to get back into a tie of the lead, and then he went bye already on that one. So he's gonna have a Burns. Burns still has the lead here, so we'll see how that goes. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. Our 4 o'clock hour continues on here. We're going to march on, and we're going to chat a little bit about around the corner. We've got a discussion to have about the Heisman Trophy hopefuls for this season. I hate to break it to you. Some of these guesses are going to be wrong. Just breaking it to you right now, okay?
We love to guess, though.
Some of the people who are on the list of being Heisman hopefuls and how wrong we are putting those guys in that category. And then the people who are not being discussed who will end up being there at some point. So come right back around. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound crash on the I-215 southbound just past I-15, which is causing slowdowns back into the Taylorsville area. Near that same spot, expect southbound I-15 delays going from 53rd South in Murray down to the South Interchange. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Processing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
25 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah, happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. Flying U Rodeo, the City of Fun Carnival, Country Star Cole Hartley, Heritage and Mammoth Parades, Lions Club Chuck Wagon Breakfast. Get your tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Talk on the street, it sounds so familiar.
Good tune. Good tune. Hey, just want to remind you, every week, of course, we roll out our Hercules Here of the Week on Thursdays. We read off those winners. And the way that we get those winners even sent to us is by nominating them on the website. Go to kslsports.com/contest for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. You honor the people who do an awesome job as volunteers in the youth sports world, making an impact in places when JJ, guys like you and I, we are not around to help all the time. And so we appreciate when other parents and other volunteers step up and say, you know what, we're going to have these kids have an awesome experience. Those are the people we want to honor with the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. They get a prize from Beehive Meals. They get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. And that's all part of the Hercules Hero of the Week program. So there you go. Oh, my goodness. I was thinking about this, and I want to do something extra here because this is a practice that we do every year of futility, making guesses as to who the next Heisman Trophy hopeful is going to be. Vegas goes even as far as to say, yeah, I'll put some odds on it. Tempt you to throw some Skittles down on that thing, right? Don't do it. History says
not the Heisman.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Sorry. Alex got distracted by a rough shot from Rory McIlroy, who may have missed the cut.
Rory just hit a bad tee shot, but it's not that. He just crushed and broke the tee box marker up on the tee. You know those little squares between the two where you're hitting from. He turned straight around and with his driver head crushed and just broke it. I don't think it's well made. Some balsa wood situation there. Anyway, that caught my that caught my attention. He might get in trouble for that. Not for the swinging and breaking it part, but if you do that kind of a thing, your club might be non-conforming now. Like you can't do any adjustment to it, and if you adjust it, even with beating the crud out of the stuff around you, you could have a non-conforming club there. But that's just the type of. By the way, Rory is right at the cut line, so that was a bad shot. But settle down, kid. You still have some more golf to play. I like calling Rory McIlroy kid. Anyway, it's a fool's errand, is what I'm saying, to try to get into who the next Heisman Trophy winner is going to be. Frankly, just to say who even the next above average guy is going to be in college football next year. And here's why. I had our producer Alex do a little bit of digging, and we went back to the 2024 this time of year. So the dog days of summer football-wise, right, where we're waiting to get into some reality, and the 2024 Heisman Trophy odds, okay? I'll take you back 1 year. So just put yourself and just look at the way that the Heisman Trophy voting went in 2025, in 2025, or 4, I guess. Sorry. And just, I want you to realize how badly we can handicap these things, okay? So first of all, the only people that were, I don't know how many people were invited to New York for the whole thing, but you're a Heisman voter, JJ.
Yes.
And I don't know how many you can put on there. You guys do a first, second, and third, right?
There's a first, and a second, and a third. So
Okay.
you're asked to vote for first place, second place, and third place.
And that could be, and the crazy thing about that is, so let's just go back to last year. Here's the voting. Here's how it shook out. Travis Hunter was your runaway winner in first place. Good showing by Ashton G-Team, but I think that everybody knew that he was going to be in that second place spot. Dylan Gabriel was your third place vote getter for the Heisman Trophy. Now, Cam Ward, who, by the way, is your number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, like you could look at that and go, phenomenal year by him. He was a 4th place in the Heisman Trophy. 5th was Cam Scadaboo. I need you to transport your brain to last year if Cam Scadaboo was on anybody's list at all.
No.
Bryson Daly, quarterback for Army. You probably even forgot his name already. Tyler Warren was a tight end out of Penn State. He was 7th place. Shedeur Sanders actually got votes. 47 total votes. 1 first place vote, by the way. Was that you?
For who?
For Shedeur?
Stop.
Okay.
Not me.
7 second places and 30 third places for Shedeur. Curtis Rourke, the quarterback out of Indiana, and Kyle McCord, the quarterback out of Syracuse. Those are your 10 vote getters at all in the Heisman Trophy voting from last year, okay? That list is very different from what we thought was going to be going on. Let me give you the list. Carson Beck out of Georgia. Why? Because he was at Georgia, and he's the quarterback at Georgia. Now, how did that go? Not on the list of people who received votes. But don't worry, because we're such dumb animal idiots about sports that we will just go back and go, oh, no, I like, who's that kid who went to Miami? Carson Beck. He's going to be a good guy. We also put Quinn Ewers at the top of that list. I'm not trying to dog Carson Beck. What I'm saying is that that's a guy who had a very, very well below year at Georgia. And he goes to Miami, and guess what he is, JJ? One of the favorites this year already. Carson Beck, one of the highest odds getters for the Heisman Trophy for next year. Here are the list of this year's. Drew Aller, Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier. Stop me if you've heard this before. Jackson Arnold, quarterback at Auburn. Aiden Childs at Michigan State. Miller Moss at Louisville, which, by the way, ask yourself, how many teams has Miller Moss been on? He started off at USC, right?
Yeah, he got in the bowl game when
Yes.
Caleb Williams decided to opt out.
Threw 6 touchdowns.
Started USC last year,
Yes.
but now has moved on.
He's at Louisville, but he's in the he's in the discussion for Heisman Trophy. Jalen Daniels. Yes, the same Jalen Daniels for the last 4 years who has gotten Heisman odds of some kind, the quarterback out of Kansas, that everybody apparently is just waiting to have him figured out. Now, did he have a good stretch of the last 6 games of the year? He had an okay stretch. Definitely on an upswing, but not the guy who I would expect to be a performer long term. Avery Johnson somehow made his way on the list, the quarterback out of Kansas State. But you see what I'm saying, JJ? The point is that last year, the odds makers had the most wild list. And part of it is because we just don't understand how it's going to go. The only one they got right out of the top 3 was Dylan Gabriel, who he was the 3rd best odds. He ended up in 3rd place in the Heisman the Heisman Trophy voting. Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Jackson Dart actually probably overperformed compared to last year. Garrett Nussmeier was on the list last year. For the only reason is he was a quarterback at LSU. Noah Fafita was in the middle of the pack when it came to Heisman odds for last year. Okay, that's how crazy this is. Now, the biggest whiff was probably that Shedeur Sanders had the 3rd worst odds in this entire group, and he ended up being a guy who overperformed, right? Avery Johnson was on that list last year, and we have no idea why. Except for that people go, yeah, I bet he could be good. Put him on the list. Might as well. What I'm saying is, JJ, there are people on this list that are odds makers that are not going to be on the list at all, that are going to be in the top of. Where was Ashton Jeanty, by the way? Nowhere near it. Ashton Jeanty wasn't even mentioned one bit on the odds makers list. And let me just tell you how much the difference a year makes. DJ Uungalele was better odds than even Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Daniels, and Ollie Gordon, yes, was on the list also to win the Heisman Trophy. This is how much the difference of a year makes. This is why it's hard to handicap it. And this is why I think that a guy like Devin Dampier at the University of Utah could just make an absolute heyday out of it, not because I think he's a Heisman hopeful. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that that's the perfect guy who will sneak up a list and go, hey, we forgot about that guy. Because he went from a forgettable program that you'll easily forget about to a program that last year underperformed, and people will totally forget about Utah. And they won't after a minute, because I think that Devin Dampier is the kind of guy that will be phenomenal this year for the Utes.
I think if you look at this this millennium or this century, since 2000, trying to find the right way to put that, I think Marcus Mariota in 2014 is the only preseason favorite to actually win the Heisman Trophy. That's it.
Oh,
this is not normal. Like most guys, which is crazy. The hype machine in college football is really strong, and it's usually right about most teams, right? Like Ohio State had a lot of hype last year. They didn't at every point in the season, but by the end they had matched that hype. They were the best team in college football. They left no doubt in the college football playoff. It's different with the Heisman Trophy. Players emerge we didn't see.
Yep.
Caleb Williams won a Heisman Trophy, came back the next year, didn't win it. Right? Matt Leinart won a Heisman Trophy, didn't win it. The next year, his teammate won it. So things happen. Things change. There's been guys that have won it as freshmen and sophomore and then came back and played and didn't win it. So it's fun to watch it play out. And I'll tell you this as a Heisman Trophy voter, there's no polls with the Heisman.
Right.
It's not like if you're not on the ballot week one, you're not going to win the Heisman Trophy. Things can change. Things can evolve. Ashton Jeanty evolved over the year last year, right?
Yes.
And if you also, so you usually either see somebody that's just like statistically dominant, like a Jeanty, or generational, like Travis Hunter that won the award, or somebody who emerges as just a dominant force in the sport on the most dominant team. That can happen as well.
By the way,
that plays out over time.
Of course. By the way, I just went back and looked at 23. 23 is actually an interesting year because the best odds in the preseason, best preseason odds were Caleb Williams, who had won the Heisman Trophy the year before, of course. Second best odds was Jaden Daniels, who ended up winning the trophy, right?
Yes.
Like, we looked at him and we went, yeah, he's overrated to LSU.
Was Caleb Williams a finalist that year?
I don't think he was. Was he?
No, I don't think so.
But again, Drake May was on that list. Quinn Ewers was again on that list. Michael Penix Jr. I think was he was a second place.
Bo Nix was third.
That's right. Don't worry, because Carson Beck was also on that list of odds getters in 23. So was Quinn Ewers. So was I'm trying to think. Drew Aller. He somehow even 2 years ago. Yes, the look from our producer says it all. Why? Because we're dumb sports idiots. I just told you.
It's hard to predict which player.
Has Drew Aller won it yet? We'll put him on the list. He was on there a couple years ago.
It's so hard to predict which player is going to break out and be incredible. It's harder than picking what team is going to win it.
But you know what? The way that you get immediate hype, and hype matters even in the Heisman Trophy voting. Hype matters. You can't deny it. Is being a quarterback on a big name team. That's it. That's a pretty darn good.
That helps.
That's a pretty darn good, bar to clear. As long as you clear that bar, if you're the starter on a really recognizable program,
which is why you're mentioning you got a Drew Aller, you have Carson Beck. Carson Beck played for Georgia. Of course he's going to be in the mix, but he's not Heisman good. Jalen Milroe's campaign never materialized. He was in that conversation because he was Alabama's quarterback, right? So, yeah, that helps, but it truly is an individual award, which is why it's great that somebody like Travis Hunter, who deserved it and who was a generational player, can win the award on a team like Colorado. It was good, but it was not a national championship contender. That's why the award is great. One of the reasons why it is.
I always love
great.
it. Hey, 3 years in a row, you've been on the odds list. Could this be it, Carson Beck? Hey, Drew Aller.
These days we've got 7-year quarterbacks that keep popping up.
Well, what's great is
Gabriel is on the list for like 3 different teams.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Is a lot of these guys are on their second or third team.
It's crazy.
I mean, hell, the guy out of Houston, the Weigman guy who transferred from Texas A&M, he's on the freaking watch out dark horse list.
Oh my
Houston quarterback. I mean, I know. Now, don't get me wrong. A Houston quarterback has won the Heisman Trophy before
a long time ago.
But I think that those were different times. Houston's got to win some games before we start taking them a little bit seriously. That's not a knock, but that's what I'm telling you. All right. What year was that? 91? Is that the year after
Andre Ware?
Andre Ware was the year
Yeah,
after
I believe so.
Ty Detmer, right? Yeah. If memory serves. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got much more to go. What do you have?
89. So it was the year before.
All right.
Yep.
I knew it was around the same age, around the same era. The U.S. Open champion Bryson DeChambeau is likely going to miss that cut.
Oof.
And here we are. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. Happy Father's Day, everybody. It's Father's Day Friday right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash is still being cleared for eastbound traffic on the I-215 South Belt. This is between I-15 and State Street and over to the right shoulder. Patience is still required southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County from Murray to Draper. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Athletics are funny that way. I've always said this. Not only does it attract people from all sorts of different backgrounds, but all sorts of different intelligence levels, different emotionally intelligence levels, like all those things. Like, I don't know how coaches do it, honestly.
This is going to sound mean because it's certainly not the case. There are legitimate savants, can think everything with the game, and then aren't super intelligent off the floor and struggle off the floor. And that's quite common.
It's so applicable, though, to life. I mean, Elton John just sat down and played the piano. I think in person you can really tell the difference between not intelligent and maybe just public speaking isn't my first way of communicating. But then you can see people as just like, okay, this dude's just a dim bulb. And as a dim bulb myself, I feel like we can really sniff out each other. You know what I mean?
Spider sense tingles when you get around each other.
This guy's faking it just like me.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Go check out SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com, SLCFatLoss.com. If you go to the website, you'll be able to see real people that have had real results. And you can click on a tab right there to schedule a free phone consultation. What hurts in that? Just being able to ask the questions. People ask those questions all the time. That's probably the number one thing I get asked, or the thing that people want to know, and they send me a direct message on. It's like, hey, did this really work for you? I encourage them to go and just ask the experts at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Have a phone consultation. Before it's any kind of pitch or anything, they'll just tell you what the basics of the program are about so that you know that you can feel comfortable and whether or not it's something you want to pursue. You can go see my story. You can go see JJ's story. You can go see it right there on the front of the website. Just go to slcfatloss.com and find out not just how to drop weight, but how to keep it off long term. That's the key to success.
If you're frustrated, you need to lose weight, you're down about it, it's bothering you, you want to make a change, are you ready? Are you motivated? This is an opportunity to get results with that energy you have to lose the weight. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a program that's going to help you reach your weight loss goals, whatever they are. However long it takes, they can do it. They can help you. It's a plan and it's a program based on science that's going to help you lose the weight and lose it fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. No pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy workout plans. Just dialing in your nutrition, losing weight, watching the weight melt off, and then learning how to keep it off too. That's the most important part. It does no good to lose weight if you can't keep it off. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss will help you do that as well. Go to their website. Learn more about this program. If you're serious about losing weight and you want to make a change, join us. This works. slcfatloss.com. If you like the program and you want to do it, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get $200 off. Again, learn more about it at slcfatloss.com.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. And Mike, we talk about Replenish compost itself, but it's your soil blends, I think, that most people should have in their growing areas because it's going to help immensely.
It will, yeah. We have a variety of soil blends, a topsoil blend, a Ute-like garden mix that adds some soil conditioner in it to keep the soil loose, and garden box blend.
And Greg, it doesn't matter if that means flowers or maybe your vegetable garden, it's going to work in both spots.
That's right. Everything regarding success in the garden or in the yard starts with the soil, and you won't find any better soil blends than what we carry.
And of course, as we have told you before, you can pick it up here yourself in bag or in bulk, or Mike, you can have it delivered.
Yeah, we deliver it in bulk or bag, or the super big bag as well, the 1 cubic yard bag.
You can always find them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. Give them a call at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. You know it, Replenish. It's good stuff.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Father's Day weekend, all you dads out there. Great tune. We haven't had a miss so far from our producer, Alex, today. Good job. We got lots going on, though, on the program, including, I feel pretty confident. Hit the breaking news sounder here, producer Alex. I'm pretty confident in how this thing's going down. Bryson DeChambeau, defending champion of the US Open, will miss the cut. Finished the day 10 over after a disastrous back nine at Oakmont at the 125th U.S. Open.
The U.S. Open is cruel.
He couldn't figure it out. And you could just tell at one point everything was just a little bit short, a little bit right, and short and right at the. They just showed him in slow motion going WTF golf ball. Yeah, boy, why do you have to show? Why does their supercut of all the highlights of day two just guys embarrassing themselves? Settle down, Oakmont. I know you guys want to be tough.
What else are you going to show?
They just showed every top 10 player in the world who's on the tour drop an F-bomb on their program or on their promo for the weekend. Tony Finau probably going to make the cut. Looks like he's making it to Saturday and Sunday. So congrats to him. And yeah, it's a tough one. It's a really tough course. So there you go. Oh my goodness! I told you I was going to have I have a top 10 for you that's Father's Day related, and it's a Father's Day gifts and gift giving guide, basically. The top 10 gifts that people spend money on for Father's Day. So these are the most purchased items, 0 to 10. This is per what Amazon has put out over the last. This is a 3-year total, basically, and maybe it's them telling you what you're supposed to buy. I don't know, but the reality is that this is what apparently the definitive list for most the gifts that people spend the most money on for Father's Day. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get there, though, top of the hour, we're going to have Mitch Harper coming on. And he's our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. He's also a dad. Dad's only on the program today. Okay? That was the rule, I guess, for the guests, right? I don't know if Stephen Wino has kids. Call him back, ask him, and tell him he wasn't supposed to come on if he did.
Well, he made it through security if he doesn't.
I know. He snuck through. Join DJ and PK, by the way, on Monday from 7 to 10 at the Hope in Motion Invitational at Thanksgiving Point. It's an awesome way to give back to the community. It's not just a golf tournament. It's a chance to drive real change for children with developmental disabilities in your community. Join them all day long right there on their program. All right. So without further ado, let's get this list going on. I'm going to make sure I have the right one in front of me because I have a couple of different ones. They have ones that are just by the amount of things that are given, but I also have the worst ones. I was going to go with that, but all right. So without further ado, here we go. On your mark, get set, and go.
Ties, golf clubs,
Ding,
shirts, pants, shoes.
Pants, shoes.
Suits. Nose hair trimmers. Those gold nose hair trimmers weren't on the list?
This isn't my personal list. It would have been on there.
Books. Jeez. Lawnmower.
Coffee maker.
Lawnmower. Tools. Drill.
Oh.
Hammer.
Hammer and a
drill bits.
Guns. Weapons of mass destruction.
Why am I laughing so hard at this? Guns.
Deodorant.
Oh my gosh.
Underwear.
You're close on the underwear.
Thermal underwear.
No, it is a close.
Diapers.
Oh my gosh.
Diapers for the old dads.
No, why would you do that? Oh, why was that so funny to me? Why am I dying so much from freaking watching that?
It's Friday.
All right. The number one sold gift to dads, unfortunately, is socks. What are we doing, America?
The one clothing item I did not say.
I was like, you're close to the underwear. I mean, come on, let's.
Hey, if you every worn good pair of socks, you really,
I know,
you really get it.
So here's what it is. So these are generic, but here's what they actually are. So graphic T-shirts. I don't know. I would not roll the dice on that. Is number 10. Wallets and money or money clips.
Yes.
Those are on there. Watches. Okay. Swim trunks. Have you ever bought your dad a pair of swim trunks? Did you ever want to see your dad in a pair of swim trunks?
That's weird.
The answer is no. A robe. I thought, you know what, though? These are terrible gifts, and I want to say, and he's no longer with us, but Dad, I'm sorry. We bought you a robe.
I'm 47 years old. I've never worn a robe in my life.
Wear a robe? Would you ever wear a robe? Don't you feel like a robe? I don't know. Maybe that's more of our producer Alex's generation. You guys coming back around to robes? No?
Nobody wears robes.
I thought maybe it'd be coming around. Barbecue grilling items.
Yeah.
Like the utensils.
Okay, that makes sense.
Golf stuff.
Yeah,
okay?
I said that.
Club covers. I counted it because golf stuff is in there.
Yeah.
A tool bag. Okay.
But no tools?
No drill bits either. No,
What?
no, they're not. I mean, I'm sure they're in. Maybe they're in there.
Okay.
Wireless earbuds have become the number 2 thing that is sold.
Really?
To dads. Yeah.
Huh.
This one is the most hipster one I've ever seen. Coffee subscription. Come on.
That's number 1.
A coffee maker not on the list. We've moved on to coffee subscription.
Everybody bought the coffee makers during the pandemic. Now they need the subscription for the coffee.
I love it. Other ones that are on the list, portable chargers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Magnetic wristbands.
What?
I don't know, to sleep better? What is that? Some voodoo stuff right there. And then smart glasses. No one's buying you a smart glass.
That's the crap that Brett Favre was pushing. The stupid bracelets.
Hats are on the list too. All right. We'll take the break here. Mitch Harper's going to join us next. We'll see what items he prefers for Father's Day. I think we all know the answer is whatever the kids do, it's great. Thank you so much. All right, we'll come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 630-25.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi. Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the godfather of credit rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749.
If your roof needs repair or replacement, do it now during S&S Roofing's huge spring sale. 12 months interest-free financing. Get the best value on the highest quality roofing job in Utah. Dial pound 250, then say S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, where did we go? Days when the rains came.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Happy Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day Friday. Let's do a whole weekend of Father's Day. Why not? Our program is always brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. What better way to celebrate Father's Day weekend than watching a bunch of dads walking around a golf course playing bad golf? It's the US Open. It's a tradition. It's a tradition a lot like others.
Every father's dream.
It's not, you got the Masters, a tradition like none other. And then you're like, the US Open. Yeah, we've seen this before. A bunch of guys walking around, hacking at a ball. They love it. They love it looking like this. Terrible golf. You only have 3 people under par today. Or under par right now in the tournament, which is good for guys like Tony Finau who are going to make the cut. Guys like Lefty are going to make the cut. Looks like Rory's going to make the cut, so that's good. Bryson already fell victim. Your defending champion's not going to be in, so there you go. He is, of course, another dad on staff, and he's our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. He's Mitch Harper. We're going to kick things off at the cut this hour with Mitch, so let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. Mitch Harper, happy Father's Day, brother. Good to chat with you, man.
Hey, happy Father's Day to you guys, too. Happy to be on.
Oh, so I went. I clicked through. I saw the email from BYU about some of the things that are going on when it comes to where fans sit in all of the trying to donate to the future of BYU sports, and every program's trying to deal with this. And Brian Santiago and the athletic department wanted to be clear about what some of the things are that are going on. And how is it that they're trying to approach this now? Because with the announcement, of course, making it official, I think about this time last week, it was the news dump at the end of the Friday that the settlement had happened. And then, of course, this week we start to really get into some of these details. What does it mean to navigate that world of the new settlement, the $20.5 million, the new NIL rules, all of those things as it pertains to BYU?
Well, it should level out the playing field if people are actually adhering to the rules, and I think that's going to be, really interesting with that. And, BYU has had a lot of success with the, format and NIL before this came to be. In some respects, you could look at this being a situation where you're putting a cap on BYU's boosters and donors because, anything over $600 supposedly is going to have to go through NIL Go from Deloitte. So, there's going to be challenges that come with that. But, BYU, they haven't formally said they're going to be at $20.5 million. When I talked to Brian Santiago and BYU President Shane Reese about this, they consistently hammered out the message of they're going to be competitive. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's not $20.5 million, but, the Big 12 wants its members to be right there, pretty close, and being competitive and being near that threshold because, that's going to put you in a position where you can get that top end talent and be competitive as they're talking about. So, but I think, you're going to have the media rights money, and it's coming in at a full share starting next year with the 2025-2026 year. Ticket revenues, championships, looking to monetize their IP at BYU. They're going to have to find new revenue streams to continue to always make sure they got that $20.5 million, and it's going to continue to climb too because this will be a annual thing where it's always a higher number each year.
Is there concern among circles at BYU, and you look around the country, and NIL has provided opportunities for BYU and Texas Tech and some other schools to get into the mix for players they never would have otherwise. Is there a feeling that the big boys are trying to use this settlement and the situation with the NIL Go to curb that and to get their power back?
Possibly, and I think that it'll be interesting to see how strictly enforced NIL Go will be. All the commissioners are saying the right things right now. Brett Yormark was very candid. I asked him directly about NIL Go. I said, what gives you confidence this is actually going to work? And he said there'll be strict punishments for these schools. And what's interesting about that is, we're going to see shorter time frames. It used to be in the NCAA when they were overseeing everything. Yeah, there'd be some, bagman scandal, but it would take 3-4 years to get it resolved. And all the people that were maybe involved are already out the door. And then it's not relevant to the current program. I mean, you could see, if someone's not adhering to NIL Go, maybe you could see 45 to 60 days, some sort of resolution. So it's more immediate, resolution as far as cases go if you're not adhering to that. And that makes it a little more interesting because I think in the past it just used to be, well, they're going to vacate some wins. Who cares? The game still happened, and maybe there could actually be more tangible impact. But we don't know yet what that's going to look like with NIL Go and the College Sports Commission. And, all the commissioners were, Greg Sankey, Jim Phillips, Yormark. They were all on a Zoom call earlier this week. I heard that call, and they're pretty confident this will work. So it's going to be, really interesting to see how this all comes together. There's still so many questions. It feels more questions than actual clear answers right now. But that I do think that BYU is going to do things by the letter of the law when there's enforcement of NCAA. We've seen that in the past with BYU. So maybe there could be it could be putting a limit on the BYUs of the world, but I'm sure there will still be other ways that you can get through NIL Go and still put those NIL packages together that can, be pretty lucrative on top of revenue sharing.
Mitch, speaking of the rules and trying to figure some things out, one of the biggest question marks, of course, is the Jake Retzlaff deal, and we're all just kind of waiting around to see if anything is going to be said, or if anything's going to come of that, or if anything's going to be done even before the season, or how it's going to affect it. Because I have people that I chat with who are like, the season is over with if that's the case, and Jake's not playing quarterback. Or there's the part of people going, yeah, you know what? There are other people in that quarterback room. Do we know anything else? And do we know what a timeline is of even knowing anything about what the quarterback situation at BYU is going to look like?
There's no real clear timeline right now. I mean, we're still kind of in the same operating thought of where it was when it got filed, and it's still being viewed as a private matter by BYU's side. There'll be the Media Day golf event coming up in about a week and a half, where there's going to have to be some answers, I'd imagine, from the coaching staff. Coaches and players are typically available at that event. And then, of course, Big 12 Media Day as well, which is July 8th and 9th. And I can't imagine that, they're going to want some sort of clarity, because that will just control the conversation for BYU's side of it at the Big 12 Media Days. And I'm sure they'd like some sort of clarity, but, we'll see what happens with that. I mean, it's, there was some video from BYU's, football YouTube account showing Jake, little glimpses in the background where you see him at the summer conditioning and on their YouTube videos and things like that. So, clearly he's around. But, as far as what his role will be this fall, that we don't know yet. There's been no clear answer, and no one has provided that answer, not Kalani Sitake, AD Brian Santiago, or President Shane Reese to this point.
I mean, my concern, Mitch, is this is going to become a distraction for everybody, right? We should be talking about a team that won 11 wins last year and is in the mix to win a Big 12 championship. You can't talk about anything else, right? Because we don't know his status. We don't know who's going to be the quarterback. And we can't sit here and pretend like, oh, well, there's just as business as usual. So it feels like there has to be something addressed. How much of a distraction is this, and could it become for this program right now?
I think it's a huge distraction, because it's just going to be a conversation, at every turn, whether that's a media event, fall camp practice. It's just going to command, because he's linked to everything that this team does, whether you like him or not as a quarterback. And there's detractors of Jake, the on-field product of what he does as a QB, and there's people that love him. He gets mixed reviews for a style of play, but regardless of your views, he is linked to everything, the whole operation of, BYU football. That's just the quarterback position at large with this game. And when you're coming off an 11-win season in the spring ball, where, there's no debate, he's your clear-cut number one guy coming out of spring. It's going to have a lot of questions. And guys like Chase Roberts, who run it back for another season, what's going through his mind, this whole entire team, like what kind of clarity, what information have they gotten from Jake, and coaches do they know? I mean, I just think it's still just such a in limbo thing where there's no precedent for this. And with it being a civil lawsuit, I mean, it's just not, but he's linked to everything that the team does. And if it is the case where they move on and they go to another quarterback, well, then you just, start to focus on the quarterback competition, but there hasn't been any clarity if that's the direction they're going. So that's always going to be a question. And even if he does play this season, it'll still always be a conversation about, well, what's the timeline of your next deal with this case? What's the next phase in that process? It'll always be a conversation. So it'll be a big storyline until there's actual resolution to that lawsuit.
Mitch, we saw the opponents be announced for the basketball side of things for the Big 12. Your thoughts, and if any surprises at all on the schedule, or anything that you look at and you go, circle those on your calendar. I think obviously the home-only games, it looks like BYU got a couple of good ones that they're going to be not have to return to go back to some of those other places. But what are some of the things that stood out to you with the series that you're going to see with the Big 12 on top of the out-of-conference schedule now that BYU has all lined up?
I was surprised that BYU was not going to face Kansas twice. One, because BYU's got a bit of a winning streak, and that's a storyline for BYU and Kansas. And then, two, just the number 1 and number 2 players in the high school recruiting rankings in the 2025 cycle in A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson for Kansas. That to me was a little bit surprising that they didn't have a home and away for those two teams. I was also surprised that maybe there wasn't a home and away with Baylor because of the Rob Wright storyline. If you do want to focus on the TV piece, and that is a big conversation for any conference, but especially the Big 12, looking to really rewrite its narrative as a conference that's among the elite, and it is in basketball. There's no doubt about that. But, I thought that was a little bit surprising. I do like, though, that they're going to have Texas Tech home and away, 2 games against the Red Raiders. BYU's winless against Texas Tech in their first 2 years in the Big 12, but Tech's going to be probably a top 10 team. So when you talk about strength of schedule, that's huge for BYU. And they're going to have a strong strength of schedule next season no matter what. They just got to pile up the wins and get as high of a seed as they possibly can in the NCAA tournament. There were some other little things on the schedule matrix or the opponent matrix that kind of caught my attention with West Virginia. 3rd straight year BYU goes 2 time zones to Morgantown. That's just kind of a little quirk that I found interesting that not many teams have had to do, going to that far of a kind of an outpost in the league. That's the 3rd straight year they have to do that. But, by all accounts, it's, now it's kind of getting into a cadence and a rhythm of what this, 16-team schedule or 16-team league is going to look like. And now it's an 18-game schedule. And I think it's the right move because it allows for more non-conference marquee matchups. And the Big 12's got to have, BYU included, but the whole league at large, they've got to hit it out of the park with non-conference play. Last year they didn't. The SEC did, and that's why the SEC, laid the groundwork for a 14-bid, season, whereas the Big 12, they had 7, which was a solid year, but their non-conference play let them down to where they only ended up with 7. If they can have strong numbers coming out of non-conference play, they're going to be in a great position as a league to get 10-plus bids in the conference, because I do think, once again, you've seen, heavy in commitment financially out of the portal and in the high school recruiting ranks. The Big 12 is probably the best league for high school recruiting in the 2025 cycle, with Houston's got an elite class, the number 1 class in the country. This will be a very good league again, and BYU in year 3 is in the center of it, to where, top 2 is kind of the expectation in my mind for BYU in a loaded league.
I know you had a chance to talk to A.J. DeBonsa today at a Boys and Girls Club event, a conversation I believe you'll be able to see on KSL Sports Live this Sunday. What did you learn from that meeting with A.J.? How's he doing? How's his short time at BYU been so far?
Well, he's really embracing, Provo and BYU. And, I mean, he said to me that everything that Kevin Young promised when he started talking to him, last spring and summer in 2024, said it's playing out that way. And I thought that's kind of noteworthy because, sometimes for heralded recruits, they could get told everything they want to hear, and maybe that doesn't live up to it. And so far it's been everything he was wanting for, as far as, treating him like a pro and, operating and running an offense like an NBA player and training like an NBA guy and preparing for the next level. That's what he wanted, and he really thinks that this BYU team could do something really, really special. Richie Saunders was there at that charity event for the Boys and Girls Club too, and both were talking about just how they feel like those two together could be quite the tandem. They've primarily, they said, been competing against each other in these summer practices thus far. But they're really excited about that. DeBonsa is going to leave tomorrow for Colorado Springs, Colorado, for Team USA Under-19 training camp, and then he's going to have games in Switzerland. And he talked about how the Olympics one day are a goal of his, and how he wants to win a gold for this Under-19 team. And he said that he wants BYU fans to be part of it. So I think it's kind of interesting how he's really leaning into BYU and just wanting to be part of the BYU fan base, and obviously they're as hyped as can be for that guy, and so I think he's embracing his massive platform that he's got in Provo and among BYU fans, and as he said, trying to give back as well to young kids. He gave out over 200 pairs of shoes from Nike. They were John Morant shoes with socks, bags, and basketballs. Pretty cool stuff, and he wanted to give back, and but he's said he's really enjoying his time so far in Provo.
Mitch Harper, he's our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Mitch, what's Father's Day look like at the Harper household?
Well, tomorrow I got Cougar Sports Saturday. I'm going to have, there's going to be a fun event coming up here soon with, Bronson Kafusi's leading a charity football event coming up here in another week, which will be a lot of locals in the NFL guys that I'm going to touch base with him tomorrow on that. And then, kind of relaxing, maybe get a little bit of golf in to get back in the swing of things before this BYU football
Before you
media
embarrass
golf
yourself
event.
at the media event, yeah.
But otherwise, just pretty chill, laid back. Kids have some basketball tournaments, catch those. So always busy in the summer. There's no downtime, but it's fun. It'll be a good weekend. Watch some US Open golf as well too.
All right, happy Father's Day, Mitch Harper. We appreciate it, man. And have a beautiful weekend, and let us know how things are going, and then we'll catch up with you again next week, man.
Hey, thanks as always, guys. Take care.
There you go,
Mitch
Harper. The best. Cougar Sports Saturday, by the way, every Saturday on KSL News Radio, noon to 3, with he and Matt Baiamonte, so don't miss it. Let me see here. Oh, it's a shame watching guys melt down like this. Now, I actually did. I'm not one of those Phil Mickelson haters.
No.
He was 4 over, which was 3 inside the cut line 2 holes ago. He pulled a Bryson DeChambeau. Not as bad. He needs a birdie putt on 18 to give himself a shot. He and Cameron Smith both are trying to get inside that cut line. And I think that Cameron Smith actually has a pretty decent birdie putt that he could make, I think. And then, but Phil, double bogey, par, double bogey the last 3 holes. So that's 4 over just over the past 3 holes. And so lefty really in a tough spot. But it looks like the projected cut line is 7 over now.
It is.
Just to give you an update, Tony Finau inside of that. Rory McIlroy now
made
inside of the heat. So Rory's going to get in.
He rallied.
Jordan Spieth ended up having a pretty decent last couple of days. He was even par the first day, but then he was 5 over today and avoided. He had 2 birdies in the last 2 holes to make sure to stay inside that cut line as well. So
Ludwig Oberg did not make the cut.
Ew. Everybody's been waiting. People are putting undue pressure on Ludwig Oberg just because he had such a phenomenal rookie year. And he's been so good at the Masters, and he was good last year. He's been so good since he got his PGA Tour card.
There's expectations on him that he's going to be
and he's
a big-time golfer.
He's kind of robotic, in his way.
Yeah,
and
he's not a dynamic personality.
No, but I mean, like he's been so consistent. Like nothing really shakes him, and so he's had some rough tournaments, and so to not make the cut at the U.S. Open, that he was for sure in the discussion about possibly being in the running to win. It's a tough deal. These greens are so dang hard to read, too.
Impossible.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got our NFL Blitz next, and you don't want to miss any of that. So stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Persistent slowdowns on southbound I-15 from 31st Street in Ogden into the Riverdale area. A crash is part of the mix there. Delays also on southbound I-15 from Murray to Draper and in Utah County from Lehigh to Linden. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't Finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, Finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yes.
I don't think he would.
Oh, whoa!
two. By the way, you can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country and twice be named the best morning show host in the country, or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot is the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on?
I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, y'all want to see a dead body? This is what's going on right now at the US Open. Is just a bunch of, if you tune in to cut day at the US Open, the last 10 holes or the last hour and a half, it's been pretty brutal. We're just watching guys miss the cut by a stroke, by an inch, or even worse, by 5 strokes, and they just want to get that. They want to get this round over with. Please help me, get me out of here. But yeah, it's been a brutal one, but I like it. I like the difficulty that's out there. It's fun to see. Let me see here. JJ, our NFL Blitz, brought to you by.
We have a sponsor now?
No, I thought we had like a promo or something, but we didn't. It's fine.
Hey, if you're listening and you have a business and you'd like to sponsor the NFL Blitz.
Todd, well, a lot of times we've had it. I think during the season we get it. It ends up being.
We do it every day here on JJ and Alex.
Hey, guess what? If that's the case, text JJ to 57500.
There you go.
Guess what? I'll endorse the heck out of your product. We'll make it blow up. You want to have the type of success Salt Lake City Fat Loss did? All you have to do is hit us up, man. Text 57500. Text the 57500. Text JJ. To KSL00.
If you make $200 gold hair nose clippers,
I'll buy them, or I'll endorse the heck out of them.
We'll help you.
Absolutely. We'll sell your products. All right, let me see here. See, like just right there.
Oh, that cost
Molinari, he's going to go over par, he's going to go over the cut by 1 stroke. Now he just missed the one hole to go. No, he's got 1 hole to go.
Oh, I thought he was.
That was 18. I mean, no, that was 17.
Oh, he's got 1 more hole to go.
He's got 1 more hole to go.
Oh
but
my
I'll just
gosh,
tell you,
the pressure.
Hey, spoiler alert, nobody has been getting birdie on that 18.
No, yeah.
It's been impossible. All right, let me see here. NFL Blitz. Dak Prescott says he wants to win a Super Bowl, quote, for his sanity. Like, that's the baseline. I got to get a Super Bowl just so I can feel normal about life. Well, hate to break it to you, the Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl since 1995.
Yeah.
That's 30 years ago now. And I'll tell you right now, the Cowboys are as close to winning the Super Bowl as, I would say, teams like, I don't know. What category would you put them in? because out of their division alone, the Eagles and the Commanders are going to be
contenders.
they're going to be the ones to beat. You are decidedly in third place, at least in your division. And there are a lot of people in New York who feel dang good about where that team's at. I mean, I don't, but
I think the Giants had a great draft.
They did have a good draft. I don't hate their quarterback room. And speaking of quarterback rooms, did you see Daniel Jones? Everybody's like, "Oh, he's having a phenomenal go here in the mini camp." Anytime a coach says he's been unbelievable and it's mini camp, I have my doubts. Is that bad of me to assume that Daniel Jones is not going to resurrect the old career for himself? Now, it helps that Anthony Richardson got hurt.
He's going to get a shot, but he's had a lot of chances. A lot of chances. By the way, 16 different teams have won a Super Bowl since the Cowboys' last Super Bowl victory in Super Bowl 30 for the 1995 season.
Yeah. It's not a good
list
time.
that includes the Buccaneers, the Colts, and the Saints, the Seahawks.
Don't say that don't group
The
them
Eagles
with those.
have won
don't
twice.
group them with those people, okay?
And
Don't
here's the
say
thing: you
Colts,
mentioned
the Seahawks.
just in their own division, the Eagles and Commanders are way ahead of where they're at.
I know.
And then you look around the NFC. The NFC North is brutal. I mean, and the Bears are coming, right? So you got to contend with those teams. I mean, the South's a mess.
Would you?
In the West, I mean, there's some good franchises out west. The 49ers, I think, are going to be back this year.
I think the Rams have a better shot at the Super Bowl than the Cowboys do.
No question about it.
And the Rams suck.
I could probably make an argument
sorry.
the Cardinals have a better chance.
I love
who wins the NFC West.
What's more? What is less impressive when a guy praises you at minicamp, or like to me when they go, because what the Raiders have said about Ashton Jeanty, I feel like is a little bit actually of an insult. Raiders praise, quote, coachable Ashton Jeanty at minicamp. You've been called coachable at minicamp. I think that's a way of saying that I don't think he's going to be bad.
They were shocked that he wasn't an a-hole. Is that what they're saying?
I don't know. You know what? That's
Isn't
what
that
it
what
is.
they're saying?
That's what they're saying.
That's my translation.
Not a jerk.
He's actually a really good kid.
And
we were surprised by this.
At an organization where we're used to having those kinds of players, I'm looking at you, Max Crosby.
Well, this kid's really good. He just wants to come play football.
Gosh,
He says please and thank you.
I started talking to him, and he didn't turn around and walk away mid-conversation. I like him. I like what this kid's made of. Oh, I love that. I love that
Really
attitude.
coachable. He actually responded to me.
Stayed awake during team meetings. I love what this guy's made of.
Wow, he's got grit. He's got toughness.
Oh, so dumb. That's the baseline for Raiders fans, by the way. We just go, gosh, he showed up at the practice facility. I was impressed by him. All right, let's take a break. My heavens. Did we miss something on there that I wanted to do?
We got something we'll save for worst.
Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I see it.
Yeah.
Shoot. Boy. We have a lot of worsts we could bring up next. Might as well do them all. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big time delays southbound on I-15 from Ogden down to a crash at the I-84 interchange in Riverdale. The slowdowns start just after the 12th Street exit. It's pretty slow also on southbound I-15 in Lehigh going by the Main Street exit and heading down to American Fork. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialist. Whipple that away with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. SLC Fat Loss is been something that's been a game changer for JJ and I. You can go to the website and you can go see our story for yourself. You can go see not just our story, but also other folks who have also gotten on the same program and had similar results. The average person drops between 15 and 20% of their body weight on this program. You've probably heard similar numbers with injections, things like that, but the difference is once the injections are done and you've dropped the weight, it's been really hard to keep that weight off. Here's the deal, though. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has found the key to be able to keep that weight off. We dropped the weight at the beginning of this program, JJ, and we've kept it off because the program works.
I think one of the great things about this program is I learned so much through it. And the things that I learned are allowing me to keep the weight off. So I learned how to lose weight, to lose it fast. So if there's any time where I have a rough stretch or, I put on a little bit of weight, I know how to get it off quick. And then there's also the knowledge I gained about how to keep it off in the first place. And it's consistency, and there's so much to learn about your diet and what you eat. You can still have those, once you've lost the weight and you're down to where your goal is, you can still have those weekends where you go have some pizza with the family, or you want to go have some ice cream. You can do that. It's an 80-20 thing, right? You learn all these things that allow you to keep the weight off, and it's awesome to be able to have that confidence. That's what Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to give you, is that confidence that you can lose weight and control your weight. This program's awesome. It helped me lose 40 pounds in 60 days, and it's helped me keep it off. Go to the website right now to learn more about it, slcfatloss.com. You can learn more about it, get all your questions answered. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Started to rain a little bit here at the US Open.
That's what they want, though, right?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
When they're playing in it. What you
BT
don't
and
want
Bob
is
have
to
told
be-
us that they want rain to happen.
Yeah. You want to get moisture into the. By the way, it's the most that I've heard moisture talked about. They're
Since sacrament meeting?
They're praying for moisture. I'm like, what? We've talked about more moisture in the greens of anything I've ever heard of.
Sacrament meeting in a rural town in Utah?
Don't say rain. Say moisture. What is this? It's moisture. Because it's coming down right here. But again, when you're in the middle of it and the rain just started coming down, these guys are in the middle of it. And the ball picks up a bunch of water.
Yeah, the wind is whipping now, too.
And it's not good.
All these poor guys that didn't get finished early. And some of these guys are fighting to make the cut.
It starts to, you don't know what the ball's going to do. Oh, there's one. But I think missed the cut still. Yep.
Womp womp.
If you're 8 over, you're missing the cut. Hey, welcome to the program. Final segment of the hour, JJ and Alex. Brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith Dealerships, Dodge, Ram, Chevy, Subaru, Kia, and now Mitsubishi. In American Fork, in the family of Doug Smith Dealerships, nobody knows cars like Doug. Let me see here. JJ, I was looking at my phone this morning. I got an alert, and I was like, wait, what? You know when you have to like double look at your phone again?
Mm-hmm.
That Antonio Brown is being sought for, and I thought, fill in the blank, disturbing the peace, being a weirdo, being cocaine maybe on a boat. No.
Allegedly.
No. Attempted murder charges.
Whoa.
That took a weird turn, AB.
Jeez, dude.
That took a weird turn. Hey, kids, stay in sports. Maybe don't tear your jersey and your pads off and run away from your team. Was that the last time we saw Antonio Brown in the league, by the way? Was that the very last time that we ever saw him
he
play?
walked off the field. That moment was incredible. He just said, I'm done.
Like that was it.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's up. Can you please stay on the team? Tom Brady was begging him to stay on the team. And he walked away. And
it tells you how good he was that everyone put up with his garbage for so long.
was that at the Jets too, by the way? Yeah, it was. It was in New York. He tears his stuff off and he just runs off. And you went, that guy needs help. It's gotten even worse. So Antonio Brown sought for attempted murder charges. I don't even want to dive into it. I mean, like, who is he trying to allegedly murder?
So he got on social media. Yeah, he said, quote, I was jumped by multiple individuals who tried to steal my jewelry and cause physical harm to me. Contrary to some video circulating, police temporarily detained me until they received my side of the story and then released me. And he says in all caps, I went home that night and was not arrested. I will be talking to my legal counsel and attorneys on pressing charges on the individuals that jumped me.
So they're going to have charges of they jump me. He'll have murder charges. There's something else of the story we're missing here. They don't just willy-nilly throw murder charges out there because you tried to defend yourself by pushing a couple guys away.
According to the warrant, witnesses told police officers that Brown was the shooter and 2 shell casings were found at the scene.
Yeah. So it's one thing to brandish a weapon. It's another to fire the weapon. I had no choice. Okay. There you go. The cut list, oh boy. Lots of big names on the old cut list there. Not good. So there's there's one of your worst. Hey, the best is, this could be good news for Jazz fans. Russell Westbrook has declined his $3.5 million player option for the Nuggets. Does the former Jazz man come back and reprise his role?
Come home, Russ. We need to lose games. Come home.
The reality is $3.5 million does sound actually pretty darn cheap for, I mean, that's an option you decline if you feel like the market for you is higher. And I don't think that he's being that wild to say that the market could be better for him. He could give himself. There are teams out there, JJ, that would pay Russell Wilson, well, him too, that would pay Russell Westbrook how much? $8, $10 million to come in and have an almost triple-double every night? I know his inconsistencies and him shooting the basketball haven't been great, but the guy, you can't deny that the dude absolutely goes after it every night, right?
He plays with an intensity still at this age that's tough to match, and he makes you better. And I know there's people out there that don't like him because of, his demeanor. But from a basketball standpoint, the dude plays with energy and he wins.
Probably worth more than $3.5 million.
Regret bringing him on board this year? No, he helped them get to the Western Conference semifinals.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty. I don't think he's got like great ball ahead of him necessarily, but at the same time, like
there will be a team that pays him and brings him on, and it probably is going to be more than what he made last year with the Nuggets because I think he earned a lot of respect for what he did.
$7 or $8 million, why not?
Can't believe he's been traded to the Jazz twice. It's so funny.
That's why I said no. It's not. He's former Jazz man.
Former Jazz man twice.
Is there a Jazz legend? If you can get,
they should retire his zero. Ostertag will probably have issues with that.
I know, and I think double zero. Oh no, Clarkson's been wearing double zero. If he gets traded, give it to Russ.
There you go.
But I do wonder. Okay, could the gang get back to? Is this where KD and Westbrook end up?
In Utah?
Come on,
stop it.
Imagine that. Imagine this roster, if you will. Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, Con Knipple, Walker Kessler, and Keontae George, because Colin Sexton and Lauri Markkanen would have had to have been given up to get KD here, right?
Yeah, you're going to trade them to the Suns for Kevin Durant?
All right, I got to get out of here. I'm starting to go nuts.
We're done.
We got to get to the end of this hour. Let's get to a different one. Let's get around the corner.
What a disappointing end of this hour.
Sorry.
Nonsense.
I'm going to stand by it.
Kevin Durant's getting traded, though.
Oh, yeah.
And people around the league are saying probably by draft night.
Let's go.
So
let's make it more interesting.
It'll be fun offseason. The NBA, it's fantastic.
Hey, Austin Ainge, put your signature on this one. Get KD here. Get a deal.
Time to start stacking good decisions.
If you were on that former 2012 Oklahoma City Thunder team, we welcome you.
You know what that means. Bring back Perk.
Get Perk.
Former Jazz man as well.
We'll take a break here. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new